Hello, 1, 2.
Still works.
Check, check.
Well, isn't that just peachy?
It's working, yeah?
Well, those two are working. I think one of these two must be faulty because it's. I've just bypassed those two to make that one happen. And look, it's all.
Oh, that's great if you found a solution.
Well, I found a better solution than we had yesterday, which is that we've got slightly more handsets. I'll have to put that one out because I've made a mess of that cabling, haven't I? Oh no, I won't. Just pull that up there. Yes, I will.
Hello, 1, 2.
Salvage myself.
1, 2.
Yeah. Oh no, it's on.
really good. Oh wow.
I feel so much better this morning.
God.
Yeah, I feel a lot better than I did yesterday. Yesterday was just. Well, I had a hell of a week last week, so. Right, let's see if we can shove on.
Intending to. I started to watch the football and not
I mean,
just absolutely.
that's great. Sometimes if you lie down, you feel tired then, don't you? You don't realise you're tired.
Yeah, I'm just testing a little bit.
I was having to think about the
No.
agenda.
One, two.
The guidance out at the end of this year. Yeah.
One, two.
3, 4, 3, 4, 4.
3. 4, 4. 1, 2. 3, 4. 2, 2, 2. K, K, K. Two. 2, 2, 2. 2, 2, 2. Check, check. Check, check. Check, check. One, two. Hello.
Okay, good morning, everyone. Can everyone hear me? Yeah. Welcome to the Stage 3 and 4 hearing sessions on the Sheffield Plan. My name is Katie Child. I'm a Chartered Town Planner and a Planning Inspector. And along with my colleagues David Troy and Rosie Morgan, we have been appointed by the Secretary of State to hold the examination into the soundness of the Sheffield Plan. So the Stage 3 and 4 hearing sessions are due to take place this week and the week commencing the 13th of October, and then with the final hearing session taking place on the 21st of November. So most of the sessions during this time will be looking at the proposed additional housing and employment sites put forward by the Council in their consultation paper, which was published in May this year. The proposed sites have generated quite a lot of public interest and concerns, and the Council has received a significant number of objections to those proposed sites via email and letter. So the hearings follow on from various sessions held last year, which were on the main draft local plan. So the inspector's role is to consider whether the Council's proposals, including the new additional proposed sites and the main plan as well, are legally compliant and soundly based. And as part of our examination of the plan, we will be taking account of all written evidence before us and also taking account of all the verbal submissions made at the hearing sessions themselves. So in terms of today's session, we are covering infrastructure needs, site assessment and selection process, and a few items on general wording issues, policy wording issues. So before I get to the agenda, I've just got a few practicalities to run through. It will take 5 minutes or so. Just a reminder about the programme officer, Ian Kemp, who no doubt you've seen at the back. He's responsible for the practical arrangements for the examination. So if you've got any practical questions during the day, please see Ian. Can I just check that everyone has an agenda in front of them who wishes to? If you don't have an agenda and would like one, can you raise your hand? Okay. 3 people there. Ian, do you have some copies? Thank you. A reminder to turn mobile telephones off or put them on silent. In terms of data protection legislation, if anyone is intending to film or record the session and share images online or with others, please be aware you will be responsible for complying with relevant data protection legislation. A reminder that I'm not expecting to receive any further written submissions or evidence at this stage unless it's something that I specifically request. I'll now turn to the Council to talk through any practical arrangements. Thank you.
Good morning. Yes, I'll just to let people know about the fire evacuation procedures. If there is a fire alarm today, there is no fire alarm test planned today, so if the alarm does go off, we will need to evacuate the building, proceed down the steps that you came in up, and head down Surrey Street down to Tudor Square, where we will gather there. If you require any assistance in evacuating the building, please let a member of staff know. If we're unable to use the steps at the front of the building, please follow instructions from members of staff. Thank you.
Thank you. So just a few words in terms of how the session will run. I think some people were obviously here yesterday, quite a few people were here yesterday, but just a reminder, it's the agenda in front of us, and we'll have a structured discussion around that particular agenda. So it's an opportunity for me to find out more about particular matters, and it's also an opportunity for people around the table to comment and express your views. My initial questions are often aimed at the Council, but there'll be plenty of opportunity for other people to come in around the table and enter the debate. And as yesterday, if you come, place your nameplate on its side if you wish to come in, and I'll bring you into the discussion as soon as possible. As with yesterday, we've got quite a lot on the agenda today, so if I could ask you to keep your points fairly succinct. I've read all the representations and statements that people have submitted, so I'm aware of people's comments, but obviously, you know, it's an opportunity for you to have your say, but you might just wish to highlight key points, or if someone else makes a comment which you were going to make, then just it's enough to say that you agree with them. In terms of the timings then for the programme today, we don't have a specific lunch break in the agenda. We'll take lunch at a suitable point, see where we get to in the proceedings. Lunch break will be about 30 to 45 minutes, depending on how we're going. We'll also have a mid-morning break and a mid-afternoon break of about 20 minutes or so, and we'd aim to finish by 5. Can I just check with the council again, what's the last time that we have the room until?
Yes, we aim to finish about 6 o'clock at the latest here. Thank you.
Thank you. I mean, obviously, I'd hoped to finish before then. Yesterday was a very long day. Okay, so before we start the main agenda then, if we can go around the table and if everyone can say their name and their organisation and introduce themselves, please, starting on my right-hand side with the council.
Good morning, my name is Simon Vincent. I'm the Strategic Planning Service Manager at the council.
Good morning, my name is Miss Sarah Reid, RAID, King's Counsel. I'm the council's barrister.
John Shortland, I'm the Assistant Director for Transport at Sheffield City Council.
Good morning, Hugh Williams, Sistra, Transport Planner on behalf of Sheffield City Council.
Alison Daniels, also from Sistra, Transport Planner.
Richard Wood, Richard Wood Associates, representing the Devonshire Property Group. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Philip Chaffel-Zelenko, planning consultant from DLP Planning. I'm representing today different landowners, consortium of different landowners and inspired villages.
Good morning, Matthew Gregg, DLP Planning, representing Limes Developments Limited.
Good morning, Simon Ather, ATHA from Boyer, representing Barrett David Wilson Homes.
Morning, Ma'am. Andrew Rose from Sporeforce, representing Ruler Developments.
Good morning, Ben Parks from Savills, representing Norfolk Estates.
Good morning, Amy James from Tetlow King Planning, representing Hallam. Thank you.
Morning, Nick Pleasant, Stantec, on behalf of Hague Farming.
Good morning, I'm Rowan Clapp. I'm appearing on behalf of Save S13 Greenbelt, the Sapphire McCarthy campaign.
Good morning, Stephen Stroud, James Bailey Planning, on behalf of the Save S13 group.
Good morning, Pierre Laubscher, Director at Pelican Solutions, working independently, resident at S10, Lodgemore.
Good morning, Councillor Mike Levery. I represent at West Ecclesfield Ward and I'm here to represent the Northern councillors. Thank you.
Andrew Tarleton, representing Ecclesfield Parish Council. I'm clerk to the Parish Council, but I'm also a Chartered Town Planner.
I'm Councillor Susan Davidson. I am Chair of Ecclesfield Parish Council, but I also work for Sheffield and Rotherham Wildlife Trust.
Good morning, Edward Tripp, Sheffield and Rotherham Wildlife Trust.
Sorry, can you just repeat your surname?
Tripp, T-R-I-P-P.
Roy Moorsley, MOS-LEY, Head of Nature Recovery, Sheffield and Rotherham Wildlife Trust.
I'm really sorry, so sorry, I just missed your surname as well.
Moorsley, M-O-S-L-E-Y.
Good morning, Mark Ash, part of the KEG Action Group.
Morning, Linda Jackson, resident in Chapeltown. I'm an ex-police officer, having served for 30 years, and was licensed to drive large vehicles, so have experience of those on the roads that we're going to be discussing today.
Okay, thank you very much, everyone. So in terms of the agenda before us, I'm going to suggest a couple of order changes. I just want to check with the council particularly whether they are comfortable with those. So what I was going to suggest was taking item 21 after item 2, because they're both transport related. So it could make sense just to deal with those together. And then also take item 20 after item 3, because they both relate to green space. And again, for the same reasons, it could make sense just to discuss them together. Can I get the council's view on that, please?
Yes, that's fine, Mel.
Does anyone else around the table have any objections to that potential change? No? Okay. I also have a question, I think probably particularly for the Wildlife Trust, whether you are wanting to sit here for the whole agenda, because item 19, which concerns local wildlife sites, ancient woodland, we could bring that forward as well, but it's whether you were wanting to stay for the whole day or not.
We'd support moving it forward to align with point 3 probably.
So what we could do then is take item 19 then and 20 after item 3.
Yes.
Yeah, okay. And then I assume you'd be staying for item 9. And then obviously you'd be free to go if that's helpful. Okay. Is everyone else comfortable with that moving 19 as well forward? Yeah. Okay. Right, we'll proceed on that basis then. So in terms of the agenda before us, we are under items 2 to 6, we're looking at infrastructure. So the council has reassessed infrastructure requirements. So that's linked to the proposed additional sites that the council's put forward. And that's set out in the council's updated infrastructure delivery plan 2025, which is examination document exam 128. And then also we have items 7 to 18, which look at the council's site assessment and selection process. So focusing on the specifics of the council's approach and the methodology set out in document exam 130. And then obviously a few items at the end, which are now being brought forward on general site policy wording. So that's just generally what we'll be covering today. So moving on then to item 2 on the agenda. So this concerns transport infrastructure. The council has undertaken extensive transport modelling factoring in the higher growth figures and the new proposed additional sites. It's produced a number of new traffic assessment reports, so looking at strategic growth, one on strategic growth, one on the strategic road network, one on the local road network, and then a separate assessment work on the Lower Don Valley. The work identifies a number of improvements to the strategic road network and one to the local road network. And the reports conclude that growth can be appropriately mitigated, linked to the additional sites. So before I seek comments around the table, I have a couple of questions for the council first. So firstly, the strategic road network schemes in the IDP, the Infrastructure Delivery Plan. Highways England indicate that they are comfortable with those schemes because they're saying that the cost of schemes are of a level which they consider is capable of being funded through future contributions or other funding mechanisms. I just wanted to check with the council, do you have any further information on costs, just because there are obviously no costs at all listed within the IDP? I just wanted to check on that.
No, Ma'am, I'm afraid we don't have anything further at this time. I'm sorry, I'm being told differently.
Yes, we do have some information on the costs of the additional mitigation schemes. So those weren't included, the costs weren't included in the IDP addendum. But Table 6 in the SRN report, pages 56 to 57, showed originally in the original report, exam 43, showed a total cost of the mitigation schemes of £16,865,000 and a further cost of £3,055,000 for the LRN mitigation. Sorry, that's in the IDP addendum, I should say, not the transport assessment. Apologies. For the additional mitigation measures identified to support the proposed additional site allocations, those are set out in the transport assessment update, which is exam 132A to exam 132D. The costs for the newly identified mitigations were mistakenly omitted from the IDP update, but I can give you those now. So for the junction 33 southbound diverge, they would be £1.2 million. 1.2
Sorry,
million.
can you just hang on? I need to write that down.
Yes,
Thank you.
okay. I'll go through slowly. Junction 33 southbound diverge, 1.2 million. Junction 35 northbound merge, 400,000. And junction 35A southbound merge, 225,000. So that's a total additional cost of 1.825 million. So that's on top of the 16,865,000 that was originally identified in the original transport assessment report for the SRN network.
Thank you. Sorry, can you take me to just give me a paragraph number for the total figure that you just...
Yes, so it's in, I think it's in table 6 of the IDP addendum from April 2024, so that's exam 43, pages 56 to 57, I believe. I don't know whether it gives an actual total figure, but it's got all the individual costs of all the schemes, and they add up to 16,865,000.
Just bear with me and I'll try and access the internet. I think it might have timed me out, but I just would like to have a quick look at that, if that's okay. So it's page 56, you said?
Yes,
yeah, okay.
On table 6.
Sorry, I can't find it on page 56.
Sorry.
Am I looking in the right... I said the IDP.
The IDP, yeah.
That's the addendum, not the addendum.
No, the original.
Let me try again. Exam
43.
Sorry, I still can't find page 56. Mine only goes up to 36. Am I looking at the wrong document?
Something that I've put wrong.
It is there. so just so it's I said that was exam. That was the right reference. Exam.
Yes, it is exam document 43. Yeah. Sorry. So that's so yes.
The original
the
IDP.
original yes, the original IDP. Apologies.
Okay, sorry everyone, just bear with me. I need to find the original IDP now.
Yeah, just to clarify, Ma'am, so these are the original costings from for the schemes that were agreed with National Highways previously for the non-green belt sites. I can ask Sister perhaps just to comment on the additional costs for the additional mitigation measures.
Okay, right. Thank you for that. Sorry. So in terms of those costings then that are identified there and the updated ones that you've given me, is the Council comfortable that these type of figures are deliverable via the SIL Section 106, potential other funding streams that could come forward in the next 15 years?
Yes, ma'am. We estimate that based on past trends and future SIL contributions over the period 2022 to 2039 will amount to around 68 million, so an average of about £4 million a year. So even perhaps in a worst case scenario, if all highway mitigation schemes had to be totally funded by SIL, it adds up to just over sort of 20 million, about 21 million in total. So it's less than a third of the total SIL contributions that will be made. Obviously, SIL needed to fund other infrastructure as well, but even in a worst case scenario, we think that's comfortably within what might be required.
Thank you very much. And just in terms of, there's reference obviously to other funding streams. If you could just outline for me the key other funding streams that the Council could be looking at.
Yes, the Council is currently in receipt of funding from the government through SIMCA for things called TCF, the Town Centres Fund, and the City Region Sustainable Transport Strategy money. That currently lasts until March 27, but SIMCA has been given an allowance by the government from the period April 27 onwards for 5 years, amounting to 1.455 billion. Part of that is for tram renewal, part of that is for bus franchising, but a large part of the remainder is available for road schemes as necessary to promote sustainable and alternative transport. That does cover the 4 local authorities in South Yorkshire and not just Sheffield, but on average we would expect to get around 40% of the money for Sheffield on a pro rata basis.
Thank you. Sorry, can I just confirm the figure? Did you say 1.45 billion?
I did, yes.
Okay. And what was the name of the scheme?
It's now called Transport for City Regions, TFCR.
Thank you very much. So that's the main source you'll be looking at. Are there any others?
We've mentioned SIL and Section 106 contributions separately. Over the course of the local plan, I would expect there to be various opportunities to obtain more money from central government. There's currently a review of the major road network and local large local majors schemes ongoing, and we have a scheme within that, the Shalesmoor Gateway, which we are hoping will still be receiving funding. That's the current round of funding. Obviously, there will be others over the period of the plan that haven't yet been announced.
Okay, thank you for that. And then just moving on then to bullet 3, so the overall strategy for reducing traffic levels and congestion in the city. If the council, if you could just outline for me, what are the key measures and the mechanisms you're looking to implement?
Yeah, the city has adopted a transport vision in March 2024 that sets out our priorities and delivery plans up to 2035. That's looking to create a reliable, affordable, sustainable transport network, which we see as key to a thriving, growing Sheffield. Within that, we would expect there to be schemes of the nature of the ones I've just spoken about, funded by the TCF and the CRSTS money, which is available at the moment, and that's paying for a total of 19 different schemes across the city, which either reduce congestion, improve safety, or promote alternative, sustainable and active travel measures. Our approach generally is to look at the city centre first, and we've just been out to consultation on draft city centre access and movement strategy. The premise of that is that we want to accommodate 18,000 new dwellings within the city centre, and obviously the people who travel as a result of that. And we want to promote them doing that by alternative and sustainable modes, particularly public transport, but also walking, wheeling and cycling. We see overall a decline in the amount of car-borne traffic entering and leaving the city centre over the next 15 years, and those people switching to use these other sustainable modes of transport. Funding for that will come again through SIMCA as part of that settlement that I've just spoken about. The current value of the programme up to March 27 is £142 million. We would expect something similar, but that decision is yet to be taken. SIMCA are talking at the moment about how to divvy up the 1.455 billion. We expect something on that by the end of the year, but as I say, a pro rata basis would see us getting around 40% of that money.
Thank you very much. Okay, I'll now turn to others around the table if you'd like to come in on the issue of transport infrastructure and transport requirements. So do you have any comments on the Council's transport modelling work, on the results, anything on the costs of the, particularly the strategic road network schemes, any concerns you may have regarding transport? Okay, I think probably Mr. Clapp, you were first, and I'll go round in that direction around the table. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, good morning. Just a short point on the assessment itself. The assessment is another document which came in after the decision to allocate, and is therefore plainly, we say, a retrospective justification. We have particular concerns about the document regarding SES 30. Pick those up in detail in the session, but just a few points on that. On the basis of planned growth, which as we know from yesterday doesn't deliver the minimum level of housing provision on adoption, and which doesn't take into account any windfall sites. The assessment shows that the junction at Retford Road, Beaver Hill Road, directly north of the site access for SES 30, will be at 98% capacity, even with mitigation, and 150% without, with a maximum length of 52 cars in the PM peak. And as I say, that's on the basis of the 4.4-year supply position and without taking into account any windfall sites. Naturally, that's a concern for local people. Plainly, we say it is a severe impact. And if the assessment had been carried out prior to the decision to allocate, it seems that the site wouldn't be proposed for allocation. And we say plainly that position should be reviewed in light of transport impact alone.
Okay, thank you very much. Can I just get the council's response to that particular concern then? So this is at the Retford Road, Beaver Hill Road junction, which is one of the schemes identified in the IDP. In terms of, Mr Clapp was saying that it would operate at nearly full capacity with the mitigation. So obviously that's raising some concerns with residents. Does the council have a response?
Yes, the assessment takes us forward to 2039, which is obviously a long way into the future. The assessment doesn't take account of any kind of improvements to public transport and active travel as a consequence of this. So Shorten's just mentioned the fact that a lot of money is going to be pumped into those into active travel, sustainable travel moving forward. So we consider that to be very much a worst case assessment.
Thank you very much. Mr Clapp, did you have another point?
Thank you, that's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, moving around the table then to Mr. Was it Lauscher? Lauscher, sorry.
Yes, Pierre Lauscher. Mum, Sheffield City Council, my business, Pelican Solutions, has delivered schemes for National Highways contractors, National Highways, formerly Highways England, and also Amy in Sheffield. Very interested in the two schemes you mentioned, M1 Junction 33, 35A, and the prices you quoted, very specific prices. The industry is very unstable in construction, prices are changing. I just wondered what your timeline, your date of that price and the delivery date that we probably need to consider in the overall planning scenario, that, you know, prices need to reflect when you will deliver that scheme. So they are very unreliable. So could you comment on that, please?
Sorry, what scheme number were you talking about? Can you just confirm for me?
You mentioned M1 Junction 33.
Just the description of the scheme will do. I missed that.
M1 Junction 33, M1 Junction 35 were mentioned at the beginning of this session, and prices of around, I forget, around about 2 million from Highways England. You mentioned National Highways. So those are today's prices. When would you deliver that? And it's important to capture the prices you should need in the future date.
Yes, if I could ask the council if you could just give a quick overview.
Yes, we've used industry standard SPONS rates, civil engineering highways, works price book 2025 to undertake that assessment. That includes for preliminaries, design and site supervision, project development and contingency as a consequence of that. And they have been benchmarked against other schemes as well, of a similar magnitude, and reviewed by National Highways, I should add.
If I could...
So they're based on current prices, obviously.
Yes.
Did you have any other points?
So when would you anticipate delivering those schemes?
We don't have a current anticipation of a date when they'll be delivered, but as well as costs rising between now and whatever that date is, then things like SIL income will also rise. It's index linked as well. So whilst costs would go up, then the amount of money available would also go up.
Thank you. If you could capture that in the outcome today. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Moving around the table then, Mr. Levery.
Thank you, ma'am. I'd like to concentrate on the roads in the north of the city, in the local strategy. North of the city has two A roads, which the A61 and A6135, which run north-south, and the connecting roads between these A roads tend to be country lanes of origin, fairly narrow, Whitley Lane being one, and Wheel Lane being another, which is, of course, where the development is planned. We've had a significant increase in volume of traffic on Wheel Lane and Whitley Lane, but particularly Wheel Lane, because of the large-scale development in the Upper Don Valley between Newtonbridge and Stocksbridge, and this road has been used as a route to the M1. Both morning and evening, volumes of traffic have gone up significantly. There's been no reference case looked at for the junction of Penistone Road and Wheel Lane, which is the major junction there. But more critically, as you come down Wheel Lane, you enter Ecclesfield Village, which has got narrow roads, it's a conservation area, and currently there's log jams both morning and evening. This leads down to a junction LNE 45, Nether Lane and the Common, and they haven't done a reference case for this junction. This junction is the worst junction of all the junctions in this part of the city for traffic movements both morning and evening. The reference cases have been put in place for the A6135 and Cowley Lane in Chapeltown. I am aware that there are plans in place for capital replacement of the mini roundabouts in Chapeltown because the congestion is created already there. But with the significant development on Wheel Lane, the level of traffic that's going to be going down through the Mill Road junction is severe. And I'd like to know why we haven't done a reference case for that now, and why we haven't actually looked at the Wheel Lane, Penistone Road junction on the A61. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can I ask the council just to comment then on those particular junctions in that part of Sheffield and just say, explain what modelling was undertaken and what wasn't and why?
Yes, in terms of the assessment, I think it's quite clear in terms of the modelling report. I forget which reference. Exam 132A, which junctions we looked at, which corridors we've looked at as well. So where there was a difference between the reference case without the local plan, and then compared that with the local plan in place, we've undertaken assessments based on those junctions where there's likely to be an impact. Moving forward, obviously, and if the proposed allocations are allocated, then more detailed work will be required to unlock those sites when it comes to that planning stage, and that's where kind of more localised junction modelling will be undertaken.
So effectively, you've undertaken it on the junctions where you expect there to be issues?
That's correct, yes.
Mr. Levery, did you have any other comments?
Well, just a comment about Ecclesfield Common and the Mill Road Nether Lane junction, which is the Nether Lane, the traffic in the evening backs up to the A6135 for about a mile and a half now because of the volume of traffic returning to go to the north of the city. So missing that junction out is, in my view, a big miss. Thank you.
Thank you. I've noted your points. Thank you. Mr. Towton.
I'll try not to get into site-specific stuff, I assure you, and obviously we're particularly interested in our parish, but what I've heard reinforces I don't think there's sufficient confidence or detail around the modelling or the viability to justify the justification of the sites. There's sufficient, for me, it doesn't support the allocations, it needs much more work, and I think the assumption is we'll do much of the work later on, or also we'll work out how we pay for some of these things downstream. I don't think that's satisfactory. There's not, for us, and touched on earlier, we mentioned yesterday that we don't think there's been particularly enough consideration to the various options in terms of sustainable transport model. Very weak on walking and cycling. The mitigation measures seem to be focused around we'll do improvements in Sheffield City, so this is the air quality. We'll do improvements in Sheffield City, so therefore the whole of the city will benefit. I don't think that plays out. It needs to be much more rigorous and disaggregated by particular areas. And again, similar things about the absence about public transport. We'll come onto the site selection process, but there's some very big assumptions made about public transport access. And I think many of the sites, there's just a recognition that their proximity to the motorway junction is really what their favour is. So we don't think, and what I've heard today doesn't really give me a lot of confidence or justification that that there's robust evidence to support the allocations, particularly in the parish of Ecclesfield.
Thank you very much. Moving on to Mrs Davison.
Yes, thank you. I just wanted to ask if the current undeveloped land that is in the Chapeltown area, so the remaining allocations that are at the Smithywood Business Park, whether they were considered when you were doing the modelling at all or not, because there are currently plans to put in a refuelling station in there, a HGV refuelling station, which will bring in another, well, thousands of HGVs a week into that area. So when you said it doesn't impact, you've looked at a citywide model without looking at the actual, if that plan goes ahead, then we'd be looking at significantly more traffic coming down into Chapeltown than I think you've modelled for.
Thank you. Sorry, can you confirm what junctions or the more specific area that you are particularly worried about?
Sorry, M1 junction 35.
Sorry, so you're just concerned about the levels of growth, particularly with the HGV fuelling station?
Yes, there are a number of outstanding plots in that business park that are yet to be developed, and there's a current application in to put a refuelling station in for HGVs.
Okay, did the council want to respond about junction 35 on the M1 then, and whether you took account perhaps of those prospective planning applications?
Yes, certainly. We had very, very detailed discussions with National Highways on this, where we considered traffic flows and growth as well, future growth. And we undertook fairly close collaboration with them on that. And to the point where we've got a statement of common ground with National Highways that agrees the flows. In addition to that, the mitigation required as well on the strategic road network. Sorry. Can I just go back to the point from the gentleman previously as well in relation to the junction? Sorry. Sorry, I'm struggling to hear the actual junction. But yes, we only modelled it at 2039 as there's no major issue at 2029. So it was considered, but because it wasn't showing a big issue at the junction, it hasn't been considered for further mitigation.
Thank you very much. Mrs Davison, you have your nameplate up. Do you want to come back? Move around the table then to Mrs Jackson. Thank you.
Yeah, I've got quite a few points in relation to this. First of all, can I just refer you to one of the proposals that was delivered and sent in to yourselves. It states that Appendix A at LRN link capacity analysis, it says assumed capacity of 3,400 vehicles per hour is chosen. This, moreover, appears to be per lane, and such a figure is, in his opinion, grossly exaggerated. Now, this is a gentleman that deals with this all the time. In fact, the real, not normal capacity of that road is less than that, and the maximum flow recorded of the road traffic stats of the Department of Transport is in excess of 1,000 at peak periods when congestion is evident to the naked eye. We actually applied for a freedom of information for the traffic flow information that the Sheffield City Council put out at specific areas, and we've still not had a reply to that, unfortunately. However, this gentleman did have access to it, and the available flow occupancy sensors deployed by the Sheffield City Council. They're not in the public domain yet, however, he's had access to that, and he is vehemently against the numbers that have been produced.
Sorry, can I just ask a couple of questions? Sorry,
Yes.
What document are you referring to?
It is by Mr. Punzo.
Is it in the examination library? Is it
It's
part
in the
of your
examination library,
representations?
yes.
Yeah, okay, I have seen that, yeah.
He also states in the case, a figure of approximately 1,000 vehicles per hour appears to be actual, not theoretical, which is what the council has done, and the capacity of that road, which is very different from the figure of 3,400. With the exemption of the flow occupancy data, all the information above is freely available, and is surprised that the authors of the report have not had access to the flow occupancy data as well, given their importance in this assessment. That's just one gentleman's appraisal of it. I've got a lot of notes here about the different roads, etc., but one of the first ones I'll come back to is the M1. Living very close to it. The M1 is now 4 lanes, there's no hard shoulder, and the number of times that vehicles break down between the emergency offshoots is quite frightening. Having experienced the way that the motorists react, I can testify myself that it can only be described as lethal. Queuing from junctions 34, 35, 35A and 36 often leaves the slip roads and ends up in live lanes, which is a potential fatal accident every single day. There are often matrix signs up on the motorways themselves saying that there are queues or broken down vehicles, and often the speed limit is reduced because of the high flow of traffic and obviously because of the queuing traffic as well. I don't think that's been taken into consideration. I don't think that has been put into any of the documents at all, and I don't think it's been experienced by people on a daily basis like we do. In relation to public transport, which keeps being spoken about, the bus service that we have is quite sporadic, and if you're relying on the train station, which doesn't have a car park, to get back into our area in an evening time, you're looking at 2.5 hours gap between one train and another. So travel back to our area from the city centre is basically a no-go unless you want to wait for 3 hours. The A616 and 6161 roundabout, despite it having had mitigating expenditure recently, it's still not adequate. At peak period, traffic is at a standstill from the Stocksbridge ending to the A616-61 roundabout. Junction 35A onto the 616 roundabout, it is a standstill at peak periods, and this backs up again along onto the live lanes on a regular basis. I have sent through to yourselves videos and photographs of this. The A616 is a single lane carriageway, splits into two at the last minute when you enter in the A616-61 roundabout, and this encourages vehicles to surge forward onto the roundabout into the face of oncoming traffic, which is being fed by a 2-feeder lane into the opposing traffic and results in collisions on a regular basis. The A661 Tankersley to A616 roundabout suffers queuing traffic, and the layout at the roundabout now often has the exit blocked, with vehicles trying to exit onto the A616 towards Chapeltown. If I go on to Thorncliffe Lane onto the A616, which is where one of the proposals is, traffic queues along Thorncliffe Lane, and actually you take your life in your hands if you're trying to enter that roundabout onto the 616, because traffic coming from the M1 from junction 35A, there's limited vision, and the vehicles are often still travelling at excess speed. At peak periods, traffic on Station Road entering into Chapeltown backs up along White Lane and around the bend towards Hood Hill. This morning, we've travelled that distance and we were stuck in traffic from White Lane all the way down to the Northern General Hospital. It then cleared for a short period of time and then backed up again into the city centre. Station Road into White Lane, I don't think any of this has been taken into consideration in the different weather systems that we have. In the snow and the ice, the road becomes a skating rink, and vehicles of all sizes struggle and fail to make it up that hill, and coming downhill, it's a skating rink, and vehicles often crash. Police regularly attend to try and stop vehicles making it up there in that weather, and I've also submitted a video of that to yourselves. Cart Road onto White Lane Station Road, that backs up, often beyond the railway bridge, before it can either cross over into Chapeltown or travel up the hill into White Lane. This is often fed by traffic wanting to join junction 35 and leave at 35A instead, thinking it's quicker or to avoid being first in line on the live lane. Station Road onto Chapeltown roundabout, single lane, parking either side. which is allowed because it's outside homes and shops, and it also reduces the width of the roundabout at the end as well. Large vehicles in both directions cause blockages because they fills the whole of the width of the road that is available. Widening that road is out of the question due to the proximity of houses and shops. Chapeltown roundabout itself is dangerous, and HGV vehicles run over that roundabout on a regular basis, causing damage. Arundel Road into Station Road. Asda is on Arundel Road, and so it's fed by traffic from that as well as other vehicles. The junction was altered, and now vehicles have less space to turn left to enter onto Station Road, and they're often put into opposing traffic, which are overtaking parked vehicles on that side. Cowley Lane, again, single lane carriageway, which is what a lot of ours are. Traffic queues from junction 35 to M1 and often backs up again onto the live lane. It continues to queue along the whole of the length of its road towards Chapeltown. The road is narrow, it bends at the entry, and again, HGVs take up the full width, and it causes a bottleneck. Cowley Lane itself has traffic lights on it. In normal circumstances, many of the larger HGVs only just manage to turn right and go up the hill. And that's possibly because of the size of the vehicles, but also the traffic light island is in the centre of the road. They struggle because of the size, the weight, and the elevation of the road itself, which in turn reduces the flow of vehicles also going into that area. In winter, again, this road becomes an ice rink. Vehicles slide downhill when you're exiting the junction from 35, and getting uphill, HGVs and vehicles often just get stuck and don't end up going anywhere. Lowndes Side is a single carriageway, and obviously these are all roads in our areas. The traffic backs up from Sussex Road towards the roundabout. Traffic exiting Sussex Road to turn right has limited views due to parked cars, and it's a danger point. Sussex Road is fed from the Asda again, as well as vehicles cutting through from Station Road. So you go from Station Road to there, and there's one road that cuts through. Ecclesfield Road, Chapeltown Road is a single lane road, and is the arterial road connecting Chapeltown, Ecclesfield, and ultimately Parson Cross and beyond into the town centre. Traffic heading towards Chapeltown can back up on that road as far back as St Michael's Road Junction, which is on the Common, which is quite a way along. It's fed into by Church Street, Mill Road, Nether Lane, the Common, Green Lane, High Street, and St Michael's Road, just to name a few. It's also the site of Ecclesfield School. At school times, the drop-off zones are both sides of the road, basically, where cars park and collecting and dropping off pupils. This reduces the width of the road and reduces vision available for those crossing without using the crossing point. Queues in other directions stretch from Hunshelf Road to Cumberland Crescent, Cowleyview Road, and that part of Ecclesfield Road with the housing on, which is set back from the main road, is jammed with parents' vehicles who then try to pull out into the traffic and travel both ways. This all has a knock-on effect with queuing from Park Avenue to Church Street and the Common every single school day. Nether Lane again is a single lane traffic. Queues along it from both ways up to Cowley Lane and down to Chapeltown Road, where it's governed by traffic lights that lead to Mill Road, which is another single lane road. This also suffers from queuing in both directions, parked vehicles outside houses, narrowing the road width, and it's thought to be a shortcut again, which it's not. Church Street and the Wheel is a continuous section and is extremely narrow in many places, as we was discussing. Vehicles struggle to get through due to parking and road angles. The traffic queues in both directions at either end of Chapeltown Road and one at Halifax Road, which is governed by the traffic lights, which is another bottleneck. U Lane is a single lane road and exits at the junction to Town End Road, which is an extremely dangerous junction, especially when turning right. The angle is such on this road that you cannot see oncoming traffic. As a result, traffic often stands as far back as Greaves Road and Morrell Road, and there have been numerous collisions at that site. St Mary's Lane is a single lane road and exits at the same junction, or virtually the same junction, Town End Road. It's very much the same as U Lane, and it's a dangerous junction. You can't see either way. It's treated as a shortcut, however, from Ecclesfield to Chapeltown, and it's also from the Common because it's a straight road that goes through from the Common through to that area. Halifax Road, Penistone Road is a long stretch of road which gets static in both directions, often before Home Lane to the traffic lights and from Whiteley Lane to both lights at Saltbox Lane, Wheel Lane. Again, these junctions don't seem to have been taken into consideration in the plan at all. Saltbox Lane is often backed up to Saltbox Grove, and it all has a knock-on effect onto the main street, Fox Hill Road, where traffic queues, etc. Green Lane towards the Common is regularly static to Ecclesfield Road and Bellhouse Road, and often beyond. The location of the bus stop, close to that junction, creates a bottleneck and often exacerbates the problem. Although the exit junction onto the Common splits into two lane, it does little to reduce the queue, and as left turners are still stuck in the traffic behind the bottleneck, it goes nowhere. The Common towards Chapeltown is static as far back as High Grieve. Although the road approaching the traffic lights split into a feeder lane to turn right, the rest of the road is single lane. This does, however, encourage some drivers to overtake standing traffic, and they go into the direction of conflicting traffic. Halifax Road goes from a single to the north to two lanes in both directions, with the occasional third feeder lane. Despite that, the two-lane traffic is static along almost its entire length at peak periods. It's fed by a number of roads, including Herries Road South, which is another long road, fed by traffic from the Northern General and Meadowhall. And as it happens, there was a major road accident on there yesterday, involving a cyclist. If you map all these roads, you'll see that S35 is surrounded by roads suffering extremely high traffic flows and roads at their capacity. I've produced this for yourselves and I've submitted it to yourselves along with a number of videos and photographs that outline these problems. What I would like to say is that most of these B roads that we have that I've not mentioned are not mentioned at all in the plan, and mitigating circumstances don't seem to have been taken into consideration. Mitigating circumstances keep being mentioned, however, I'm not quite sure how that's going to happen on these roads because there is no availability to expand them because of the housing, etc., that is on there. One of the problems, or the things that one of my colleagues has asked me to bring up is the fact that there has been mention that there may be CPOs issued, and we'd like to know whether or not that would be a consideration in order to purchase parts of the lands of the gardens that are on these roads. There is also currently a planning application and has just been stated for an HGV charging station. That has the possibility, according to the plan, of putting at peak periods 360 extra vehicles onto Cowley Hill at peak periods. How it's going to manage that, I have no idea.
Thank you very much for your very detailed comments. If I could turn to the council, please. I think there are two sort of key areas. Firstly was the reference at the start of Mrs. Jackson's point where she was raising the issue about disputing the flows data that you have used. And I think she referenced some other sources of data. If you just say perhaps a few words about that. And then obviously she was raising quite a lot of concerns about extremely high current traffic levels being experienced by local people in the area. If you just wanted to say a few words on that as well, thank you.
Yeah, in terms of traffic flow data, obviously a lot of that comes from traffic counts that were collected. So we'd obviously need to know specifically what that related to. And in terms of existing flows in the network, as I mentioned earlier on, what the assessment does is essentially takes the reference case situation without the local plan in place. So that considers growth on the existing network without the local plan. And then with the addition of local plan, there's a comparison between the two. And where there's a difference, a stark difference between the reference case and with the local plan scenario, that's where the assessments have been undertaken. So there are junctions along Ecclesfield Road, Chapeltown Road, where we've looked at the need to undertake further assessment. There are some that kind of identify that further work is required, but broadly, yeah, there are no kind of issues as a consequence of that cumulative impact with the local plan in place. that identify that, that further mitigation is required. Reverting back to some of the points in relation to national highways, I'd say as well, obviously, as I mentioned earlier on, that we undertook fairly detailed work with national highways, looking at the mainline flows, looking at the on-slips and off-slips or merge-diverges on the SRN. And like I said, that was a fairly detailed piece of work, and national highways were comfortable with that.
So effectively what you're saying is that you have focused in on those junctions where there's a difference with the local plan in place and you recognise that there are still quite high levels of traffic congestion on some of those other roads as well. Did you want to say anything about what the council is doing to tackle those existing high levels?
Yes, we've got a programme of schemes across the city which are looking to ease congestion and promote alternative methods of travel so that there's less car-borne traffic on the roads. As I mentioned earlier, that programme is coming to an end now. The money currently goes up to March 2027. We will then be developing a programme of schemes to deal with other congestion hotspots across the city, and if these ones are at the top of the list, then we will certainly turn our attention to those at that time.
Could I ask what the mitigating proposals are for these B roads and the smaller roads? It's fine saying that the junctions 33, 34, 35, 35A and 36 are going to have some sort of mitigation put into them. I don't agree with what's been put in the report in relation to traffic lights. I don't think traffic lights are the be-all and end-all of traffic problems. What is going to be done with the B roads? What is going to be done, as I said before, with all these things, because they are not capable of being expanded. All these roads are single carriageways. There is no room to be expanding them into dual carriageways.
Just briefly say something.
Yeah, I've just said the report's very clear in terms of where we've identified a mitigation that can come forward on the road network, and that'll be obviously in combination with, as Mr. Shortland mentioned, kind of active travel improvements, public transport improvements, etc.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for your points. Mr. Ash?
Thank you. Just a couple of points. You mentioned some of the funding coming from SIL. As we found yesterday, some of the viability reports are somewhat wanting. Has the viability reports been put onto the developments? Has this been actually included in their assessments, and whether the actual sites are viable once you make them pay the SIL charges? Is that all included in the viability report?
Does the council want to just briefly comment in terms of what assumptions have been made about infrastructure contributions in the viability work?
Yes, the whole plan viability appraisal does take account of SIL contributions at the rates which are currently applied in Sheffield.
Can I just come back on that? Obviously, yesterday we found out that really the viability reports weren't really fit for purpose, and the figures were completely wrong.
Sorry, that was your view? Yes, okay, thank you. Okay, thanks for that. We'll move around the table. Mrs. Davison, did you have another comment?
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to come back. When you said that it was going to be at the planning stage, I think that we're here today because we're looking at releasing over how many hectares of land generally across Sheffield, of greenbelt land, but in particular in Ecclesfield, over 100 hectares of greenbelt land. What is the justification now, based on the fact that you haven't looked at the modelling at a local level as to whether these are going to be capable or viable sites moving forward, but by the time that that is decided, the greenbelt land will have already been removed from the greenbelt and it's unlikely to go back in?
Did the council want to give a brief explanation? Thank you.
Yeah, as I mentioned, we obviously use a strategic model, and that is the best tool to assess the local plan. and that covers all the A road network, the SRN network, the B road network across the whole of Sheffield. So that does take account of the situation at the local level. I think the point I was making was that obviously it would be impossible at that level to assess every single junction in kind of significant amounts of detail. But what it has done is flagged where there are issues or potentially issues in the future going forward to 2039 on the network, and that's where that kind of more detailed work would be required. We've identified the corridors where there are potentially some issues and identified mitigation where possible. And obviously at the junction model as well, junction level as well. So it has been assessed, and obviously work will continue to go on over the coming years to ensure that the kind of recommendations that we've made are still relevant.
Okay, thank you very much.
Can I come back in on that?
Sorry, yes, would you like to make another comment?
Yeah, sorry. But we've just heard that that there are multiple roads that haven't been considered in the reports, and that some of those roads are actually within a conservation area and cannot be expanded, and you haven't actually considered the B roads, you haven't considered the roads that are existing that already have full to capacity. So the modelling that you've done isn't able to properly justify the amount of 100 hectares of land that you're going to be building on. If it transpires that you then can't use that land because of the traffic, when it's very concentrated, how is it going to be, what you're going to do with those developments? Are you going to put them back into the green belt?
I think you've just answered this question, haven't you? Was there anything else that you wanted to say?
I think, just to be clear, that our modelling has covered all of the roads in Sheffield, the major roads and the minor roads. But what we've done is identify the places where the development will increase the use of those junctions to a level which we don't think is acceptable, and those are the sites which we're looking at for mitigation. When we look at individual planning applications that come through at some point in the future, then those will focus very specifically on the effects of that development and all of the junctions that it might affect. And it may be that extra work is needed at that point, and if it can't be done, then the development wouldn't go ahead. But at the strategic level, which we're working at here, as my colleague says, this is the right model to use, and it's thrown up the sites which we need to look at.
Thank you. Next was Mr. Clapp. Yeah, Mr. Clapp.
Thank you. I just want to pick up on something Mr. Ash said. Our understanding from yesterday was that the viability update note used historic and not current SIL rates. I just want to give the council the opportunity to clarify that, because I think we're slightly confused. The answer given was that it did use updated SIL rates, but that seems to be in conflict with what was said yesterday. The follow-up question that we would have, if the updated SIL rates were used, which I don't think is the case, would be why were there not any updated building costs included at the same time in the analysis?
Okay, yes, sorry, it's a shame this wasn't raised yesterday, because obviously the viability consultant for the council isn't here today.
Well, the only reason I raised it is because I thought we'd reached a settled position yesterday that all the information was historic, but we've been told this morning, I think, that the information, at least in part, has been updated.
Can I just ask the council to confirm, because I didn't hear that?
No, and just be clear about this. I'm happy, I think we can answer the specific point that's been raised, but it is going to put the council in an extremely difficult position if points that are raised, that should have been raised yesterday, when our viability consultant was in the room, are then put to the council in this kind of way. But we can answer this particular point, I think. If there's further information that's required, we will have to potentially come back.
I think this is fairly straightforward, Ma'am, in that the SIL rates haven't changed since the SIL was introduced in Sheffield. So it's the same SIL contributions, the same SIL rates would have been used in the whole plan viability appraisal.
Hopefully that answers your question then. I don't want to go back over the viability assessment because we did discuss that yesterday.
No, but we weren't trying to. It's simply that we thought there was an inconsistency. If you're satisfied that's the answer with the question, we're not trying to revisit a topic we've already covered.
Thank you for your point. Okay, Mr. Levery.
Thank you, ma'am. I just want to come back on the comment by Mr. Shortland that it's good enough to leave it until the planning application stage to look at highways and issues. There is a local road network analysis being done. What we believe is that some of the key junctions have been missed out and not been properly assessed, and I think that assessment needs to be done as part of this process and not left until planning. Thank you.
Thank you. I've noted your points. Mrs. Jackson.
Yeah, just to go back to the freedom of information that we asked for the traffic flows, I'd like to know when we would probably be getting that through to us. And secondly, I didn't get an answer in relation to whether or not the council was going to consider CPOs or not.
Yes, obviously the freedom of information request is slightly outside the remit of this examination, but if you do have an answer, then give it to her or not, okay? If you just want to, so I'll park that if that's okay, because that's a matter between yourself and the council. But in terms of the CPO issue, did the council want to respond on that?
Just say that. Only to say that CPOs are not one of the mitigation measures that are mentioned in this report.
Did you have another comment, Mrs. Jackson? Thank you. Mr. Clapp, did you have another comment?
Just trying to get to the bottom of this SIL point. The issue is that the number fundamentally changes, I think, because the index changes. The rate may not have changed. So there is an updated assessment, as I understand. Forgive me if I'm wrong. That was my understanding. So I think, again, the question is just to seek some clarity as to whether the updated index figure has been used or whether the original figure has been used. And forgive me if that's a viability question that should have been asked yesterday, but the point, as I say, only came up this morning.
Yeah, I see your point. Is this something that the council can perhaps just take away and find out the answer to, and perhaps actually at a future session just briefly mention the answer? That might be the best way. Thank you. Okay, that probably concludes item 2 then. Let's move across the agenda to item 21. We're skipping about a bit, obviously. So item 21 concerns the policy wording. So this is the specific additional sites and the wording suggested there by the council. And so the policy condition, it's in a number of the site allocation policies, basically refers to contributions may be required to the strategic road network or the local road network. And just a couple of questions for the council to start off with. So firstly, the condition refers to schemes on the M1. So those schemes where strategic road network improvements are required. But the IDP refers to potential upgrades on other strategic roads, such as the A61, and also not just junctions, but it talks about the sort of routes between as well. So I just wanted to clarify whether it was an intentional thing to talk just about the junctions in the M1 and exclude the other strategic road network schemes, or whether actually changes would be needed to the policy wording to capture the full range of things that you may be seeking.
Yes, ma'am. I mean, I think there's an element of sort of officer judgment here about the proximity of the sites to the locations where improvements are required on the strategic road network and local road network. So obviously, as we've discussed, the transport modelling has identified that mitigation is required on a number of junctions. And I think with hindsight, perhaps it would be simpler and more straightforward just to refer to junctions on the SRN and or the strategic road network and the local road network. I mean, I think when we looked at this, just in relation to the sites that you've referred to in your question, obviously NES 36 is particularly close to M1 junction 35, SES 29 and SES 30 this relates particularly to the junction improvements required at Retford Road and Beaver Hill Road, so that on the local road network, where a mitigation scheme has been identified there involving signalisation of the arms at the junction, and some other improvements relating to a dedicated right turn bay for trips into Beaver Hill Road. In terms of CH3, that is obviously close to junction 35A on the M1, and site CH4 is close to M1 junction 35. But I think it's reasonable to assume that, you know, sites CH3 and CH4 could reasonably also have an impact on the A616 Thorncliffe Road roundabout. So I think on that basis it would make sense to refer to the strategic road network.
Yes, I think at the same time as well, because I just noted that you don't have conditions on the strategic road network for a number of sites, which I think probably fall in proximity to some of those junctions. So just looking at, if you compare, so if you look at table 11, so in the IDP there's a table, isn't there, which actually mentions specific sites, table 11. And it says that these sites would have an impact on the strategic road network. Sorry, it's actually the transport assessment, the strategic one. So if you bring up table 11 in there,
internet connection.
Yeah, it's difficult, isn't it?
Yeah.
It times out.
Could you just give us the reference number for that table?
Yeah.
Again?
So it's in the travel assessment for the strategic road network, 132A. And then page 37 is a table which goes over about 3 sides. So table 36, page 36 it starts, table 11.
Yes, we've got that now.
Yeah, and the table is entitled List of Identified Local Plan Allocations with Impacts on SRN Junctions. So it obviously doesn't include the reference number, but just sort of from what I can make out, there are a number of the additional sites that are listed in here, but don't, in your policy wording, there's no condition. So if I could just ask that you just check. So I've got down here the NES 37, 38 and 39, CH05, SWS 19, NWS 30, SS19. There's no conditions on the SRN in the policy, but they appear in this table as potentially having impact on the SRN. So if you could just have a check of that and just ensure you've picked up everything.
Would it be acceptable, to provide that in a note to you in terms of just confirming that? Or?
Well, basically what I would say is that if, as the planning inspectors, at the end of all this, we determine that those sites are appropriate to include in the plan, and we haven't reached that decision yet, if that is the case, then at that stage there would be some not main modifications because it's a modification, but the modification that you'd put forward would need to just be looked at and checked. Okay, thank you. And I also have a question just regarding key access requirements. And then obviously you've got a very specific improvement to the local road network scheme with a particular allocation site. Has the council considered whether it might be appropriate to add a bit more detail within these policies to provide that clarity on where access is required and the scheme where the local road network improvement is needed?
I think, yeah, certainly in relation to the identified improvements on the local road network, yes, it would be appropriate to reference those. I think in terms of access to the sites, that's not always been determined yet, whilst we have some idea or views on where access will be achieved. I think that would be something that would come forward at the master planning or planning application stages where more detailed assessments are undertaken. So I don't think we could be specific about access at this point in time.
Thank you very much. And just finally then, there's just a slight difference in the wording for sites CH03 and CH04, where instead of saying contributions may be required to the network, it says contributions are required. I just wanted to check, was that deliberate or unintentional?
I think that's probably unintentional, Marma, yeah.
So in that case, I'm assuming that if these sites do go forward, then you'd be changing that to say may be required? Yeah. Okay, thank you for answering those questions. Does anyone around the table then have any comments on the very specific policy wording relating to transport and access within the proposed site allocations? Okay, a few people. Mrs Davison first.
Hi, yeah, I just want to query, there appears to be a bit of a conflict with one of the statements of common ground on the Norfolk estates, which is allowing access through the local wildlife site. And in the statement, you have effectively said that unavoidable essential infrastructure will be allowed to be built within the local wildlife sites. That appears to be in conflict with the other policies that you've put forward, GS5, but it also seems to be in conflict with other policies, national policies and legal duties on protecting of the wildlife sites. So can I just ask why does that statement of common ground imply a policy change?
Is this site SES 30?
38.
38. Sorry.
Home Lane.
NES.
Home Lane. NES. Sorry.
NES
38.
Okay.
Home Lane Farm. It's a master plan that was put forward.
Okay.
It was released. The information was released on Friday.
Okay. So just to say that we've got the site-specific sessions coming up. So we will be dealing with those sorts of specific but important questions at that site session.
It was more about the policy change, because if it's allowed on that site, then effectively it's changing the whole policy that's supposed to be protecting those wildlife sites.
It's a specific question. We will come back to it, but it does relate to a very specific matter, so we'll park that for now. But thank you for your comment. Okay, Mr. Ash.
Thank you. Just a quick one. Obviously, the wording, obviously subject to mitigation and where appropriate, from our point of view, is very weak. And obviously it does not guarantee the delivery of the upgrades. So I just wanted to put that on record, if that's okay. And obviously, is it acceptable putting wording in like that?
Does the council wish to comment on that issue?
I think only insofar as that it reflects where we are in terms of the position, in terms of allocating sites, and that a lot of the detail around access or impacts more widely are things that will be determined at the master planning or planning application stage. So it may be the case that once those more detailed investigations are undertaken that there isn't an issue. So I think where appropriate is the right wording in those instances.
Okay, thank you. So if there's no more comments then, I think it's probably a good point to take a comfort break. So it's 10:55, so if we can meet back at 11:15. Thank you. Okay, welcome back everyone. We've reached item 3 on the agenda, which is open space, infrastructure and ecology. So I've got a few questions first for the council. Just a quick question under bullet point 1, and then under bullet points 2 to 4, just a few questions about the potential strategy the council may have, and then there'll be a chance for others to comment after that. So turning to the first bullet point then, is the council seeking to deliver open space provision standards as set out in paragraph 4.25 in the consultation paper, or those in policy NC15? So I just wanted to double check on this point, because I think I've got a bit confused, because I note that the consultation paper does talk about 30% or 20% of the site being for open space and community facilities. So if you could just clarify for me.
Yes, ma'am. So the 30% allowance on sites over 10 hectares is for non-residential uses, so including community facilities, other infrastructure, as well as the minimum 10% open space. So to be clear, this is the rule of thumb that we've used in the Housing and Economic Land Availability Assessment to estimate site capacities. It's not a policy requirement. We're not proposing that paragraph 4.25 will be part of the plan. It was just in the consultation document to explain how we've calculated sort of non-residential uses within the overall site area. But we do think that each of the housing site allocations would include a condition requiring compliance with the golden rules. So developments would need to comply with policy NC15, which requires 10% open space on sites with capacity for 100 or more dwellings. So, for example, on sites SES 30 and NES 37, the schools and burial grounds would also be included as part of the 30%. So they're the non-residential part. So that was just a process we went through for calculating the site capacities. I think in reality, we often, once we get to the master planning and planning application stages on bigger sites, we may often end up with more than 10% open space, due, for example, to the need to provide biodiversity net gain, provide ecological buffers, avoid areas of flood risk, or maintain undeveloped land next to a watercourse. But it depends on the site. I think in considering our answer to this question, we have realised that the wording of the condition that we've proposed on the golden rules is probably not quite correct. So policy NC15 would not require the provision of new open space on greenbelt sites in circumstances where there's a surplus of open space in the area. So just reflecting on that, we don't think that's really consistent with the spirit or intention of the golden rules, that there would be a requirement to provide or enhance open space off-site in some circumstances. When that's intended to compensate for the greenbelt loss. So we'd therefore suggest a slight amendment to policy NC15, and we might want to pick that up when we consider that policy, but perhaps useful just to explain it now. And that's just to clarify that open space provision is required in line with the golden rules, sort of irrespective of whether there's a surplus of open space in the area, because it's a compensatory requirement. So we'd suggest that in NC15 there's an additional clause within the policy which says that residential development with a capacity of 10 or more dwellings on sites within the greenbelt or land released from the greenbelt through the plan making process will be expected to provide at least 10% open space on site or off site within the local area if this is more appropriate to do so. We can provide you with that wording if that's helpful, but we can also pick that up when we get to that policy on stage 3 of the hearings on the development management policies.
No, that's fine to deal with it now. So I've got some questions as well, because obviously we've got an item on the agenda about item 20, but I also had questions on that condition 1 as well.
Yeah.
So that links in with that. So yes, I would say that if these sites do go forward, that seems to me to be quite a sensible approach, saying that even if there isn't a shortfall in the area, that you would actually seek at least that figure of open space on the sites. That seems fair. And like you say, it's within the spirit of the golden rules. Just in terms of NC15. So that's on the agenda, I think, for the 15th or the 16th of October, Policy NC15. So we'll be coming back to it. But I just had a thought, so you can park this one if you wish, but it obviously has a standard in the policy for schemes of 100 plus. But there's no reference to the amount that you would seek on a slightly smaller scheme, less than 100. Is that something that could be useful to add in the policy to provide that clarity?
Can we reflect on that, Ma'am, and come back to you when we deal with that policy? Is that all right? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And then moving on then to bullet points 2, 3, 4, which are interrelated. So does the council, I know that you said in your evidence previously that you hadn't developed a green space strategy yet. I just wanted to get your up-to-date position on that.
Yeah, I think the position is that the existing strategies are quite out of date. So the council is working on a new strategy. So the council's Parks and Countryside Service is working with partners really to develop a blue and green space system vision. And the concept there is really for a citywide network of interconnected parks, rivers and woodlands, covering urban green spaces and land in the green belt. The work's very much been led by landscape architects and community groups like SOAR, so that's SOAR, SOAR, who are a community regeneration charity, and the Green Estate Community Interest Company, which is a social enterprise operating in Sheffield. And they're looking at tackling a range of, providing a load of benefits really in terms of that strategy around climate resilience, biodiversity, active travel, mental well-being and community participation. Project is being developed in association with the University of Sheffield as part of the Improving Wellbeing Through Urban Nature project, which is IWUN project, Improving Wellbeing Through Urban Nature. As I say, that's research led by the University of Sheffield with a study on how green space really affects health. So I mentioned that the council does have some strategies at the moment. Those are quite old. So the Green and Open Spaces strategy called Sheffield Great Outdoors covers the period 2010 to 2030. And there's also a waterways strategy called the City of Rivers, which was published in 2014. So the intention is to renew those as a single green-blue strategy for Sheffield, and that's the work that I've just been describing. And obviously those strategies sit within the wider outdoor city brand in Sheffield. The council's approach will also be informed by the 2022 open space assessment document, which is in the document library, reference OS02 to OS16, which sets out information on the quantity, quality and accessibility of green spaces in housing market areas. It'll also be informed, obviously, by the local nature recovery strategy network and the strategy work that is being developed by SIMCA, which we'll discuss later on the agenda. Just to mention another strategy, which is an ongoing work on a new playing pitch strategy that will help and inform where improvements to existing playing fields or new provision is required. And the Parks and Countryside Service are also involved in advising on relevant planning applications. So the council's approach covers improvement of existing green spaces and, where necessary, the creation of new green space via new housing developments negotiated through Section 106 agreements, etc. And we, as I say, we seek advice from the council's Parks and Countryside Service and the Sport and Leisure team in deciding applications and looking at where appropriate improvements are needed. So in conclusion, yes, we do have some strategies. They need updating and refreshing, and the council is progressing that work with partners, working towards a new blue-green space strategy.
Thank you. And when is that new strategy due out?
I would have to check with colleagues about when that's going to be produced, but we can come back to you with a date for that.
Thank you. And then just one final question. Obviously, within the habitats regulations assessment work, there's a key mitigation measure, isn't there, that talks about creation of alternative green spaces. So is that work sort of all tying into this new blue and green space strategy?
Yes, we would very much see that as part of that overall green and blue space strategy. The two will obviously work together, the local nature recovery strategy and the council's new open space strategy. And obviously where new open space is provided on developments, the council will seek to maximise opportunities to create accessible natural green space in the opportunity areas that are identified within the local nature recovery strategy, and which we'll go on to discuss further later on the agenda. So that would include sort of protecting and enhancing connectivity between existing habitats, as well as creating areas that would allow for all-day visits. And I think that's quite important in terms of the park and deflecting visitor pressure away from the important habitat sites within the national park. So part of why this is a mitigation measure is because it is helping to divert pressure away from those internationally important habitat sites. So the Parkwood Springs proposals are a very good example of where the council is taking steps to develop recreational space within the urban area, which is an attraction for people to go to for day visits. I won't go into great detail about that, but essentially the concept is an urban country park at Parkwood Springs, supporting Sheffield's position as the UK outdoor city. I think we'll probably come on to this a bit further in relation to the local nature recovery strategy questions later on the agenda, but I think it's worth just raising now that we think in order to reinforce the points around habitat creation and accessible natural green space within the opportunity areas, it will be appropriate for all 14 of the proposed additional site allocations to include a policy requirement relating to maintaining ecological corridors. So I think when we get on to that question, we'll talk about how the sites lie in areas identified as opportunity areas, and I'm sure the Wildlife Trust will have some observations about that as well. But we think, to be consistent with the approach we've used for other sites within the urban area, where we've identified, where the ecology team have identified opportunities for improved connectivity between habitats within the urban area, that the same principles should also apply to the additional site allocations on greenbelt land. So the wording of that condition, which mirrors the wording used for the urban sites, it reads, connective ecological corridors or areas, including buffers, shown on the local nature recovery strategy, and combined natural capital opportunity maps are to be maintained on site and removed from the developable area. Biodiversity net gain should be delivered on site within the connective ecological corridor and area. So that's a condition that's already attached to relevant sites within the urban area, but we think that should be added to these sites as well.
Thank you for that. So yes, I mean, I do have some questions about the policy conditions and the wording. It might be worth just actually talking through them now. So moving to item 20 on the agenda, because I think people probably got more comments on those issues as we go through. And then obviously I'll give a chance for everyone else around the table to comment at that point if they wish. So under item 20 on the agenda, I've picked up about the compensatory improvements to the remaining areas of the green belt. So that's the condition number 3, which I think appears third mostly. But obviously we've got the condition number 1 as well. And so I did actually have like a question about how those two conditions work together, because I think I've got a bit confused because they seem to be doing slightly different things, but actually there are some similarities. So I'm actually not really clear what the council is seeking, because condition 1 says that the site's formally designated as greenbelt, so the golden rules set out in the NPPF apply. Open space should be provided in accordance with NC15. And then obviously condition 3 says that planning applications must include a comprehensive assessment of impacts on the environment, Where appropriate, adverse impacts should be offset through compensatory improvements to the environmental quality and accessibility of remaining areas of greenbelt. So yes, if you can explain whether it's an and or what exactly you're seeking. But obviously it is, I appreciate you've got a transitional plan. So perhaps it's unusual that you're referencing both NPPFs effectively.
Yes, thank you. I can appreciate that it perhaps is a little confusing given where we are in relation to the framework. I think the first thing to say is that we feel that they're not mutually exclusive would be the starting point. So the first condition obviously makes reference to the golden rules, which we've already discussed this morning and also a little yesterday. And also specifically there in relation to open space provision, which we'd expect to see as part of the design of those developments. The third bullet point, the third condition, which specifically relates to compensatory improvements, is taken with reference to the fact that under the September 2023 framework through which we're being examined, there is a requirement to make compensatory improvements where land is released from the greenbelt. And we have reflected quite a lot on whether there's an overlap there or not. And I think we're minded to consider that actually there isn't an overlap because the compensatory improvements may not necessarily be in the form of open space provision per se. So you had asked a question on the agenda about what the comprehensive assessment might involve in relation to the first sentence of that condition. And I think that might help to explain where we were envisaging that condition leading. So we would expect that the assessment here would convert an analysis of how the greenbelt is currently used in respect of those beneficial uses of greenbelt set out in the framework, and what elements of that would be lost or have the opportunity to be improved as a result of the development. So, for example, where a site includes public rights of way, an assessment of their condition, accessibility and usage would then enable compensatory improvements to be identified and delivered within that site and also in terms of the relationship of that site to accessing the wider greenbelt and countryside. Obviously, different sites will have a different range of opportunities to provide compensatory improvements in relation to their specific context. So it wouldn't necessarily be appropriate to list what those compensatory improvements would be in the condition until that work has been done to assess what would be appropriate for that site. But going back to my original point, those compensatory improvements aren't necessarily related to open space provision per se, and that aspect of the golden rules. They could relate to other issues. So I mentioned public rights of way there. I know that in other authorities it might, for example, be things like provision of bus stops in a particular location that enables residents of a site to get out into the wider area. So that analysis needs to be carried out to understand what that requirement would be. And it isn't mutually exclusive. There's a need to adhere to what the golden rules require, but also given the arrangements that we have being examined under that framework, I feel that it's quite important that we reflect that here. I hope that makes sense.
Yes, I see your point in terms of compensation can be, like you say, improvements to public rights of way, so it's not necessarily involving additional open space on a site or off-site. So in terms of those compensatory improvements then, obviously the council's doing a blue and green infrastructure strategy, whatever it's going to be named. Are you also developing alongside that a compensatory improvement strategy? Because obviously at the moment there's no detail in policies or your evidence base on that. And it's just that issue of providing some certainty.
Well, I think as I just explained, our view was that until the work had been carried out to look at those sites in terms of what their development would be and what might be lost or what the opportunities for improvement there are, we wouldn't necessarily be able to state categorically what those improvements should be. So we hadn't got in mind a compensatory improvement strategy, but if that's something that we need to take away and consider to support the implementation of that condition on development, then obviously we'd welcome that advice.
Okay, I have seen it elsewhere because it can help, particularly in an area if there's, I don't know, there's not any sort of obvious areas where you do compensation, and it could help to amalgamate contributions to a particular strategy or even to a separate organisation like the Wildlife Trust. But anyway, we'll park that for now. So does anyone else have any comments in terms of the Council's conditions 1 and 3, which we've just been discussing, which is obviously quite a detailed issue, or the Council's proposal that they're going to be producing this new blue and green infrastructure strategy, or anything else to do with open space infrastructure? Okay. Would you like to go first, because you've had your nameplate up for a while? Thank you.
Thank you. I'm Richard Mills. I'm representing the Council for Preservation of Rural England, Peak District and South Yorkshire. And by way of explanation, our charity promotes the importance of the green belt and the setting of the Peak District. I'd like to say we strongly supported the city's original planned ambition for growth with a brownfield first approach while preserving valuable urban green space and almost all the green belt. We do recognise that meeting the higher housing requirement imposed in national planning policy requires the development of some greenfield sites, because we do support the Council in seeking to have a deliverable local plan which is adopted without delay, as the absence of the plan is likely to be significantly harmful to the sustainability of Sheffield City. So I will be highlighting where we have concerns, particularly where we see a lack of a strategic approach. And moving to the public open space, I think this highlights one of the recurrent themes of our concerns. As has been recognised, Sheffield doesn't have enough public open space, as evidenced by the open space assessment. We think there should be clear and deliverable plans created through community engagement and wide consultation, which will improve the green belt and green infrastructure in a way that goes some way to compensate those who will feel the loss of green belt land most acutely. We also think the local plan needs to safeguard areas where the opportunity exists for deliverable enhancements to the green belt and green infrastructure in order to meet the multiple aims set out in the NPF and the local strategy. So I think what we're saying is there's a lack of strategy here. We're looking at individual sites. There's a great opportunity as we promote ourselves as the outdoor city to really be bold and try to bring forward that strategy to enhance the city, recognising the pressures it's under. And I'm just concerned that we're not seeing the promises or the proposals are vague and the strategies have been around for a while, and I think we need to give that more emphasis if we're going to go any way to meeting the demands of the population and the campaign groups. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Yes, I mean, I wanted to know when that strategy was going to be produced, but the Council said they will get back to me. They weren't sure, so hopefully we'll find out. Okay, thank you for your comment. Sorry, I can't remember your name. Was it Mr. Morsley?
Morsley.
Yeah.
Roy Morsley. Yeah, I was just going to make a point about the quality of green space, particularly in relation to the ecology of surrounding areas. It does appear in some situations that sort of generic open space, green space, is perhaps being used to buffer against a local wildlife site or ancient woodland, which are obviously really important ecological sites. We're conscious that generic open space could be short-mown grass, it could be hard surfaces for ball games, it could be play areas with safety surfacing everywhere. Those type of areas don't provide an ecological function. Their vegetation is either just non-existent or is just short-mown grass that doesn't provide the habitats that the wildlife would need. So, as I say, just making a general point that where we've got that proximity to local wildlife sites or ancient woodlands, the buffer areas should be ecologically suitable. So, they should have the habitats in place, and this will play out in time through the local nature recovery strategy, I think, in showing where ecological functional corridors need to go.
Thank you. Did the council wish to respond on that?
Yeah, I mean, I think we would certainly support the approach of trying to improve ecological connective corridors and taking advantage of the creating habitats within the opportunity areas. I think the problem we have at the moment is that the local nature recovery strategy work is not complete. We have the natural capital mapping that was done, and there has been some preliminary work looking at the opportunity areas. It's not published at a large scale at the moment. We'll come on to this perhaps later on in the agenda, but just flagging that I think that's the difficulty we've faced, is the lack of information and evidence on that at the moment. But we do propose, as I mentioned earlier, attaching the condition to all the allocations. It's almost like a preemptive condition, recognising that the LNRS should be in place by the end of next year. And at that point, it would, it'll obviously be a material consideration in considering planning applications. So it's important that condition flags that condition now.
Can I come back on that very briefly? I take the point about the local nature recovery strategy not being completed yet, but just going back to really my main thrust of my point was we do know where the local wildlife sites are in relation to the development sites, and it'd be good to acknowledge that the buffering of those sites needs to be using land that's ecologically suitable, not a play area or something.
I've noted your point, thank you. Okay, Mrs. Jackson next, thank you.
Thank you. I've got 2 points really. There was a planning application by Recycle in 2012 to extract the coal on one of the sites, that's the Hesleywood site. The community residents objected to the noise, the dust and the light impacts that would cause, and that was over a 5-year period, as well as permanent damage to the landscape. Thousands of trees were cut down in advance of the planning of the site access and the plant machinery. Planning permission was granted on the proviso that a country park be created by Recycle after the extraction process was completed. This never happened. They pulled out of the site, left it in a mess, and as such it's now been grown back, and it is now the green belt that we love and use quite regularly. How can we trust that the council will therefore enforce that what is committed by developers once they've met their objectives is actually going to be put into place? Because theoretically this site should not be available, it should be a country park. That's point 1. I don't know if you want to do that first. Okay. My second point is just picking up on the urban park at Parkwood Springs to encourage a day out for people. Would that be including parking? Because nobody is going to take their 3-4 kids on a bus with a picnic to get there, or get up that hill by cycle. This should be returned to housing, if at all, and it should be used to create a green space within it and leave the established green fields alone. It was a housing estate many years ago, and it could be taken back to a housing estate. Sorry. And it's in Brownfield Exam 141, I'm told.
Sorry, I missed which site are you talking about? It's one of the allocation sites.
Yeah, that's, is that Springwood? That one?
Yeah, Parkwood.
Parkwood Springs is 141, Exam 141.
It's in there as an alternate site.
So it's not one of the allocation sites that is being proposed by the council?
That one's an alternate site that seems to have been put to one side despite the size and the availability of it.
And so, sorry, can you repeat your point? So it's an emission site, and what you...
Yeah, so it's just been stating that under this new blue-green strategy, that an urban park might be placed at Parkwood Springs, whereas before it used to be housing and could quite easily be put back to housing with green spaces in there, leaving the green belt alone.
Does the council have any comments on either of those points? I mean, if you just want to briefly respond, because I think the first was about just an enforcement issue, and then secondly about whether one of the emission sites, so I didn't capture the number, Parkwood Springs, would be suitable for an urban park. Is that something the council's going to consider as part of the strategy, or is it too early to say at this stage?
Just really briefly, I'll start. Parkwood Springs is one of our site allocations for outdoor leisure use. So it's not an emission site. It's one of the sites referenced by the community group in their document 141, but it is allocated in the local plan.
Could I ask if that's the top half or the bottom half, because it seems to be split into two?
We've not got access to the internet to confirm that at the moment. We think it's the bottom half, which is the old ski village, which is the allocation. The top half is a recreational site, and there's funding in place to deliver a country park on that site. So that there is a committed scheme, essentially, not allocated in the local plan for the top part, but a committed scheme to do improvements to that open space to deliver that scheme. In terms of enforcement and future allocations, it's not appropriate to speculate as to what might or might not occur in relation to the delivery of those applications, but the council has got discretionary powers to enforce, and if that's appropriate at a point in the future against any allocation in the plan or any other planning matter, then the council will take that and take appropriate steps.
Thank you very much. Mr. Vincent?
Yeah, just to add to what Mr. Johnson was saying there, the recycle scheme was approved a considerable period of time ago, but it was never implemented. So that's the point there. The scheme was never carried through by the developer. The market for coal changed, so that's why it's never happened.
Could I just point out that all the capabilities, if you like, all the machinery, etc., was installed, but it just never got off the ground?
Thank you very much. Okay, going around the table, Mr. Ash.
Thank you. Just a couple of points. I know, obviously, we've mentioned viability reports, but again, if you're allocating 10% open space and all green belt, has this been incorporated into the developers' plans? Because this means you can't build on 10% of the sites. So that's one of my questions. And obviously I'm just looking at your green space and open space strategy 2010-2030, which obviously Sheffield University did help with. And one of the fundamental aspects is green space is fundamental for mental and well-being in urban environments. So obviously, does the council think it's acceptable to build on S35's green belt and then put funding across the city towards the Peak District? So you're taking green spaces from disadvantaged areas and actually spending the money that you're taking from there over to the west side of the city, to the Peak District. Is that fair, where there's more affluent areas? I just feel it's a little bit unfair. Does the council agree that maybe you need to readdress this and have a look at it?
Okay, I haven't heard them say that they're going to be spending the money in the Peak District. Okay, if the council wanted to just respond to that then. You also made a point, I think, before about building on the 10%. Sorry, can you repeat your point?
Yeah, sorry. Obviously, what was mentioned earlier, it was they wouldn't build on 10% of the green belt and leave 10% of it open space. So looking at that, that means that all the green belt sites, you can't build on 10% of the areas because you're going to have to leave it open. Is that being included in the viability report because you're going to have to leave 10% of the areas vacant?
I mean, that would be the council's standard approach to require on-site open space generally. Did the council want to just come back very briefly on the second point?
On the first point, firstly, yes, the whole plan viability assessment takes account of net and gross areas. On the second point, I think it was just to say, really, we covered our views on social and economic impacts yesterday, and we're not intending to repeat those points again today.
I didn't hear you say you were going to be spending money in the Peak District. I heard you say you're going to be developing a green and blue infrastructure strategy across the city. I mean, have I missed something?
I wonder whether the comment was perhaps about the habitat regulation assessment and the need to provide alternative green spaces within Sheffield to stop recreational visits to the Peak District. So I think that's when the Peak District was mentioned, so perhaps it was in relation to that.
I mean, yes, the council are talking about providing more sites within the city, so people then don't have to travel to the Peak District.
I obviously agree with that, but again, my comment still stands. Do they think it's fair taking most of the green belt away from S13 and S35 especially, which are the disadvantaged areas, and obviously spending the money in other areas?
Thank you. I've noted your point. Mrs Davison.
Yes, thank you. I just want to pick up on what Roy was saying about the buffers, and I heard the answer, which was essentially that the local recovery...
Sorry, can I ask you to pull your microphone down a bit, because I can't quite hear you. Thank you.
Sorry. Is that better? Yeah, so the answer that was given to Roy around the buffers, now I just want to highlight that buffers are a designation. Sorry, buffers are has a designation of ecology. A greenspace has a designation of community and recreation. The two are very separate. The answer that Roy was given was to do with the local nature recovery strategy not quite being in place. But I wanted to point out that it is within the policy GS5, where it was referred to that the Sheffield Plan would take into consideration the emerging policy, but also that it is Natural England's standing advice that that buffers to local wildlife sites and ancient woodland must be kept free of development, include native planting, and be managed for biodiversity, not recreation.
Yes, I mean, we've got item 19 on the agenda where we're talking about the buffers, so perhaps it's time to move on to that. I can see two more comments then in terms of the strategy and the conditions we've talked about already. So I'll take those and then we'll move on to item 19 and we can perhaps pick up on some of your concerns there, Mrs Davison. Mr Gregg first.
Thank you, ma'am. I think I've got a couple of questions, two questions, if I may, back to the council, and then I may have a further comment at the end. But first one is about the condition, proposed condition to on the ecological corridors in relation to local nature recovery strategies and the maps that Mr Vincent referred to. We haven't seen the maps that he referred to in his comment just now. I do know as part of our statement of common ground, we have been briefly discussing this at the end of last week. It's come quite late in the day, but I suppose my question is, will the local nature recovery strategy and the maps be subject to public consultation at some point in the future? And will they be specific enough to, or how specific will they be in relation to the sites that Limes Developments are promoting, CH05 and NES 39? So that's my first question. Thank you.
I can just say on that one that we've got item 9 on the agenda where we'll be coming back to local nature recovery in detail. So yeah, we'll definitely come back to that issue. Would you like to proceed with your second question?
Okay, thank you. The second one is about the compensatory condition. It's a little bit confusing, I have to say, because it's come from MPPF 2023 version, paragraph 142, which doesn't include the first sentence in the condition. Planning applications must include a comprehensive assessment of the development's impact on the environment. As part of a planning application, there will be a suite of documents and studies that will assess the impact on the environment. So I'm not quite sure if that's strictly necessary in the wording. It's not there in paragraph 142. And then I suppose it's a question first for the council perhaps to clarify again what they mean about the second part of this condition. So, where appropriate, adverse impacts. Again, the paragraph 142 doesn't talk about adverse impacts, it talks about impacts of the remaining greenbelt land. And if there are adverse impacts, then I would think that as part of the planning application process, they ought to be dealt with on site, and they ought to be dealt with as part of the planning balance. So It's a bit confusing, I have to say, and I think Ms Stevens did sort of clarify, but if she could perhaps do that again, just so that I'm clear, and then I might have a further comment on it. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, so picking up, I suppose, on your first point, which is about the comprehensive assessment then, and that particular sentence, can the council, I mean, I think, it might have been you that said that it seemed quite draconian, and was it sort of equivalent to an environmental impact assessment, but perhaps the council could just explain their reasoning behind that sentence and what they're seeking to achieve through it, and whether it's actually needed.
Just to clarify, I didn't use the word draconian, I don't think. Thank you.
Sorry, putting words in your mouth there.
Thank you. There's always a danger here that I'm going to try and repeat what I said earlier and get it wrong. I think I've already explained what we anticipated that the assessment would cover. Not that it would be a particularly, I don't want to say onerous, it should be rigorous, obviously, but the nature of the assessment would be unique to what was found on that site in terms of what characteristics the greenbelt on that site holds, what potentially might therefore be lost by the release of the land for development, and what opportunities there are to make compensatory improvements in respect of that. I think, having just reflected on the conversation we were having a few minutes ago, I don't know if I can describe that any further. I don't want to say, well, it should be a 500-page document or a 10-page document, but in the manner of other statements that are provided during the pre-application and planning application process, it would need to be proportionate to be able to explain what has been found having carried out that examination and what measures are anticipated to be put in place. I think I said that we'd be more than happy to go away and consider what form of note or strategy or statement compensatory improvement strategy could look like, or whether that might look like something more like an SPD, or whether it's simply an explanation of how that would be implemented within the site allocation policy itself. We have to take guidance on that, or alternatively we can go away and come back with something to present to you in terms of how we think that might be handled to clarify the requirement and how that would be dealt with through the planning application stage.
If I may, ma'am, thank you. Yeah, I think a proportionate approach is welcomed. Maybe the wording could include that somehow. I just want to say that there's huge inconsistency across LPAs, local planning authorities in the country, and how they apply compensatory improvements. And I know that you examined the Wakefield Local Plan, they have a similar policy for their greenbelt release sites. And I've experienced, a pragmatic approach, proportionate approach when taking planning applications forward as a result. But I know that in other authorities that hasn't been the case, where there is similar wording. So I think some form of framework, proportionate framework, would be really helpful for us going forward. We do have the golden rules now. The council is seeking to apply both golden rules and compensatory improvements. I have tried to find through the government's consultation response to the latest update to the NPPF as to why they dropped the reference to compensatory improvements. I haven't been able to find that myself, but I guess there must be a reason, and I'm guessing that reason is because it is an inconsistently applied policy from the NPPF, and it provides great uncertainty as to how that's really going to be borne out in practice. So, yeah, I think perhaps proportionate and perhaps also something which refers to on-site improvements would also be quite helpful, because I completely accept we're not talking about open space exclusively, but when it comes to compensation, it could be all sorts of things. It could be more street trees or something. If it's on site, there's a much greater chance of it being delivered. But if we're talking about contributions to various strategies or local groups, that's when it becomes much more difficult to manage and then, predict costs at a planning application stage, which is what we're supposed to be doing here as part of this process. So we have that certainty about what the cost is going to be to developers at the application stage. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think Mr. Mills, you're next, and then come back to Mr. Wood.
Yeah, thank you. In respect of question 19, I think our concerns, we share the concerns of the Wildlife Trust about inadequate buffer distances. So we certainly think those need to be improved. But also, I think more fundamentally, I mean, we're concentrating here on individual sites. By its very nature, these wildlife corridors, that's exactly what they are. And I think unless we have, you know, at least some impression of where the crucial corridors are and how these sites relate to that, it's again the lack of a strategy. And I think it's very difficult to consider individual sites in total isolation because wildlife doesn't take any notice of that. So I do think we need that wider picture, which of course is work in progress and our understanding changes. But I think there needs to be a clearer commitment to that and relating these sites to that. Otherwise, we probably don't know for sure what impact we are having.
Thank you very much. Mr. Wood.
Thank you. Could I just double check we're dealing with question 9? Not at the moment, we're coming back to that. I just wanted to check that because we're covering a range of things, I think.
We have jumped around, so if you've got any comments, I suppose, on, we're focusing at the moment...
19 and 20.
20.
Yeah, that's fine.
We haven't covered 19 yet. People keep wanting to refer to it, they're desperate to, but we're still on 19.
By asking, I will refrain, but I guess I've taken up minutes by asking you, so
So if you've got comments on conditions 1 and 3.
Yeah, so I'm on 20. I didn't have anything really set out before I came in, but I was just really listening to the discussion. I can see in terms of sort of comprehensive assessment and compensatory improvements from what's been said, I can see that there's some benefit in terms of setting out what is to be achieved overall through this policy approach, because in terms of your comment, Ma'am, about then potential like pooling or wider opportunities, so there might be things that could be gained by that. When I listen to it and think about it from a site-specific and a site assessment point of view, without sounding too glib, it sounds like good planning, and that a site master plan or a site planning approach should surely take all those factors into account, the characteristics within this wider policy context, the sort of site characteristics and the opportunities in bringing proposals forward. So I guess what I'm perhaps guarding against is some layer of another assessment and another perhaps a document that needs to be produced, whereas what I'm trying to say is I can see that the principles are applicable, but it should come forward in the way that sites are brought forward. So that's my comments on 20. On 19, we understand and support the principle of a buffer.
Can we wait?
Are we on that? So I wasn't sure if I'm not 9. We're not doing 19 at the moment then. Okay. Apologies. I'll hold back. Thank you. That was just my comments on 20. Thank you.
So to close then, I think on item 20, so looking at conditions 1 and 3 and what the council's seeking to achieve, I think my only 2 points probably I'll just make, having heard the debate. I think the first sentence in condition 3, so where it says planning applications must include a comprehensive assessment of the development's impacts on the environment. So Mrs. Stevens, you gave sorry, shall I pause? Okay. Mrs. Stevens, you gave a good explanation of what that was intending to achieve. So you said that basically it would be looking at the effective development on the loss of the green belt effectively. So I think that just perhaps some additional wording in there to explain that that's what you're doing. You're not doing a full environmental impact assessment. You're looking very specifically actually about what the loss of green belt means on that particular site. So if I could just say that if these site allocations do remain in the plan, I think that wording, just to look at that. And then secondly, if you're going for these compensatory improvements as a transitional plan, obviously it's within your right to do so. if that's the council's intention, then obviously these are quite complex schemes to deliver in many instances, because they involve remaining land in the greenbelt that's often not within the ownership of that particular developer or site promoter. So elsewhere, councils have got strategies or SPDs or whatever where they've started to build up a bank of particular potential projects, so that when you get applications coming forward on these sorts of schemes, then you've got a list of potential schemes and strategies where that money can be spent. So I would say that there needs to be some reference somewhere in the plan to that. Whether it needs to be within each site policy remains to be seen, but somewhere in the plan. So I think that is probably an important strategy document if you're going to have any hope of delivering these things off-site, because it does involve so many different people and organisations and land. Did you want to say anything on those two suggestions?
Yes, thank you. I'll have to rewatch the live stream to remember what I actually said there. But yes, we're very happy to take that away and consider some amended wording to that third condition in respect of what you've just described, and also to think about where we need to reference in the plan either a strategy or other mechanism for deciding where compensatory improvements should take place or could take place and what that might look like, and come back to you on that.
Thank you. So, sorry, just looking at my list, there's also one further change, which I think the council has actually identified itself. So, this is the issue of whether golden rules apply to employment. Obviously, and it states in the MPPF it doesn't. So, in the new statement of common grounds relating to employment sites CH03, 04 and NES 36, I see that the council has actually signalled agreement to delete that policy condition for those sites. So I'd agree with that. That is a logical change that would then comply with the MPPF. So just to note that. Okay, right. Let's move on then finally to item 19. Okay, so this is the policy condition that appears in a number of the additional site wordings relating to local wildlife sites and ancient woodland. So a number of representations have been raised with concerns about whether these buffers are sufficient or in some instances, should be decreased or increased. So I have got a couple of questions for the council about how they were derived and whether they are sufficient, and then I'll bring in others around the table to comment on this issue. So just starting off then with the council, if you can just outline for me, please, where the distances come from and why you think they are sufficient and appropriate.
Yes, so the conditions that we refer to are certainly in relation to ancient woodland, ancient trees and veteran trees reflect national guidance provided by Natural England. So there is a specific document published by Natural England on that, and they recommend a minimum of 15 metres for ancient woodland, veteran trees and ancient trees as well. For other types of wildlife site and for other types of habitat in particular, there are no set standards for buffer distances for local wildlife sites, but the council's ecology team have produced their own guidance setting out minimum distances for sort of local wildlife site buffer zones. I've mentioned the woodland one, but for grassland they suggest a minimum of 6 metres, for wetlands and water bodies a minimum of 10 to 15 metres. For watercourses, those are assessed on a case-by-case basis, but as a general rule, a minimum of 8 metres is used for main rivers and a minimum of 3 metres for minor watercourses, and that's consistent with the advice the Environment Agency provide in relation to recommending a minimum 8 metres for main rivers. There's no official policy wording, but as a statutory consultee, and the Environment Agency frequently recommend 8 metres for main rivers. I think it's fair to say that the buffer zones are provided as a guide, and site-specific details may require larger buffers, or in a small number of cases a smaller buffer may be acceptable, but very rarely less than the minimum distances that I've just mentioned. So I think, in summary, really, the buffer distances, they reflect Natural England guidance in relation to woodland, but for other habitat types, they're based on the experience and knowledge of the council's ecologists when considering different types of habitat, site constraints and the size and type of development. And they, in coming to those conclusions, they draw on case studies and advice issued by national government organisations, the Chartered Institute of Ecology and Environmental Management, as well as advice from charities such as the Woodland Trust and RSPB. So it is on the advice of our own ecologists, but taking advice from a range of other specialists and organisations.
Okay, thank you for that. Moving on to the second bullet point then, it's just a small point. Should the conditions actually say the word minimum?
We think that would be a modification that would be appropriate, that it should say minimum distances.
Okay, thank you for confirming that. Does anyone else around the table now wish to comment on the council's proposed buffer distances within these site policies? Mr. Morsley.
Yeah, so we're objecting to 4 of the sites because of no acceptable buffer. On the sort of the quoted minimum 15 metres from Natural England, that specific guidance relates to the protection of individual trees, because obviously the trees have a root system that can extend up to 15 metres. So that buffer is about the protection of either individual trees or obviously a group of trees that are in a woodland. There is actually, ecologically, there's a need for a much bigger buffer than that in certain situations where you have got important local wildlife sites, important ancient woodlands, because the wildlife itself needs to be able to forage and hunt.
Can you turn the other microphone off? I think I can see that.
And nest in a wider area from there. On this one. Yes, I'm just saying that the buffer needs to be wider because the wildlife needs to forage, to hunt, to nest in and around those important sites. And we've got alternative guidance from Natural England and the Forestry Commission that quotes a figure of a minimum of 50 metres to allow for that ecological functionality around the important sites. And to be honest, there's an argument for a precautionary approach in some instances where there's no ecological data for a wider buffer initially until you've got those detailed ecological reporting and understand the actual impacts on the wildlife by a reduced buffer.
Thank you. So I have read your representation. Can you just remind me where obviously you've referenced the 50-metre distance being your preference. Can you just remind me where that's come from? Is it a specific document?
Hi, yeah, just to be clear, we'd like the precautionary approach of 100 metres. The 50 metres is from the Natural England Woodland Trust and Forestry Commission standing data, where it states that the 15 metres is the absolute minimum to prevent mechanical damage to tree roots alone. Where any impact of air, light and noise pollution, it should be much greater, and a 50-metre minimum is preferable. I'd also like to just point out that a number of organisations are also asking for a 10-metre buffer around hedgerows, which has not been mentioned at all in this policy. There's no buffer that has been offered around hedgerows, which are important corridors, wildlife corridors, around and really key for wildlife. The main point that I've raised a couple of times is that even the minimums are now being attempted to be eroded within the recent statements of common ground, where they're willing to remove hedgerows where it's appropriate or convenient to the master plan, and where the buffers and even the wildlife sites themselves are being used for infrastructure.
Before I ask the council for a response, so you referenced a document, so it's the Woodland Trust where you quoted from, the Woodland Trust and someone else.
It's the Woodland Trust, Natural England and the Forestry Commission's standing advice. There is also numerous studies, research using echolocation on bats, that they are negatively impacted within 100 metres based on noise pollution. And it should be worth pointing out that there is precedence for asking for 100 metres. Wiltshire Core Strategy have implemented 100 metres, and Kings Lynn and West Norfolk Council in their local plan have put in 50-metre buffers. Sorry, can I just add? So has Cornwall. They've got 10-metre buffer around their hedgerows.
Okay, thank you. Can I just ask the council then to comment and respond to Mrs Davison's suggestion, or their position is that they would prefer to have a 100-metre precautionary buffer distance, obviously, but she's also referred to other councils elsewhere that have a 50. I'd like your views on that. And then secondly, you also mentioned slightly different aspect, which is a 10-metre buffer from hedgerows. If you could just comment on those two issues, please.
Yeah, I think we recognise that there are circumstances where assessments can show that other impacts are likely to extend beyond the minimum distances we've suggested and which I referred to earlier, where, for example, the effect of air pollution from development that results in a significant increase in traffic might give rise to a need for a wider buffer. And I think our ecology service certainly support the Woodland Trust view that wider buffer zones are needed in those circumstances. As I say, for example, where there's significant traffic pollution. I think in terms of the hedgerow distance, I think I'd need to consult with our ecology colleagues to get a view on that, but we can come back to you on that.
I think it'd be useful to have the discussion on hedgerows at one of the hearing sessions if you're not able to find that information today, or are you able to do that at lunchtime? And perhaps we can come back this afternoon. Is that something the council could do?
Yeah, I think in principle, from a planning officer point of view, we think the 10-metre distance would be appropriate for hedgerows, but I think we would need to just take advice from ecology colleagues and see whether they're available to come and perhaps speak this afternoon.
So if after lunch we perhaps come back to the issue of the hedgerows, because I think it is an important one. Mrs Davison?
Yeah, that'd be great, thank you. But can I just point out that we think that it's absolutely essential that the buffers are defined prior to the greenbelt releases, because the buffers that we are looking at and have been in place at other councils could potentially make certain sites unviable, especially where access is involved, where there is cutting through wildlife corridors, because those buffers, if defined and put in as a condition, could potentially make some sites unviable.
Thank you. And I think what Mr. Vincent was saying was that the council recognise that those are minimum figures, and that if an application comes forward on those sites, then and additional work, obviously assessment work, is done, and that assessment work shows that the distance needs to be bigger, I think then that would happen. But those are absolute minimum figures. I think that's what the council's position is, and obviously I understand that your position is different on that matter.
Yes, obviously we're going back to the same question of what happens if an site allocation then becomes unviable or undevelopable, and it hasn't been said that it will go back into the green belt, so it loses the protections without actually then becoming developable and part of the Sheffield Plan. Also, sorry, I've lost my train of thought now. I'll come back.
Right, thank you for your comments. Sorry, I didn't see which order nameplates went up. I'll deal with Mr. Morsey first and we'll just move around in that direction. Thank you. Oh, it's a legacy. Okay, Mr. Levery then.
Thank you, ma'am. My question relates to ancient woodland and the council's policy on it. There are two sites where there is ancient woodland in the north of the city, and on one site it has remained in the green belt, but on the other site it's intended to put it into a local nature site. Now, the reason given is that it can form a better boundary to the road at the side of the woodland, but on this site there is a slag heap and there's a clear definitive boundary between woodland and slag, if you understand what I mean. So we do not understand. Okay. We do not understand why it needs to come out of the green belt on the second site, because of it's adjacent to the area that's going to be developed. Thank you.
Okay, is this one of the allocation sites you're talking about? So if it's this very specific site and a boundary issue, we will deal with that at the site-specific session.
Okay, I'm fine with that. It was just wanted to know what the policy is in terms of ancient woodland that's in the green belt. Is it retained or not? That was my question.
Perhaps if I could leave that to you to have a look at then in terms of the plan. You're asking what the plan says generally on ancient woodland. If I could leave that with you. Mrs. Davison, do you want to come back in if you remembered your point?
Well, yes, it was two things I want to pick up on, something that's just been said there as well. So yeah, going back to what you said about if planning applications come forward, obviously at that point, that's why we really think it's essential that, like other councils, such as Wiltshire and North. Sorry, I've got it somewhere. Like the other councils that I mentioned earlier, they've actually put it into their policy and the local plan, and we would like it in the local plan. The precautionary approach that we're asking for is only similar to the precautionary approach that was raised yesterday regarding the allocation of education sites. So it would be really good if they could take the precautionary approach on this one and put it into the plan. Then the second point that I wanted to pick up on the sites for that Mr. Levery has just raised, it isn't just site specific. There are a number of wildlife sites that have been lassoed into the Greenbelt release across the policy. It looks like it is policy that they are doing that, and most of them have then become potentially almost used as buffers themselves. in some of the, it's implied that some of them could be used as buffers or turned into urban green spaces.
Thank you. So in terms of that issue, just looking at my questions for tomorrow, I've got questions on that for the specific sites. So that will be dealt with in the site sessions. Okay. It's obviously an important point, so we'll definitely come back to that. I think Mr. Mills, you were next. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm just in support of what's been said. I think our view is that buffers are about protection. They don't necessarily allow for making the ecological network bigger, better, or more connected. And I think this is a missed again, the lack of this is a missed opportunity in the local plan. So I think we'd like to see more emphasis in the local plan as a justification for the green built sites being released.
Thank you. So if I could just check with the council, I think if you could just pick up on Mrs. Davidson's concern that if the issue is left to the planning application stage, is there a risk that sites may not be deliverable?
I think we're talking about sort of broad principles here, and I think we're not saying that, for example, that it won't be necessary to, let's say, punch a hole through a hedgerow to get access into a site in certain circumstances, but the developer would, have to compensate for the habitat loss, and that would be accounted for in the biodiversity net gain calculation. So, whilst obviously our intention is to, as a matter of principle, try and avoid damage to wildlife habitats and set appropriate buffer distances, we just want to be clear that there are circumstances where some harm will be necessary, but that will be weighed in the planning balance, and we'll seek to avoid it wherever we can.
Thank you. Did you have any? Sorry, is that Mr. Mills? And Mr. Gregg.
Thank you. Yeah, I briefly just want to say we support the council's position. Minimum 15 metres is appropriate. It's in line with the guidance from Natural England and the Woodland Trust that is available, and support the inclusion of minimum 15 metres. I think as part of good planning, as was mentioned earlier, it's going to be necessary to do lots of assessments, master plan the site properly, and then you can work out, well, what is the precise buffer to ancient woodland or any other wildlife sites. But yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much. And Mr. Wood.
Thank you. Just wanted to, I guess, firstly just pick up on this point about deliverability, which has been raised. I appreciate we're talking specifically about buffers and their extent, so I'll come back to that in a moment. But I guess just to reiterate that when you go through the different stages of the site selection approach, and I've got them written down here, I'm sure you don't want me to read them all out, but at stage 1 there's areas of significant constraint, which includes ecological areas. Stage 2, initial checks in terms of local wildlife sites, and then in terms of the planning appraisal and the sustainability assessments in terms of potential impact on designated ecological areas, and also the emerging recovery strategies. I'm just trying to make the point that there's a range of tools here that are being used to properly assess the ecological impact and potential mitigation required of particular sites. Just to then focus on the actual question about buffers, I just think there's been a very wide range of comments, and I don't think I've quite noted down all the different distances that have actually been quoted, but they are, I think, what really, I guess just to put it into context, we support and understand the principle of a buffer and what we're trying to do through these policies. But to go back to the point I'm making, the distances vary. They seem to vary in terms of what the ecological features and characteristics are, and I'm sure, and I would be the same, I think when we talk about this we often maybe have particular sites in mind, and clearly we'll come back to that. But where I'm heading to with this really is, it's just a bit of a concern about not trying to be too prescriptive with this, because we've already had a comment that, okay, in most cases, the valuable and helpful work that the Council's ecology team will, I'm sure in most cases, will play out, and that will be the approach. But perhaps in some cases it could be less, or there could be an alternative way of achieving a better or overall benefit for that site through a different approach that actually could achieve the same objective, but in a different way. And we've said it could be more. There's the site selection work that takes place. Each site will be doing ecological appraisals in terms of biodiversity net gain assessments. There's a lot of work going on. I just think I'm a little bit wary now about words now going into policies about absolutes and even minimums, because there's such a varied set of requirements and circumstances here. I just think we need almost a bit of caution about, yes, achieving these objectives, but not trying to be too specific in terms of the policy approach at this level, appreciating that will play out differently for different sites. Thank you.
Just to confirm, are you saying you support the Council's approach or not? Are you wanting even more flexibility?
Well, I'm not. We're supporting the approach of requiring buffers. I think perhaps I would be very concerned about using the words absolute minimum in a policy approach for the reasons I've just set out, and I have some concern about the sort of. I think there needs to be a crafting of the supporting text and the policy if the word minimum is to be used, because of these great variance of circumstances. And if it does clearly just state minimum, then what happens if there is an alternative approach that could achieve the overall policy objectives in a better way, or site-specific circumstances are that perhaps one in 50 case where actually we don't need that extent of buffers. So I'm just trying to express a bit of caution or how we actually word this, but without undermining the principles and the approach which we support.
Thank you. Mr. Gregg, did you want to come back in? Was that a legacy? No, sorry, I thought you wanted to comment on the same issue. And Mr. Ash, and then I'll bring in Mrs. Stevens.
Thank you. Obviously, our position is no building on Greenbelt. Obviously, we want the Greenbelt to be taken from the plan. But obviously, just having a quick look here, the hedgerow regulations 1997 obviously protect the hedgerows. And from looking at some of the minimums which we support, obviously is needed for the local wildlife, as has been previously mentioned, obviously for foraging and various other things. And not only that, obviously Exam 136 shows that some of the proposed boundaries actually weaken and make the boundaries irregular and non-defensible. And so obviously without strict mandatory wording in the buffer, obviously this could encourage piecemeal erosion of the further green belt. So we just feel that obviously the wording needs to be mandatory. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mrs. Stevens.
Thank you. Just two fairly minor points. I think firstly, I can't recall whether my colleague, Mr. Vincent, clarified this or not, but just for the record, I guess, to be clear that buffers to wildlife sites or whatever else it might be aren't necessarily going to be in recreational open space use, and that they would both be within the non-developed percentage area of any particular site. I think the second point is actually a question. It'd be really helpful if we could know the exact name of the document and the date of publication that was referred to with respect to the 50-metre buffer. Just because obviously standing advice does get updated from time to time. We just want to make sure that compares well. So if you could let us know exactly what that was.
No, I don't have it to hand, but I'll be able to get that to you by tomorrow. But also for the 50-metre buffer, it's been put into the local plan for, excuse me, I'll just find that. Kings Lynn and West Norfolk Council. That was adopted in 2016 in their local plan. And it was also put into, and the 100-metre buffer was put into the Wiltshire Core Strategy in 2015. Cornwall adopted it within their biodiversity supplementary planning document of 2019, a 10-metre buffer for hedgerows.
Thank you for that. Sorry, Mr. Ash, did you wish to make a further point? No? Okay. Mr. Wood.
Apologies, I know we're not supposed to ask questions, but I guess a point of clarity that I would welcome through the whole is on this 50-metre issue. There's been different buffers quoted for ancient woodland, for trees, for hedgerows. I'm not clear what a 50-metre buffer for what. I'm not clear on that at the moment, which sort of doesn't help the discussion. Thank you.
The actual standing data from Natural England is that it's a sensitive site, which includes ancient woodland. This local plan appears to have just translated that to ancient woodland, but any sensitive site is included in that recommended 50-metre buffer.
Thank you. I guess I would just know in terms of a further comment clear that is for sensitive sites and ancient woodlands, so we're talking about an important but particular aspect here as opposed to, perhaps I'm probably using the wrong word to say general buffer. I think it's just important that there's distinguishment made between these sort of different requirements.
Thank you. Mrs. Stevens?
Yes, thank you for the offer to provide us with the full name and date of that tomorrow, and then we can take a view on that, because we're aware that standing orders have changed several times since the date of the adoption of the referenced local plans and core strategies. I just want to make sure we're all referring to the right and most up-to-date document, so that would be really helpful. Thank you.
And in terms of the council's document that you use, can you give me the full date and name?
Yeah, I think it's just the Natural England guidance that we refer to that's been published. Yeah, so it's ancient woodland, ancient trees, and veteran trees advice for making planning decisions, and that's on gov.uk.
Can I just come in for clarity?
Yes.
Yeah, so the standing advice is still 15 metres, but that is stated for the protection of trees. So that the explanation around that is to protect the root system of trees from mechanical damage alone. And the standing data has always said that for considerations of air pollution, noise pollution, etc., it should be 50 metres is preferable.
Do you want to comment again? I think you answered this before.
Sorry. I don't think the council can take it any further at this point, because we need the precise name of the document and the reference and the date of it, so that we can understand exactly where the references are coming from. So we're not trying to be difficult about it, but I think once we've got that, we'll be able to comment, hopefully.
Mrs. Davison, are you able to provide the name and the date of that document over lunchtime?
I've just Googled it. It's from a briefing paper from 2017.
So the date of the document, so it's standing advice by Natural England and the Woodland Trust for...
Natural England briefing paper 2017. But I'd reiterate that local councils have also accepted it. So there is a precedence for accepting those buffers.
I mean, local councils vary. I've certainly seen standards that Sheffield have in other plans, but I have seen standards as well that you're talking about. So there is variation across the country. So that briefing paper, is that the full title? Just checking. So it's a Natural England briefing paper 2017. Is there a subtitle?
Yeah, if I can find that over lunch, please. Thank you.
And sorry, Mum, can I just in terms of what standing advice it relates to, because obviously that's the important point, because standing advice, as I understand it, has changed since 2017. And so we just need to make sure that we're looking at if references are being made to specific distances in standing advice, or a paper that refers to certain standing advice, that we're all aware of what exactly is being referred to.
If I can suggest that you have a look at that over lunchtime, and we'll come back. So we're due to discuss briefly the hedgerow issue as well. So if we can roll that all together and deal with it after lunch, I think that's probably the best course of action. Mr. Tripp, did you want to come in?
Yes, thank you. It's just a point of clarity regarding a statement by Ms. Stevens. Did you say that the BNG uplift or any other green space and buffer would be included in the open space assessment of a minimum of 10%? Because that was my understanding of your latter statement, which contradicted an earlier statement, was that BNG and buffer would be separate to a requirement for maintenance of 10% open space within each area.
Do you want? I'm not sure I understood the question, but did you, Mrs. Stevens?
It's a clarification that I was asked to make. So I wasn't relating to the BNG or any buffers to wildlife sites being associated with the requirement for 10% open space on site. I was making a reference to a conversation from yesterday also, and possibly also later today, around what we've assumed about the developable areas of sites, where we've assumed that between 10 and 30% of the site wouldn't be developed, as it were. And so I was clarifying that buffers, open space, as well as other things, are included in that non-developed percentage area. That's all I was trying to clarify. Thank you.
Perfect, thank you. And if I could just make a point about the buffers and the principle of the buffers. So the Wildlife Trust has a concern that we really need the clarity around what would be developed within them, because you mentioned, Mr. Wood, I think, about the mitigation potential of buffers. That isn't equivalent. So if you have an ancient woodland which is to be affected potentially after survey by air pollution, noise pollution, increased visitation by people, etc., then you can't simply create another woodland as a mitigation. That has to be maintained, because it's not just the visible aspect of the woodland, it's the invertebrate populations, lichen, fungi, etc., that are within them. So if we're edging into then fragmenting those buffers as well, as the LWS, the local wildlife sites, by saying, well, if we need to, we're going to have to completely cut them in half by having a road or something within them, that dramatically reduces their ecological function, potentially, which is backed up by data. So it has to be very clear that there would be a minimum buffer dictated by Natural England, for example, which I believe should stand, and then it's identifying whether there needs to be a larger buffer, which would then be potentially dictated and discussed, I think, during our next site-specific discussions. But we can't stray into starting to fragment them because they do reduce the ecological function.
Thank you. I was going to say we're having a discussion on the wildlife ecology policies in 2 weeks' time. That might actually be something that's picked up. Your point about and wanting clarity about not having particular development within those buffers. I think that's probably like slightly different to the site allocation policies, which are talking just about the buffer distances really. But there are obviously general policies within the plan that refer to wildlife, and it might be a matter actually that's picked up then. So I think we'll park that one. Mr. Wood?
I will be very quick. I just wanted, just for the record really, I did use the word mitigation, but I wasn't implying the points that were just made when I made that statement. Thank you.
Okay, so let's move on, because I think we're going to come back after lunch and we'll have a very brief discussion just about that standing advice information and the hedgerow distance as well. Okay, so we now are going... Oh, so sorry, Mr. Pleasant. Didn't see that. That was very late.
It's probably not even a point that'll get anywhere, but I've kept that up now for long. Probably just need to follow it up. There was reference to the Kings Lynn plan and the Cornwall Local Plan. I guess it's more of a point of direction information than anything else. The Kings Lynn plan was recently, a new local plan was recently adopted in 2025, and there was reference made to a 2015 plan. I had some involvement in that plan, and there was discussion there around hedgerow buffers. I couldn't tell you exactly where the conversation got to, where the plan was adopted, but there was a point about flexibility. And secondly, on the Cornwall Local Plan, I guess sort of a lived and inverted commas experience of currently grappling with some of the policies there, and those policies are in an SPD and allow flexibility. The main sort of local plan policies, again, also allow some flexibility. I thought it may just be worth raising those points as a bit of a direction, to be honest with you, rather than any sort of particular views I have on the council's approach or otherwise, but as sort of points of reference they may be of use.
Thank you. Okay, so let's move on to item 4 on the agenda then. So this is health infrastructure. So I've just got a few questions for the council on the new assessment in the document exam 128 under all of those 3 bullets, and then there'll be a chance for others to comment if they wish. So just a specific question firstly, what is the SAPA 2 primary care hub scheme? So that's referenced in the table on page 27. If you can just clarify that for me, please. Is it the primary care facility in the central area that has been discussed previously?
Hello, and I'll just briefly introduce myself because I wasn't here around the table at the start. So I'm Rob Webster from AREP, who produced the infrastructure delivery plan on behalf of the council. SAPA 2 is actually not that scheme. So that is a scheme being promoted by, the slightly confusing series of acronyms. So SAPA 2 is the scheme being promoted by the SAPA 5 primary care network, which operates in the north of the city in the kind of Parsons Cross Ecclesfield area. So that scheme is, as I say, being promoted by the primary care network that's responsible for the group of surgeries in that area. And it's also backed by the South Yorkshire Integrated Care Board. Essentially what that scheme would do is bring 3 existing healthcare surgeries into one sort of super surgery type setup. That would provide primarily for baseline needs in the existing population. So it's about providing improved facilities by bringing those 3 surgeries together and consolidating them. But it also is indicated by the ICB to have been planned with sufficient kind of future expansion capacity to be able to accommodate the demands from the growth in that area. So that specifically cites NES 37, 38 and 39. That scheme is fully funded via the Integrated Care Board and the Primary Care Network. It also has planning permission, and if it's helpful to have the planning permission reference, I can provide that. The slight note of caution that exists in the infrastructure delivery plan around that scheme is because whilst it's funded and has planning permission, there are, understood from the discussions that we've had with the Integrated Care Board, some challenges around delivery on site, specifically to do with a fibre optic cable within the site. So that is why what's written in the infrastructure delivery plan for that scheme notes that there is a slight question mark about whether or not it will be delivered in practice.
Thank you for confirming that. Moving on then to my second bullet point. So what further work is planned to assess the effective growth in Rotherham? So that's referenced on page 27.
Yeah, so that point has been flagged through the discussions that we've had with the Integrated Care Board around the additional demands that will be associated with the additional sites that we're talking about. So I think it's fair to say the exact nature of what that work will involve is subject to ongoing work within the Integrated Care Board. So there's an intention there to produce a series of primary care estate plans for each of the primary care networks, which at the points we've been having discussions with them over the last few months is work that is still ongoing. So I think it's fair to say that those processes will have regards to the growth across boundary, both within Sheffield, within this plan, and within Rotherham, within the emerging plan there. And yeah, I think essentially that relates to ongoing site selection decisions that might also happen over the border.
Thank you very much. And then moving on to the third bullet point, just the issue of the funding for the primary healthcare expansion. So obviously in the IDP there's a number of other requirements identified for the expansion of consultation rooms, additional consultation rooms, etc. at existing surgeries across Sheffield. And I just wondered what work has been done to look at funding for that and the feasibility as well. If you could just outline for me, please.
Yeah, I think that's also bound up in the primary care estates plan strategy process, which the Integrated Care Board is currently undertaking. So I think it's fair to say, and that's reflected in the infrastructure delivery plan and in the schedule, that there is not yet a clear fixed plan for exactly which surgeries would be expanded, but the Integrated Care Board is kind of confident that it has a range of options given the large number of surgeries within each of the relevant primary care networks. So there are options, and the Integrated Care Board has indicated it's kind of comfortable that there are deliverable options. In terms of the funding for those, obviously the Integrated Care Board has been successful in obtaining government funding for some of the kind of emerging super surgery type schemes that we've mentioned. So for example, ones like SAPA 2, but otherwise that has also indicated the potential that it would seek developer contributions if needed to help balance those, and the Integrated Care Board anticipates that being undertaken at a planning application stage in terms of working out at that point in time how those would be funded. There are some instances where in infrastructure delivery plans we undertake elsewhere nationally, we might anticipate a kind of clear sort of contribution calculation mechanism from the Integrated Care Board. There hasn't been one provided in this instance, but the Integrated Care Board has indicated a kind of level of comfort that it has options to ensure it can fund those schemes.
Thank you, that's very useful. Okay, I don't have any further questions for the Council, so does anyone else have any comments on health infrastructure? Mr Mills.
Yeah, thank you. We've been critical of the Council's approach to infrastructure development on other aspects, but on this aspect I think I'd like to commend the work that they are doing working with the ICB. I think it's essential that these needs are recognised. I think, however, the caution has to be that it's an extremely complex topic. The funding streams are very fluid at the moment for NHS services, and the staffing availability is extremely limited. So I do think, again, the danger is we end up developing the sites and then the primary care hubs don't appear or appear years afterwards. So I think anything any of us can do to encourage the Council in its proactive approach here is important. And as you'll be aware, the ICBs are themselves being devastated in terms of their funding, so it's a volatile situation. Not really an issue for this meeting, I accept. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And Mrs Jackson.
Yeah, just to go back to the SAPA 2, our understanding is that it's stalled because there isn't sufficient funding for the fibre optic cable system. Can that be commented on? And then I've got further points in regard to that.
Okay, would you like to confirm?
Yeah, that's consistent with the understanding that we also have from the Integrated Care Board.
Okay, so in that case, the NES 37 and 39 with the dwellings is entirely contingent on SAPA 2 taking place, and without that, these allocations cannot be proceeded. The Council's own IDP addendum of May 25 explicitly states that without SAPA 2, there will not be sufficient primary care capacity to support the proposed housing. I'd also go on to say that the dental care in that area is non-existent. We have been in touch with all of the dentists in that area, and they all have either waiting lists of 1,000 or 2 years. And we have, like I say, we've spoken to all of them.
Sorry, did you have any further comments before I go back to the council?
No, thank you.
Okay, so just in terms of the SAPA 2 then, if you can just talk to me about the nature of the stalling and whether there is a solution, potential solution to this, and what are the timescales for resolving that and moving forward. And then if you want to just comment briefly in terms of dental care provision within that area or across Sheffield as well.
Certainly, yes. So we don't have any further information on the kind of what next if the challenges around the SAPA 2 kind of scheme implementation can't be resolved. The discussions with the Integrated Care Board haven't suggested a sort of fundamental concern that can't be resolved. And that is certainly what they were kind of describing as their plan A. It's a period of a number of years until development in that area will be coming forward. So in the event that scheme does prove to be impossible to implement, there is a period of time in which the ICB and its partners within the primary care network can understand what alternative plans might exist. My understanding is that SAPA 2 was one of a number of different schemes that the Integrated Care Boards and the primary care network were looking at bringing forwards. I'm not party to the details of what those have been and why those alternatives weren't put forward, but it may just be worth noting that there were alternative schemes which potentially could be reverted to.
Okay, sorry, can you just explain for me what the problem is? Why is it stalling?
It's essentially, as discussed there, and I don't have any further information, it's related to an issue around a fibre optic cable within the site which requires some relocation or enhancement, which wasn't anticipated at the time the scheme was being planned. But that's about the limit of the information we have from the Integrated Care Board.
Okay, thank you. And then just the second point that Mrs. Jackson was raising, concerns about the dentist provision across Sheffield, really.
Dentistry obviously is an important aspect of infrastructure provision, but in similar ways to sort of pharmacy provision, it's also provided on a sort of semi-commercial basis, and therefore isn't something which we have explicitly covered in the infrastructure delivery plan. We have asked the Integrated Care Board if there's anything of particular significance they would nevertheless like to kind of ensure was covered, but there's nothing that they've identified on dentistry.
Thank you for that. Mrs. Jackson?
Yeah, one of the suggestions is that 2 rooms be added to one of our GP surgeries in that area. I can't see how that can be done, particularly, because the buildings are as they are and there's no room for expansion, particularly on the one on Station Road and Chapeltown Road. There's nowhere for it to go. There is no capacity for any other brick to be laid on those sites.
Thank you for that. Okay. No more comments on health care then. I've got no more questions on that, but thank you for your inputs. Let's move on then to item 5, which is flood risk and sewerage. So I've just got one question for the council under this. So the IDP notes that Yorkshire Water would be responsible for funding and facilitating delivery of the sewage upgrades needed to support the proposed allocation sites. and there's indication that that would be delivered in 2029-30. Can you just explain to me what sort of funding, was it the AMP funding rounds the money would come from? Is that actually within their bid rounds already?
Yeah, given the timing and how this interacts with the AMP periods, it's likely to be within the 2030 to 35 AMP periods where that is delivered, which essentially aligns with delivery timescales for most of those sites, because they're essentially in 5-year blocks, the AMP periods.
Okay, thank you for that. Does anyone else have any comments on the sewage infrastructure requirements identified by the Council? Mrs Jackson.
Sorry. We applied for freedom of information with Yorkshire Water, asking them what correspondence they'd had with the Council in relation to the plan. And I'll quote for them: "We are not able to locate any correspondence, consultation responses or technical advice provided by Yorkshire Water to Sheffield City Council in preparation of the local plan relating to sewage or waste treatment capacity." Unless the Council can point me in the direction of the specific documents that they would be referring to, I don't know where they are. Sorry, do you want to address that one first? Quite a few, so I don't know if you want to do that one first.
Yes, you may as well. Can the Council confirm what engagement has taken place with Yorkshire Water? Thank you.
I don't know if my colleague Rob will need to go any further into this, but because ARUP were commissioned to carry out our infrastructure delivery plan, correspondence with Yorkshire Water in relation to water capacity, etc., will have been via ARUP rather than ourselves. So they wouldn't have got that correspondence in relation to our team.
Can you outline for me when ARUP would have contacted Yorkshire Water and what was asked and what the engagement, what the nature of the engagement was, and when you got your response?
Essentially, it was through the period at the start of this year where the potential additional sites were being considered, and we were in common with all other infrastructure providers, essentially shared those details. So that would have been in and around February, March through into April. And what was received back was a series of responses specific to each of the sites, essentially in a kind of spreadsheet form, and that's informed what then sits in the IDP as, if I just get the table number, Table 6, which is on pages 29 and 30, is essentially a summarisation of the spreadsheet response that we received back from Yorkshire Water specific to each site.
Thank you for that. Would you like to proceed, Mrs Jackson?
Yeah, thank you. Yorkshire Water have stated to us as well that where a development will discharge more surface water to the combined sewage system, we may object to the application on the grounds of non-sustainable impact on the environment of our customers. Where we object to a development but it is ultimately approved, we will build the impact of the development into the plan. Can I just quote you? I can find the paper again. There we go. The AMP7 only has 2 sites that it's going to be addressing before the next one, which is Blackburn and Cricketing Crescent. AMP8 will take them through to 2050, which is outside the plan. And that involves an awful lot of roads, but very few in our area. Taking into consideration that they state that anything that is approved has to be taken into that bit, it looks as though a lot of this won't be even addressed until nearly 2050. One of the sites that they have recently objected to is the new planning application that is on Cowley in relation to the charging station, saying that the runoff, etc., is just not acceptable. I'd like to know why these things are going through when obviously the water course cannot cope with the off-run and the sewage. We've had, last year there were total discharges of 68,164, which is in the public domain, and an average duration of 6.3 hours for each discharge. I don't know if you want me to go on to flooding in specific site areas, or do you want me to do that on the sites themselves? Okay.
Yes, so this item is really just focusing on the sewage infrastructure identified in the council's document. Sorry, the council just said to me that the AMP period was 2030 to 35, so that doesn't quite chime, that the bids doesn't quite chime with what you've said.
Addressed by targets by 2050. I can only go by what they've replied to us.
Yeah, my understanding that it was AMP was within 5-year blocks. So can you just clarify that for me, Mr. Webster?
Yeah, essentially that's correct. That those are 5-year planning periods, which relate to the kind of funding settlements with the regulator for the schemes that will be delivered within that period.
Thank you. Do you want to make your next point, Mrs. Jackson? And Mr. Levery.
Thank you, ma'am. This is about flood risk strategy. I can't see anywhere else where we can discuss this, but it relates to the flood risk sequential reporting in exam 151.
We do have later on the agenda today, I'm just looking down the list, item 12, we have discussion on the flood risk sequential test. Is that okay?
Yeah.
So we'll leave it to this afternoon. Okay. Okay, I don't have any further questions then on item 5. So moving on then to item 6, and then we'll take a lunch break. So item 6 is any other comments on infrastructure evidence? No? Okay. Oh, sorry, and I can see someone else in the corner as well. Sorry, Mr. Lauscher.
Thank you. I'm just glancing at the Arab report. Thank you for bringing it to my attention. I'm looking at the Lodgemore area, SWS 18. I don't see any rag rating of red there for the sewerage. It mentions Yorkshire Water only highlight sites of concern. I do feel that site is of concern. My local knowledge is excellent. I'm also a civil engineer. That area has sewage pumping, that's sewage, and it has a stormwater issue. I just wondered if you could reflect on that and check up on any concerns for SWS 18.
Okay. Can the council clarify then what the position, I'm trying to look down the table, SWS 18 isn't referred to there. So can I just check, were you referring to the table on page 29?
Indeed, 462 is the paragraph reference.
It is omitted from that table. I think we may just need to take that away and double check if there's anything we need to add there. I think the general kind of overall sense of the comments was that it was considered for all of the Greenbelt sites where it's noted that downstream accommodation could be made for any issues, but yeah, it's not in that table, so I think if we could take that away and double check.
Sorry, I was just going to check the tables after whether it appears there. You know, whether it's just been missed out of that first table. No. No, it's missing from the second list of actual projects as well. Okay. So, no, thank you for identifying that error. And if I could ask the council to obviously find that information out, and probably in a note form, because I'm guessing that you'll need to go away and discuss that with Yorkshire Water. Okay. Did you wish to raise another point?
Just to say it's sewerage and sewage, both are key issues in that area. I know the locals are very keen on flooding of the field. Sewerage is a major concern because it's all pumped up from Rochester Road up to the outfall to the south of the site. So we've actually had sewerage flooding, water flooding on Rochester Road in the last few years, and there is a history of that with the existing infrastructure not coping. So Yorkshire Water would definitely require, in my opinion, upgrading of the major infrastructure.
Okay, thank you for your comments. Mrs. Davison.
Yeah, apologies, my colleagues just had to leave, so I've just been passed a note on this. So yeah, basically, just to bring everything together, the parish council believes that there's very little evidence to give any confidence that the existing infrastructure can cope with any of the items being discussed today. The increased traffic or sufficient mitigation or sufficient mitigations can be achieved. So we would ask for much more information regarding things like trip generation, site access, and it could all be provided before any assessment can really be carried out.
Thank you very much. Mr. Ash.
Yes, thank you. Just a quick one. Obviously, going back to the flooding, some of the flood reports seem very site-specific and don't mention downstream. So I would just like to ask the council if they've had any more flood reports done on the downstream effects and not site-specific.
So I think Mr. Ash is asking whether the flooding work looked at downstream effects.
Just confirm whether that's in regards to kind of actual flooding, river flooding, or capacity within the sewerage network.
It's mainly obviously capacity from the network. So obviously there's been no figures from the sites showing how much surface water you would end up with. So obviously if you concrete over 18 hectares of field, you've got a lot of surface water that's going to end up somewhere. And it's just mentioned on site specific and not further downstream, and anything else that could be affected around the other sites.
Thank you. Yes, just to come back to that. So the flooding question will be covered under question 8, which I presume we'll get to this afternoon.
No, thanks for that. I think we're all keen to have some lunch now, aren't we? So just looking at the council. So Mr. Webster, do you want to make a final comment?
There was just one, additional kind of miscellaneous item that we were keen to note under question 6, which is to correct an error within the infrastructure delivery plan addendum as was published. So that's at paragraph 3.6.8, where it states that all of the sites, the additional sites, are within the part of the city served by Yorkshire Water from a sewerage point of view. That's actually not correct. Site SS19 is served by Severn Trent Water, so the very southern part of the city is essentially on that catchment in that direction. So that's an error, and we intend to just make sure that that's addressed. Just to round out that point, we have undertaken discussion with Severn Trent Water as well as Yorkshire Water specifically with regard to that site, and the comments are consistent in that there's nothing they've specifically raised in terms of any concern or need for infrastructure investment, but we just want to make sure that was on record, that that error is acknowledged, because it hasn't been mentioned elsewhere.
Can you just confirm the site reference? I missed it.
SS19.
Okay, thank you very much. So just looking at the council, how long would you like for lunch? 30 minutes or 45 minutes?
If we could take 45, that will hopefully also provide us the opportunity to sort out the hedgerow note. Oh.
Yep, that's fine. That takes us neatly to 2 o'clock, so we'll resume at 2 o'clock. Thank you. Okay, welcome back everyone to the afternoon session. So before we resume the agenda, item 7 that we've reached, if we can come back to the issues that we were talking about right at the end before lunch, those 2 outstanding issues. So firstly, it was just confirming that reference for the document and the council, giving the council an opportunity to go away and just check their views on that paper. And then secondly, we'll just deal briefly with the issue of the Wildlife Trust suggestion of a 10-metre buffer for hedgerows and get the council's views on that. So I'm not looking to reopen the debate around the table because we've had a lot of discussion on this already, but it's just basically, I think, getting the council's response, I think, to those 2 particular issues and then giving yourself, Mrs Davison, a final comment if needed. So if I could turn to the council, please. Firstly, on the issue of the document.
Yes, our understanding, Ma'am, is that the 50 to 100 metre buffer was originally in standing guidance in 2017, but was then subsequently withdrawn. We understand it was proposed again by a number of organisations as part of the Environment Act, but was rejected by the government. That's our understanding.
Thank you very much. And would you like to respond?
Yes, apologies, I do agree it was removed, I was incorrect. However, it was replaced with the intention that the 15 metres was solely to avoid root damage, known as the root protection area, and that where assessments show that other impacts are likely to extend beyond this distance, the proposal is likely to lead a larger buffer, and we believe it found the 50-metre suggestion was maybe too prescriptive, so they've left it open, which I agree they intend to do at the planning stage. However, we would still argue that it's a little late at the planning stage to find out that a site, again, would be unviable and therefore will have already been removed from the green belt. We'd like to see those assessments done beforehand, please.
Thank you. Okay, I don't have any further questions. Does the council wish to say anything finally? No. Okay, let's move on to the second issue then, the wildlife buffer for hedgerows.
Yes, so on the hedgerows buffer, the advice from our ecologists that they think 10 metres would be excessive. They would advise that a minimum of 5 metres from a hedge where it forms the boundary of a local wildlife site and or Section 41 native species rich hedgerow. That would be 15 metres where it's an ancient woodland or veteran trees are included in a hedge. And I think for all other hedgerows, a 2 metre buffer is more appropriate.
Sorry, I'm madly scribbling there. So I had 10 metres is excessive, and then 5 metres is acceptable from...
where a hedge forms a local wildlife site boundary, or it adjoins a Section 41 native species-rich hedgerow, but also that buffer would be 15 metres, obviously where it's adjoining an ancient veteran tree which is within the hedgerow. And that for all other hedgerows it would be 2 metres.
So that's if you were being prescriptive in a policy, then that's what you'd be looking for. But I'm assuming then your position is still that you don't want a prescription within the plan?
Yes, I think that's I think it's better dealt with on a site-by-site basis with flexibility.
Mrs Davison.
Yeah, can I just clarify? Can I just check, is that a 2 metre on either side that you're recommending? And a 5 metre on either side of the hedge?
Yes, that would be the case.
That was where the 10 metre came from, sorry. The 10 metre was the 5 metres on either side of the hedge.
Sorry.
Okay, thank you for confirming that. Okay, so I understand your respective positions. I've got no further questions on that. Mrs Davison, did you have a final point? You've got your nameplate up. Okay, we will then resume with item 7.
Sorry, if I can just go back to the sewage section of it, that'd be okay.
It's a very short point because we've obviously covered it this morning.
Okay, well, can I just then point you to 3610 down to 3613 in the IDP, which relates to the sewage constraints on the system at the moment and the fact that a new separate system may be required if these proposals go ahead.
Sorry, what did you want to bring my attention to?
3610. This is paragraph, is it? Yes, yeah. Section 3610 of, I think it's, let me just check it, 1 to 8.
Sorry, I don't have that printed out. What does it say and what did you wish to stress?
Okay, regarding Yorkshire water supply, previously Council concluded that there was no anticipated issues with connecting new developments or providing sufficient capacity, as Sheffield is not classified as an area of water stress, that's the fresh water. Significant concerns about the supply of water to proposed additional sites are considered unlikely. I would suggest that because we've been on a hosepipe ban, that we are now in an area of water stress. For sewage, Yorkshire Water previously identified that the combined sewer system in the central sub-area, which is here, may become a future constraint. This would require diverting surface water drainage from the combined system into a separate new system. Given the nature of the additional sites, it's not anticipated that they will place significant additional pressure on the sewer system in the central area. However, Yorkshire Water has identified some potential impacts on the sewage network in other locations as a result of the proposed additional sites.
Thank you. Okay, right, we will move on then to the agenda. Sorry, Mrs Davison, you've still got your nameplate up. Okay, thank you. Okay, so we have reached item 7 on the agenda. So we're looking at site assessment and selection process for housing and employment lands. Item 7 is just a quick question to the council, effectively, about the strategic locations for growth as set out in the IIA work. Just what the purpose and value of the appraisal is and how those results fed into the site selection process. And I think particularly it's the case that now the council's proposing to move away from that strategic assessment and looking at a range of different size sites on the edge of the city. That I think things might have changed slightly, but if you could just outline for me how it fed into the site selection process. Thank you.
Yes, so it's worth probably saying that at the outset that obviously originally with the Regulation 19 stage of plan making with the draft plan, the council made the decision to focus delivery of new homes within the existing built-up area on sustainably located previously developed sites in the Greenbelt. So it wasn't proposing any release of Greenbelt at that stage. That was informed by the evidence looking to establish the capacity of the inner urban areas and also making the most of suitable strategic locations and sites within the wider urban area. We did, however, look at the options for strategic Greenbelt release should they be necessary. And I think we talked yesterday about those being sites of over 1,000 homes. So the council did consider it would be reasonable to look at locations for growth should there be a need for Greenbelt release. And we looked at different locations within the Greenbelt. So, as I say, strategic locations were considered at that time. So the latest IIA update and addendum, so that's exam 125B, initially considered 24 locations, and those are listed in figure 1 on page 33. So some of those locations were subsequently ruled out as not being reasonable alternatives, and table 7.1 in the IIA, that's on pages 40 to 47, explains the reasons for discounting some of the options at that stage. So then we went on to appraise 13 potential strategic locations for housing growth and 8 locations for employment growth. So the strategic growth appraisals are in table 7.2 on page 50, and the appraisals of the employment growth are in table 7.3 on page 52. So for each strategic location taken forward for further consideration in the exercise at the time, an appraisal was undertaken against the 11 sustainability topics which were derived from the scoping exercise. And the appraisal is set out in more detail for each location in Appendix G of the IIA, which also shows the location maps for each strategic location for housing, along with photographs of the key parcels of land in each cluster or location. So not every site was a single site, some of them were clusters of sites made up of smaller and larger sites, but in a general location. Appendix H sets out an appraisal of the strategic locations and sites for employment. So the outputs from that process have helped us to consider the strategic alternatives and, for example, assess what harm and benefits of the delivery of such sites at different strategic scales could provide in comparison to other alternatives. So as part of the site selection process, we looked at where the promoted sites were located in relation to the strategic locations. Now, most of the proposed additional sites do not exactly reflect the areas shown in the IIA because in most cases only parts of those locations were actually promoted to the council by a developer or landowner. So the outcome really of that process is that there are only 2 strategic scale growth areas that are proposed, sort of firstly around Handsworth and secondly the area really around sort of Ecclesfield and Greenspace in the north of the city. So the first of those strategic locations around Handsworth comprises sites SES 29 for around 735 homes within the plan period, and SES 30, 868 homes to the south of Handsworth at Beaver Hill. So that's within effectively formed strategic location 1. There were other sites that were considered, smaller sites that were considered as part of that location through the IIA. But those 2 sites alone have got capacity for around 1,600 homes. The other location in the north of the city is focused on NES 37 and NES 39, so around the Wheel Lane and land just to the north and south of Wheel Lane, so that's about 757 homes. And I think arguably you could also include the land at Home Lane Farm, NES 38 at Greenspace, and together those 3 sites come to almost 1,000 homes. They're 945 homes across those 3 sites. So those are the 2 strategic locations that we would point to. There are also several proposed allocated sites that are in the preferred strategic locations but would involve smaller levels of growth. So because, as I say, because those sites were only a limited areas were promoted to us at the call for sites Regulation 18 or Regulation 19 stages. So the smaller sites are all the other sites. I won't list them all. But together, those smaller sites add up to 1,365 homes so they're on sites which are less than strategic, if you like, the smaller sites. I think your question yesterday was about the split on option 6, whether it was a 50-50 split. Well, it's not quite a 50-50 split, but I think the important point is that through the IIA, we're looking at broad principles around what the benefits and disbenefits of growth involving a mix of large, strategic and smaller sites would bring. So I think that the IIA brings that out. In terms of the employment sites, so the 4 proposed additional employment sites are in strategic locations that were considered by the IIA and deemed to be appropriate locations. I think ultimately, as part of the site selection process we've been through, looking at the green belt land for allocation, all the strategic sites, whether for housing or employment, have been appraised in the same way, whether it's for the, in terms of the against the sustainability criteria. And obviously, just perhaps for the benefit of other people in the room, it's worth noting that again that the IIA from December 2022 only looked at strategic sites, and you asked us last year to go and look at the smaller site options, and we've done that as part of the IIA now. Thank you.
Thank you for that. I just had one follow-up question. You quoted the total figure of homes on small sites, 1,365. What was the total on strategic?
So I think the revised total, overall total strategic and small is 3,913. That's based on the latest housing trajectory that we submitted recently. So it's that figure minus 945, so whatever that is.
Was it 3?
3913.
Minus 945.
Yeah.
2968.
2968 on strategic sites.
But no, they're not all strategic.
Okay. Did you have any further comments? No? Okay. Right, does anyone around the table have any comments on this issue of the council appraising these strategic locations? Thank you, Mr. Clapp.
Thank you, yes. Firstly, a general concern. The report, the IA report, candidly accepts that an addendum will follow, and I'm looking at paragraphs 12.1.3 and 12.1.11, and that the whole plan appraisal may shift to take account of some main mods. What we're concerned about is that the sustainability assessments, which are said to have taken place, are incomplete. I'll address you on that in a moment. And proposed for finalisation after the allocations are already finalised. And what we say is that's the wrong way round, because if you look at paragraph 10 of the plan making PPG, it says that the sustainability appraisal is integral to the preparation of the local plan.
If we could perhaps part this issue then. So this is about the sustainability appraisal process. So my question under 7 is very much about just the strategic. It's a small point effectively, so I'm assuming your comments will probably fit better later.
That's a general concern. If I've raised it at the wrong point, I do apologise. I won't repeat it later. You've got notes on the point. I do have some specific concerns with the strategic locations analysis. Is this the right place to hear them?
Absolutely. That's
okay.
What the agenda says. So
okay,
please
great.
Proceed.
Thank you. Right. So to point out some relatively minor numerical errors, which are in the table that we went to yesterday, table 8.1. I just make the point that the numbers are incorrect in a number of respects, and you can see that if you look at options 4, 5 and 6, they provide a total need of 38,012 dwellings.
Sorry, can you pause, because I need to get the
yes,
table
of course.
from yesterday, because I haven't got that on the table in front of me.
Thank you, I'm grateful. Just getting into the numbers, so options 4, 5 and 6, they provide a total need of 38,012 dwellings. And the correct figure taken from the HLS document from last Thursday is 38,481. The point is that the options don't assess the suitability of the quantum of housing that's actually being proposed. So we wonder whether there needs to be some revision to the exercise at the least. So 4, 5 and 6 use the wrong total dwellings number figure. And then option 6, the numbers in the column don't add up to 38,012 anyway.
Sorry, going back to your first point, so why is 38,012 wrong? Can you just clarify for me?
Sorry, yes, of course. So the Thursday housing land supply, I'm calling it the Thursday document, the document we received last Thursday. It's exam 140, paragraph 1.1, says the total updated figure for the 17-year period, as I understand it, is 38,481.
Okay, so you're saying there's a very slight difference, and therefore you think that the slightly higher supply figure, rather than the requirement figure, should have been tested?
Yes, the point is that the options that are pursued aren't assessing suitability on the basis of the quantum of housing that is actually being pursued by the local authority.
Can I get the council's response, please?
Yeah, I think the differences are small and are not material in this instance. You know, the IIA is concerned that it is a high-level document which aims to identify broad impacts, significant impacts, and I don't think the difference between 38,012 net dwellings and 38,481 is material in that context.
Thank you. Did you have any further comments?
Yes, I'm not going to come back on that. You've got my point. The numbers are not right. The second point is I want to highlight some shortcomings in the analysis itself, which we say undermine the purpose of the document, just with one eye on what the agenda item is. If we can go first, most of these are about strategic location 1, which is the strategic location with which my clients are principally concerned. Table 7.5 in the IIA so, page 61 hard copy, page 65 PDF. Are you there? I'm grateful. So strategic location 1 at Handsworth is said to be very unlikely to deliver strategic growth if significantly constrained parcels are avoided. And then strategic locations 3 and 6 are said to be at least likely to deliver such growth in those locations. And what S13 concerned about is the council appears to prefer, without really any convincing justification, strategic location 1, despite the superior performance, at least in that respect, and others, of strategic location 3 and 6. And then the other point we have on this table is in respect to strategic location 7. So it's confirmed by the IIA to have the potential for 1,800 dwellings. And that includes a reference SO S03012, which is a parcel of land called Rycroft Farm. And what we want to bring to your attention is that that parcel of land performs more poorly than SES 30 regarding Greenbelt Purpose 1 and overall. You can see this for your note, exam docs 95 and 95A. So it performs more poorly than SES 30 in that respect, and it's a parcel which the landscape character study identifies would have a lower landscape sensitivity and a greater capacity for growth as against SES 30. And it's identified as an opportunity in the master assessment, which is GB08 Appendix 4. So it's difficult.
Are we still talking about these strategic options here? Or
We're
have
talking
we moved
about,
on to specific sites?
No,
sites?
we're talking about one of, well, I was trying to help by highlighting one of the parcels within strategic location 7, which appears to be a very good candidate
but has not apparently been considered as an alternative. And the point that I want to make more broadly, tied to the first point I made about strategic location 1 as against 3 and 6, is that a more thorough review of options, S13 say, would have revealed there are significant alternatives to the widespread greenbelt release that's being proposed now. So those are my points on table 7.5. I've just got one more area that I'd like to cover, and then I'll leave it if I may. We have some significant concerns about SCS 30. As I say, I'll bring those up in the dedicated session, but just to deal with them insofar as they relate to Appendix J of the IIA, because I think it raises more broad concerns about how the sites have been categorised and analysed. The first point is about BMV. It said that the parcel is not assessed for BMV impact because it's not listed as a grade 3 land allocation. But we know from the Greenbelt topic release paper that the site is on grade 3 land, and no exercise has been undertaken to determine whether it's grade 3A or 3B. But the IIA assesses it on the basis essentially that it's neither, which can't be right. So there's a failure to reflect the correct BMV impact, we say, in at least respect of SES 30 and who knows what in respect of other sites. The other point about flooding, SES 30 is scored as being minor positive in respect of flood risk. And I appreciate we'll come on to flood risk matters in a moment and probably again in the dedicated session. Scored as minor positive, but that's plainly wrong. The first thing is that the IA was produced before the level 2 SFRA. And it's difficult to see how one could come to a conclusion as to the flood risk effects in respect of that parcel of land without having regard to the analysis in the SFRA. And then,
That's on the agenda next under item 8. And then the site-specific issues we will come to at the site-specific session. So I'd like to pick up on your points that you've made, though, on strategic options, because that's relevant to this item.
Yes.
So once you've finished, I'll turn to the council and talk about the strategic options.
I'm grateful. The short point, I could bring it to a close there, is that there are significant issues that appear to have been either mischaracterised, not fully explored, or left open that really should have been fully understood in the strategic locations analysis. And that's why we're concerned about the results of that analysis.
Okay, if I could turn to the council then. So Mr Clapp, I think, was particularly raising the point about Area 1 scoring worse than perhaps Areas 3 and 6, for example, I think was one of your points that you raised. If you can just talk me through, the council, just how you obviously looked at that issue, I'm assuming, and then obviously came to the resolution to go for Area 1.
Yeah, I mean, I think that to some extent this is determined by the sites that were actually promoted to us. So whilst we note that strategic locations 3 and 7 potentially under the IIA offer opportunities for strategic growth, it's just the scale of growth that was proposed there was not of the level that would have enabled us to deliver that sort of scale of strategic growth. And Rycroft Farm was one of the sites that was considered as part of strategic location 7, so it was considered at that stage.
Okay, thank you. Do you have any further points?
I appreciate it's not helpful to simply go back and forth on these individual issues, but I think one of the points is that, particularly in circumstances which council don't have a 5-year housing land supply on adoption, it would have been helpful to consider some of those alternative sites coming forward. I think we can leave it there. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, so that completes that item. So let's move on to item... Oh, sorry, Mr. Levery, I didn't see you there. Please proceed.
Thank you, ma'am. On table 7.1, the strategic sites, Mr. Vincent said that Home Lane Farm was part of the Ecclesfield Glenoside cluster. It's in fact part of item 10, the Burley Edge cluster. It's the one site that has been put forward as that cluster site, so it sits there in a strategic location, not in the Glenoside Ecclesfield. So that's the first point. And the second point is site location 8, south of Chapeltown. That contains the 549 homes on Chapeltown Road, which I don't think you can describe as a dispersed site. It's part of that strategic location and forms over half of the houses that are proposed to be put there. So I'm not sure how the numbers stack up now in terms of dispersed sites, but I think there's a lot more action in strategic locations than what appears. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Ash.
Thank you. Just a couple of points. Chapeltown, Glenoside and Ecclesfield, the sites scored extremely high during the Greenbelt reviews compared to some of the sites that you rejected. Obviously, that's one of my questions. I know you have put sometimes that the rejection is unconstrained or not suitable. It doesn't really go into that much detail. I have asked this question before and never really got a correct answer. Also, the council leader has also admitted on the unfair distribution, which we've spoken about. So, again, can we explain why the north of the Sheffield and the Answorth area are burning in most of this, and the west side of Sheffield has virtually got nothing, which obviously, what was the selection process for that?
I'm not looking for any comments on that because we had a quite full discussion in terms of distribution yesterday, and I think the council gave their answer. Yeah. I don't think it's ever going to be the same as yours is the issue, perhaps, but yeah. So I think you need to park that one.
And obviously, the impact assessments documents, which you're obviously mentioning, obviously, I've got some points in there which will come on to Wednesday and tomorrow and Thursday, but again, there's other sites that have been rejected that are a lot more suitable than what you've highlighted and chosen. So it's again, just can we pick that up, please?
Okay, I don't have any further questions for the council on that, but thank you for your comment. Sorry, Mr. Clapp, you've still got your nameplate up? Okay, right, let's move on. So we've reached number 8 now. How were the results of the Level 2 Strategic Flood Risk Assessment screening reports incorporated into the IIA work and the site assessment work? So I think Mr. Clapp, you'd started to refer to this possibly. So this is just a question really of just timing, because this is a comment that several people around the table may have raised. Certainly it's in the representations of some people. The Level 2 SFRA appears to have been, or the documents appear to have been completed in May. And the IIA date, I think, is April. And then obviously the site appraisal work in examination document 130 is also May. So I'd just like to check with the council and understand how the Level 2 SFRA results have been taken account into the site selection process and the IIA process, or if they weren't, how have you then sort of retrospectively had regard to those? If you can just explain the process, please. And obviously introduce yourself because there's a new face.
Thank you, Val. Yes, Chris Hanson, I'm a Principal Planning Officer at Sheffield City Council. So with regards to the IIA process, we've followed the substantive processes set out in the Flood Risk and Coastal Change PPG. So that's diagram 1, paragraph 7. The level 1 strategic flood risk assessment, which assessed all the sites, including all the greenbelt parcels, was used within the IIA and the SA process, as well as the previously produced level 2 SFRA, which obviously focused on the urban sites, as they were the sites that form the plan at the last point of examination. With regards to the additional sites, we updated the level 2 SFRA to allow us to apply the sequential test and inform the allocation of informal sites, of the additional sites, balancing flood risk against other planning objectives. We've not yet reflected the findings of the updated sequential test within the IIA, so that's the last part of the diagram in the PPG.
Sorry, can I just pause you there? I didn't quite understand. So you said when you were looking at the additional sites, you updated something? I completely missed it.
So we updated the level 2 SFRA at that point to take account of the additional sites, yes. But we had that information, the draft information was available to us in April, which I'll come on to in a second. So we intend to address the update to the IIA in respect of the additional sites at the next stage as part of the IIA being an iterative process throughout the development of the plan. As part of the wider sort of site selection process, the draft screening reports for the shortlisted sites were available to us as part of the assessment process. This allowed us to use the full information on flood risk to inform choice of the sites, as well as identifying any site-specific mitigations, such as changes to allocation boundaries, adjustments to developable areas, and estimated capacity.
So effectively you are confirming then that although the date of the documents is May, you had draft versions in April, and therefore all of that information within those assessments was taken into account within the site selection process and in the IIA work as well.
Within the site selection process, yes, what I was saying was that last iteration of updating the IIA is recommended at the end of the PPG, incorporating the results of the application of the sequential test in the sustainability appraisal report. That's the bit that needs to be updated as part of the...
So just to confirm then, you're saying it was taken into account in the site selection process, so therefore say in the topic paper examination 130, which is the word you've got all the correct. Detailed essay and planning appraisal. So it's taken into account in that part, but it's not taken into account in the IIA essay results. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct. Yeah.
Yeah, 'cause they're level 1.
I think just to be clear, Martin, we did have the level 1 SFRA that the IA is incorporated. Just if there's any additional changes from the site-specific screening reports in the level 2 SFRA, obviously the level 1 being a much broader assessment.
Okay, thank you for confirming. So I think I understand the timings and how that worked and operated. Does anyone else around the table wish to comment then in terms of this timing of the level of 2 SFRA? Mr. Clapp.
Yes, thank you. We have some concerns about the timing of that process, but I've already addressed you on those. I'm not going to repeat that point. The other point we have about the level 2 SFRA and its influence on the sustainability appraisal relates to the information which is not in the level 2 SFRA. And one of the key area of our interest, as I say, is SES 30, or one of the key areas of our interest. And the analysis of that site is a very good example of this shortcoming, because there is a water course running across SES 30. And the level 2 SFRA says there's no existing model for this water course. There's also some flooding along the southern boundary of the site, and the level 2 SFRA says there's no flood risk information for the reach along the southern boundary.
And then what the authors of the Level 2 SFRA quite fairly say, this is at paragraph 2.1.2, is given the timescales for the local plan, new modelling will not be feasible. And of course that also has a knock-on for the modelling of the effects of climate change on the flooding, because that exercise too has not been undertaken because there's no underlying modelling. So the concern that we have insofar as the information from the Level 2 SFRA is fed into the suitability or sustainability appraisal is that there's insufficient information for any decision to be taken in respect of the suitability of SES 30 in respect of flood risk, because the modelling hasn't been completed and the authors of the Level 2 SFRA candidly accept that's an exercise that needs to be completed. So how can SES 30 be touted as a site which is in any way appropriate, given we don't know even the outline of what the flood risk is at that site?
Do you have the document reference number for that particular SFRA?
SFRA, I can get it for you very quickly. It's exam 133L. And then the bits that I went to are paragraphs 2.1.2, 2.2, and 2.6. And the reason we're concerned is that the IAA says there's a minor positive flood risk, which is just not right.
Obviously, you don't want to get into individual measurements for different sites, but I think the point the sort of slightly wider point possibly you're making is the reference to new modelling not being done and needing to be undertaken.
Well,
now,
yes.
There are various documents before me from the Environment Agency saying they're comfortable with the work that's been done, but there are new layers available. So it might be right. I can't, unfortunately, get access to the internet because it's just thrown me out and won't let me back in. So I would like to look at that reference. So I don't know if the council can just help me. Is it referring to that new information that the Environment Agency has sort of agreed with the council on already?
I'll turn to those to my right in a moment, but can I just say it's important when we're reading references to read the entirety of them, and unfortunately you don't have the entirety of it in front of you, Ma'am, but it goes on to say, after the point that was just read out, the timescales for the local plan new modelling will not be feasible. Therefore, the 0.1% AEP event of the third generation, risk of surface water data set is used as a proxy to inform the risk from the Shirtcliffe Brook and the unnamed watercourse as shown in figure 2.2. Risk is modelled to remain largely confined to the areas immediately adjacent to the channels within the brook, posing very low risk to the site. The unnamed tributary should be included within blue-green corridor in site design. Any specific site-specific FRA should model the unnamed tributary and the unmodelled reach of the brook to fully understand the on-site fluvial risk. So that point is made, but there are qualifications that follow in terms of the approach that's then been taken to understand flood risk for the purposes of this local plan allocation process.
Can I just...
And sorry, I think those to my right also wanted to make a comment.
Hello, so I'm Mike Williamson. I project manage the SFRA. So I think that, the general point is it is an unmodelled watercourse. So in place of that, we use the extreme events from the risk of flooding from surface water national model, which is quite a pragmatic way of looking at it. The risk is confined to the channel or just very close to it. And I think as long as it's noted that modelling of that channel will be required at the site-specific FRA stage, then that should cover it really.
Can I just come back on that proxy point? What we say about that is it's plainly not enough to deal with a proxy when you're assessing flood risk in this way, and that's supported by the fact that the SFRA acknowledges that it can't deal with the impacts of climate change, can't model or assess flood risk taking into account the impacts of climate change, and hasn't in respect to the analysis that's been completed. So that is the level of flood risk analysis that has been completed, and we say it doesn't go very far at all, particularly doesn't go far enough to reach a conclusion in the EIA that the impact overall is minor positive.
Just turning to the council, I assume the areas we're talking about are fairly small around these small watercourses anyway, and that there would be scope to exclude development from them, even if it was, you know, sort of fairly not right next to the watercourse needed.
Yeah, so we've recommended for a buffer alongside the watercourse, and the work of a natural processes mapping. That's national mapping that JBA did for the EA a few years ago. That also, well, it's mapped a buffer that is like riparian tree planting, which should help mitigate any flood risk as well. And I think with the climate change issue, the surface water flood map that we're representing is the 1,000-year flood event, which can be used as a proxy for climate change where it's unavailable, where the modelling's unavailable, and that's an accepted approach by the EA. And just to say that throughout the whole process of the SFRA, the EA were consulted all the way through it. We had a number of meetings with them, and they accepted the approach and signed off on the SFRA at the end, and that there's a statement of common ground as well with them.
Thank you. Do you have any final points?
It's tempting to. There's much more on flooding, and particularly how it relates to access in SCS 30, but I think we can take it all up on the 13th. I'm grateful. Thank you.
No, certainly. I've got some comments on that, some questions on that when we get to that at the site session. So, yeah, thank you for that. I didn't see who was next. I'll just go left first and then right. So, Mr. Towton first. Thank you.
Very quick, because I don't want to go site specific, but just to say some of the concerns raised here aren't, you know, solely related to one particular site. So, there's a general issue, I think, across to what extent it has been an iterative and systematic process. And similar to the concerns about the clustering of reports, often very desktop, around the same period. I know an explanation was given how that was dealt with. I'll leave you to make your decision if you think that's robust or not. So I've got my own personal view.
Thank you very much. And Mr. Ather?
Thank you, Ma'am. I don't want to take up too much time on this, but just to say I agree with the comments that have been made by the gentleman over there. And I feel there are some points around the modelling that's been undertaken in the SFRA. And I appreciate it's a matter of timing in terms of when the new National Flood Risk Assessment Model 2 has come into play, which came into play in early March. But that data would probably present a different picture when applied to the sites overall than what the modelling has sort of shown today in the May document of the SFRA. And indeed, there's a number of limitations that can be seen at section 2 of that report that potentially would be addressed if the council used the latest national flood modelling, albeit there's still some gaps in that data set. And the reality is that might lead to different outcomes in terms of sites that were considered suitable for allocation. And other authorities have sort of addressed this point through their emerging plan process by preparing addendums to the SFRA. And indeed, there's a good example in South Norfolk that JAB Consulting, the same consultancy firm that put the SFRA together here, they did an addendum to compare the modelling that was undertaken previously against the new modelling to show where there might be betterment or where sites may have got worse. And flooding has been a historic issue in this city. 2007, for example, there were significant floods in the city. 2 people lost their lives, and it caused £1 billion worth of damage. So it's something that does need to be considered, I think, carefully. And I'm slightly sympathetic to the council in terms of the timings of when the latest modelling has come out. But I think there needs to be an opportunity to get it right in terms of looking at sites, because could be a capacity point there that comes along, because when applicants, if these sites go ahead and get allocated when they're released from the green belt, or if they're released, I should say, they will have to do their FRAs to support the planning application in line with the new model. They can't rely on previous modelling pre-March. They've got to take into account the latest national modelling and any on-site modelling they do as well. So it might be if they do the FRA and it shows up that there's a greater area that needs to be allowed for flood compensation or that's in flood zone 3 and therefore can't be built on. That could impact on the capacity of a number of these strategic sites when the plan is already very marginal in terms of the numbers that it adheres to get to with this further greenbelt release. So again, I don't want to go much further, but I think there is some deficiencies there that do need to be looked at in terms of the process and the modelling that's used to inform the SFRA and then ultimately the site selection. Thank you.
Thank you. I mean, I know that the Council has discussed the issue of the new modelling update, National Flood Modelling Update, with the agency. I can see that obviously that's referenced within the new sequential and exception test report and the Statement of Common Ground, and that the Environment Agency have advised they do not consider the new data set changes the level of risk to the extent that the overall conclusions change. So if I could just ask the Council, please, if I could just check, are there any implications for capacity, do you feel, or do you feel confident going forward with the estimated capacity figures that you have for those additional allocations?
Thank you, Ma'am. That's a piece of work we're just undertaking at the moment, so we hope to be able to share that with you. I think we've probably sent the first batch to cover the sites to be assessed for the rest of this week, and then hope to send that analysis for the other sites. But very broadly, we're not expecting to find any capacity changes from that. The differences between the modelling is fairly minor, which is the point that the EA picked up on. I think just to be clear, it's what we consider a pragmatic and proportionate approach to the evidence, weighing the impacts of the potential changes against the need to progress the plan. And the agency have had consider the particular evidence for Sheffield and for this approach that we've taken and form their guidance on this case in particular.
Okay, so just to confirm then, so you saying that the difference is relatively minor, but you're effectively just checking the allocations in terms of like the implications for all of those. Is that, so just going back a bit, is that all of the allocations, not just the proposed additional ones?
That's right, we will do it for them. What we're effectively doing is trying to calculate the percentages of the land that were previously identified as being having some impact from flood risk and what the new percentages would be using the new data.
And so when will that document be finished?
We would hope to get the full document for the additional sites to you this week. Next week, sorry. Right, maybe a bit this week. And then we'll try to deliver the ones on the previous sites well in advance of the November hearings. Obviously, there's a large number of sites there to check within the...
So I guess my question is really, we've got site-specific sessions tomorrow and Thursday. So if you're able to provide us with any of that information by that date, I think that's going to be really important, just in case there are capacity changes, because I think it's important for everyone around the table. If there are changes, and there may not be changes, I'm guessing, but if there are, that's really important to have that discussion, have that information available before the site sessions. Thank you.
Yes, just to confirm, that is with the programme officer now for the remaining sites for this week, so the NES and the CH site. And also just to confirm that there's no changes on those sites.
Okay, so if the programme officer has them, then obviously they'll be circulated to participants for tomorrow's session and Thursday's session ASAP. And then the council said that the information on the other sites would be with us next week. So that will be obviously before the sessions, site-specific sessions on the other allocation sites. Okay. Does anyone have any comments? Mr. Ash?
Yeah, sorry, obviously it's too late for us by then. Our sessions have gone.
No, so the information is with the programme officer at the moment for the site sessions tomorrow and Thursday. Apparently the council has sent that information to Mr. Kemp already. So yes, so it just is going to be a case of tonight, unfortunately, just having a quick look in the inbox. But as Mr. Hanson had just said, that actually there are no capacity changes, is that correct?
Correct, yeah.
So hopefully it'll be quite a quick read, fingers crossed. Okay, thank you. Mr. Ather, would you like to come back on something?
Just a very quick point of clarification, Mom. Is that the site's been assessed against the new model, and is that looking at fluvial and surface water? Or, you know, what is this additional information that comes to the conclusion that capacity would remain the same? I think it'd be helpful, you know, appreciate it's never helpful when things come in drips, but just some clarification over what is coming and what's being done would be helpful, please.
Thank you. Yeah, it's looking at the percentages of land that are in flood risk zones using the new modelling. So that's for fluvial and surface water with using the new models. NAFRA 2. New national modelling, yeah.
Can I just ask one question, whether that takes into account, for example, buffers that you propose to be included or not?
Can you just explain your question?
One of the points that we want to make about SES 30 is that there's a high amount of flood storage, there are a relatively high amount of flood storage there, and there's an 8-metre buffer either side of the watercourse. So the extent, the quantum of development that's claimed to be deliverable there won't be achievable there. And I just wonder whether these flooding figures about capacity are going to take into account buffers as well as the flood zones, because obviously that will need to be fed into the housing land supply calculation if there are any changes.
I think hopefully that'll become clear when we publish the information, but at the moment it is just a look at the amounts of area in the flood zones.
Thank you. Sorry. Did you have any more comments? No. Okay. Right, I think we've completed item 8 then. Let's move on. Oh, sorry, Mrs. Jackson. It's difficult to see out the corner of my eye.
I'll shout. Everybody will hear me. I just want to look at the assessment that's been done in relation to the Smithy Wood and those areas. There's nothing that I can see in relation to any of the documents, and I've just had a quick skip through, but this one in particular because it feeds directly into it. For Blackburn Brook or Charlton Brook, which flood regularly. I can't see anything in relation to how that is going to be addressed, whether or not there's going to be any funding allocated towards it to alleviate the problems that we currently have when we have heavy rainfall, not just 100-year events. And also these new models that are coming out, are they going to include this part, or is it just the plots? Because these plots have a massive implication on the areas around them. And although some of the plots are being listed as not being in a flood area and a flood warning area, actually the street that attaches to it certainly is, and so is the rest of the town. And I think that has to be taken into consideration when these flood assessments are carried out.
The Environment Agency has produced new flood map layers, so that's the national new information that's available. In terms of those specific brooks you were talking about, are they within site allocations? And if so, they should have been picked up within the level 2 work.
Okay, so the pond on one site is, which is related to, however, just at the bottom of the site and onto the park, all of the flood water, all of the surface water currently runs down and into these brooks, and they flood.
So your question is whether downstream effects have been looked at effectively. Would the council just like to confirm?
Hi. So it's not been specifically modelled in the SFRA. However, we have made several recommendations, such as so we've mentioned the pond, which we've suggested should be kept as a natural flood storage area. Maintained included within the landscape design of the development. Any topographic flow paths and depressions should be left in place to flow naturally when required. Regrading of land must include for like volumes to ensure risk is contained safely on site for the lifetime of development. So this would apply across the board really for any new developments. We have suggested for the drainage strategy for the site that there should be no increase in surface water flood risk elsewhere as a result of new developments. This will require surface water modelling based on layout plans, detailed design, consultation with the LLFA, and also the drainage strategy should consider surrounding roads, access routes in terms of drainage capacities and maintenance conditions. So I think we've kind of tried to cover it at that high level to ensure that any development, there's no additional runoff and there's betterment in terms of what's the effects downstream.
Okay. The pond becomes a lake when it does that. Heavy rainfall comes straight off of that site, that one particular site, and obviously we'll address other sites later on. Heavy rainfall comes straight off that site and floods basically half of Chapeltown. It comes down into the park. That becomes completely sodden. It cannot go out because of the layers. It doesn't drain properly into the brook. Everything else comes down into it, and we flood on a regular basis. It's actually quite a party piece because kids come down to watch it. It's that bad. So I don't think what you're saying will help because it's not being done at the moment, and obviously we will have concrete up there and the surface water will flow off, and I don't think the suds are appropriate either. However, I think what we're going to have to do is just wait and see, and A, whether it goes ahead, and B, what you do for us, because this has been highlighted in several different areas as well around our plans. I just think it's emitting an awful lot that is going to impact people, and the houses are directly behind these sites, along with OAP sites and things. So.
Okay, I don't want to get into too much discussion of specific sites at the moment. We're just looking about how that information is fed into the site selection process. Mrs. Davison, do you have any comments on the site selection process?
Yeah, just to say that it's the common theme that we're hearing. It's assumptions now, detail will come later at the planning stage, and it's assumed that SUDs will be suitable, even though it's my understanding that it's being based on the geology rather than the soil. So, like, we know where the soils are really, really clayey and where that SUDs aren't going to work. But by the time you understand that that's going to happen, it's already been released from the Greenbelt.
Okay, thank you very much. Right, I think we'll leave it there. We'll move on to item 9 because we're a bit against the clock, can I just suggest? Unless people are really keen to stay beyond 5 o'clock, of course. Then we've got the item 9 then on local nature recovery network and strategy. And I've got just a couple of questions first for the council under bullets 1 to 4, and then I'll bring in comments from others around the table. So just firstly to the council, if you can just outline for me the progress, I think we've touched on this perhaps already, but the progress and any information you've got on when that work's due out.
Yes, so publication of the Local Nature Recovery Strategy, LNRS document, has been delayed, and the South Yorkshire Combined Authority, SIMCA, has advised that it is now scheduled to be completed by December 2026. The aim, however, is to have a first draft available by the end of this year, and for public consultation on that document to take place after the local elections in May 2026. I think given that the LNRS will be available during the lifetime of the plan, we think it is appropriate that reference is made to it in the Sheffield Plan where appropriate, and particularly in relation to the proposed additional site allocations. And I think as we discussed this morning, we've suggested an additional condition is included on all the additional site allocations. Because once the published mapping is available, it will be used by the city's ecologists when advising on planning applications, and it will be a material consideration on planning applications at that point.
Thank you. Moving on to the next 3 bullet points together effectively. So can the council confirm what data you use to appraise the site options? Because I think previously you indicated you'd use the 2021 natural capital opportunity areas produced by the combined authority, but you've recently indicated you've just used the council's ecology data relating to designated sites. Can you explain the reason behind that decision to just use the information on designated sites?
Yeah, I mean, I think it was, obviously we were having to pull the information together quite quickly, and we were relying on input from our ecology service. I mean, I think it's fair to say that, you know, they have provided that information subsequently, which is why we've suggested the additional condition is added. So the original assessment they did was looking at whether the sites impacted on designated sites, whether that be local wildlife sites or local nature reserves or SSIs. They hadn't at that point checked against the local nature recovery strategy maps. So they have the maps although they haven't been published at a large scale, they're available at small scale on the CIMCA website. Our ecology service do have the GIS layers from which those maps are based, so they are able to check against the whether sites overlap with the opportunity sites or the connective corridors. So, you know, they have noted that that is an issue for all the proposed additional sites, and therefore it is appropriate to have a condition which emphasises the need to maintain that connectivity within those sites.
So thank you. Just before I get onto the site stuff then, just in terms of the data, I just want to get it very clear what data exists then. So the natural capital opportunity area maps, those were produced by the combined authority in 2021, is that correct? And I've looked for them and I can't see them because I was very confused. So that's what you're referring to. You're saying the council's ecology team have access to them, but no one else does?
Yes, I mean, they are available on CIMCA website, but at a very small scale. I mean, you can't really decipher where things are at that scale. You would need to have the more detailed maps to actually for them to inform the site selection work that we've been doing. So our ecology service do have that layer, so they know broadly where the opportunity areas and connective corridors are, and so we have looked at that sort of subsequently and think that you know, there is an impact there, and therefore that, you know, that needs to be recognised in the way these sites are developed.
And there is also reference within the Wildlife Trust's representations to a Wildlife Trust nature recovery network mapping, and no doubt you might be able to answer this, but I'm going to ask the council first. Is that different to the combined authority's opportunity area maps, or the same?
So this is our understanding, and the Wildlife Trust may want to clarify this. But the maps we understand will look at the core areas for restoration and opportunity layers that were derived from the natural capital maps. And that's a piece of work that's been commissioned by CIMCA. But as our understanding, we've not seen that published anywhere. I think we'd also make the point that at this stage that it hasn't been subject to any consultation or testing with partners or landowners or the public. And on that basis, whilst we welcome the work, we think it carries sort of relatively limited weight at this point. So I think the way we anticipate this progressing is that you know, the local nature recovery strategy network mapping will be more refined than the nature recovery network creation opportunities that have been produced to date by the Wildlife Trust. You know, I think having seen some extracts from that mapping in the submissions that the Wildlife Trust made, they cover very, very extensive areas of the city, and I think, you know, if that was to be seen as a total constraint on development, then I think we have a problem in terms of how the city meets its future development needs. So I think there needs to be a discussion about how that's actually applied and used through the planning process. And we, as I say, we think at this point it's best dealt with through a condition attached to the allocations.
I mean, yes, that's one of my questions really, is because obviously I haven't seen the combined authorities maps, but I have seen the Wildlife Trust network maps, which are based on, as you just confirmed, the combined authorities maps. And they do show that quite a lot of the sites, that they're not only just got a few bits of opportunity areas with them, they're totally covered by these opportunity areas. And so I was really interested in the council's take on that, because obviously whether you're going to accept that position or not, and obviously you've confirmed that you're not effectively, but your proposal to include a condition in each of these policies that talks about provision of an ecological corridor is your way forward effectively.
That within the sort of broad areas that are identified on the Wildlife Trust maps, and we would expect those corridors or opportunities to be taken on some of the land within those areas, but not the whole area. I think it would just be too constraining in terms of how the city develops in the future.
Okay, thank you for that. If I could just turn to the Wildlife Trust, you could just explain for me, obviously we have the combined authority maps, which I haven't seen, but I have seen your maps. Can you just explain if the degree of change between the two maps? I'm assuming they're not exactly the same.
Quite a lot, and I'm going to defend our piece of work actually, because we were commissioned by Simca to produce this piece of work, and we based it on the 2021 natural capital piece, which was a huge piece of work, really strongly evidence-based. So it's not like we've come up with our maps from nothing. We've based it on that, and we've refined it and taken it to a more detailed level. So the reality is that that was in 2023, so they have been available for a while. The reality is though that mapping that we've done is the best available network mapping out there. We think that the council should be using that. There was comment about it being not under consultation or whatever, but we were commissioned by Simca, and by definition that involves all 4 local authorities, including council ecologists as part of a team. There's working groups. There's a very collaborative, consultative approach built into that process. It's not like we were asked to go away, produce a piece of work and bring it back. It was very iterative, involving a wide group of stakeholders. And then, our piece of work was finished, was obviously handed back to that group, and was signed off as good, So, I think, I'm pushing back on that a bit and saying that the council should really, be utilising that, much more than they are. On the comment about that it's covering too great an area, it's worth noting that, we haven't just picked a random area to cover. A lot of what we've done is based on what's in the Environment Act, which harks back to this 30 by 30 objective in there. That means 30% of land is good for nature by 2030. And this is a government target. So, that is informed the network mapping that we've done. We haven't gone to 50% or 60% or 80%. We're looking at that because that's the government target.
Thank you very much. I don't have any further questions under item 9. Okay. A few more comments then.
Yeah, just to comment on it's been put forward that the strategy isn't available, it isn't finalised yet. However, it is in the policy SG5 again, that the Sheffield Plan will consider and that development should protect and retain key habitats within the city's local nature recovery network. So they've mentioned the network in here, which has been available for 2 years. So even though the strategy may not have been agreed yet, the network is available.
Effectively, though, it's a different document, though. The local network recovery document hasn't been produced. The opportunity maps and that information is available.
No, the opportunity maps are the network, the nature recovery network.
The council were just referring to their strategy that they were, well, it's going to be consulted on next year. So that's the key document that the plan refers to. Is that correct?
But they're referring to the network, well, not the strategy in their policy.
I suppose it's a sort of preemptive policy in a way, that it's anticipating that the network is going to be introduced, and therefore, we will need to take account of that when it's published.
Thank you. Mr. Mills.
Thank you. Yes, I think this is a hugely important issue for us, and I think we've recognised today that it's good that the work is being done to advance this as quickly as possible and to get the nature recovery strategy in place. I think our concern is, whilst that is being done, if it then produces an analysis, a map that is very difficult to accommodate these greenbelt selected areas in, what implications does that have for the whole site selection? Because it may be that some of the other sites that haven't been selected would not have been scoring very highly on this basis. So I just worry that this is, I appreciate this is good to have the commitment to finish this work, but it feels like we've got an awful hostage to fortune here, and that down in a year's time we might be saying, well, we've gone so far with these sites, now we can't go back. And I think the comment about saying we can't, we can have some corridors in them, but we can't really, have whole areas in them is a bit worrying. So I just think we'd obviously support having conditions in there in whatever is agreed, but I do feel it's somewhat undermining the whole process.
Thank you. Mr. Wood, final comment on this issue because we need to move on.
Apologies, I'll start again. Our main point on this is that a site-by-site condition isn't necessary or justified. The LNRS is picked up already in policies BG1, GS5 and GS6 in the local plan. So every site allocation coming forward, the plan needs to be read as a whole. All those sites will need to accord and take into account those policies. I would make this comment about any piece of work and any evidence, so it's not particularly directed at the LNRS, which we understand and support, but the LNRS is not published as yet. These maps are only capable of being interpreted at a certain level, and that information is available, so it's not at all clear what a site-specific requirement is, and surely a condition on a specific site should be relevant and specific to that site. And I don't see, and as I say, it's not having a particular go at this issue, I would say this about any piece of work, that's not appropriate, particularly when there are policies in the plan that address this. Thank you.
No, thank you very much for your point. And Mrs. Stevens.
Thank you. Sorry, just one note to sort of clarify a couple of things at the end of all of those points. I think I'd just refer back to the quite extensive discussions that we had at the hearings in 2024 around policy BG1 in part 1 of the plan, to which we've already agreed with yourselves quite substantial main modifications that clarify the status of the local nature recovery network and the strategy in advance of that being finalised. And also just it's helpful to reference back to that about the types of areas which are included in corridors, ecological corridors, which can be anything from river corridors through to parks and obviously other spaces within development sites. And so we're not necessarily talking about thin corridors here, we can be talking about really quite substantial corridors in places. So Thank you.
Thank you. The only thing I was going to say, just to finish up on item 9, is we note the council's proposal to have a condition on all of the allocation sites, so the additional allocation sites for an ecological corridor, but I think without the information it's quite difficult to see if that's necessary for all of them, because I haven't seen even the basic maps at the present time. So I think what I'm saying is I'd like to reflect on that issue, but I'm not entirely sure that's the absolute answer at this stage.
Can I just say, obviously, it's the same approach we've used for the urban sites as well. So, if you're going to make a change, then the change would need to be made for the urban sites as well. I think that's the only point I would make.
Yes, fair enough. But I think the main issue or the main difference is that these are all greenfield, greenbelt. There's more. I mean, we haven't got the information in front of us, but there's more likely to be extensive areas that are shown on these maps that are these opportunity areas or stepping stones or whatever. So it's just not clear at the present time. But anyway, we'll reflect on that. But we'll obviously note the council's proposal. So thank you. Okay, let's move on. So item 10. Okay, so this is obviously moving on to the council's site assessment selection process. So we're looking at items 10 to 15, which is the methodology set out in the Greenbelt Release topic paper, exam 130. And then it also links back to the council's site selection methodology paper, which is CD 56, which was originally produced a number of years ago. So item 10, stage 1 of the site assessment. So it's just the question as to whether all of the promoted emission sites in the Greenbelt were included in the list of sites to appraise. So we've had a number of representations saying that a number have been missed out in error. The council has come forward to say that yes, they agree there are a few emissions that they have spotted since. A number of people have also said that they believe that there are underused or unused brownfield or greenfield options within the urban areas as well, which could be suitable for development and which haven't been appraised. So I'd just like to deal with the council first and then allow opportunity for others around the table to come in. So the council, you've contacted the inspectors and listed a number of emissions, haven't you? So there were Rycroft Farm Door, Oaks Park Norton, and then you emailed us last week with a further 8 sites. Are there any others that have come to light since? I just want to double check.
No, the list that we sent you last week was what I was going to talk to today.
Thank you, yes. If you want to just explain how you're going to deal with the emissions.
Thank you, yes. There are 10 promoted emission sites in the Greenbelt that were not included in the public-facing list of sites for appraisal. There was one private site which was missed in error, having been included in the same document as another emission site, which was correctly incorporated into the list of emission sites. There were then 9 sites in Sheffield City Council ownership, which were considered as part of the process and deemed to have either fundamental constraints and or not being appropriate locations for the use proposed. So for consistency and transparency, these council sites should have been included in the public-facing list, but were unfortunately omitted. That's the correspondence that we had with you last week. So we intend, following that, to publish a short note identifying those 10 sites, providing relevant information consistent with the other sites assessed, including their sustainability appraisals, along with the rationale for not proposing them for shortlisting or allocation. So briefly, the private site was Oaks Park at Norton, promoted by Hallam Land Management, and that has HELA reference S01220. The sustainability appraisal for that site will be submitted as part of the note as we've just indicated. That site was promoted for housing development, but does have fundamental constraints as it's a historic park and much of it is also a local wildlife site, so we do not therefore consider it a suitable site. The sustainability appraisal for that site is already included in Appendix J of the Integrated Impact Assessment, exam 125A. However, the site has been promoted again during the recent consultation in May 2025, but with a different site boundary covering a smaller area of Oaks Park. We still don't consider this materially changes our conclusions on the site in Appendix J of the IIA. The revised site still lies in a historic park and a local wildlife site. So, if you'd like me to list the 9 council sites. No?
No, that's fine. I'm assuming that they've got particular constraints that you will highlight in the document.
That's right. There's just one more thing I want to note, though. There's a further site at Hagstones Road in Worrell, which we did alert you to, which is a private site. That was included in the site selection process as site S03054. However, representations received note that the council has been advised in early 2024 that the site size should be reduced. So the revised boundary has now been reappraised with respect to the performance against greenbelt purposes and its sustainability appraise, and that will also be included in the note that you requested. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for confirming that. So I'd like to bring in others around the table now, and I think perhaps first actually turning to the CG Community Action Group, because you submitted a document, didn't you, last week, which identified a number of other options for development. I've just got one question for you before, obviously the council now would like obviously a chance to respond to that probably, but if I've just got one question for you, can I just check the extent of your work? Did you contact landowners to see if the sites were available for development and deliverable, or were they just areas of land that you'd identified as having like a sort of desktop assessment basically you thought could have potential?
It was actually a mixture of both. Some were based on desktop surveys and assessments. Some have actually been taken for land that we know is for sale, which has previously been on Rightmove, or there's for sale signs outside. A lot came from the community, with people pushing these pieces of land forward that they know are used either as wasteland or they get nuisance uses, obviously trials bikes and various other things. And some of the sites, we've recently just had one now where the developer has actually seen it on the website now and has asked if it can be included in the plan, so he's more than willing to sell it. So I'm more than willing to pass that information on if the council want to see that. So it was really a mixture of everything.
No, thank you for confirming. So if the council would like to respond then to that document and make any comments.
Thank you. Yes, we obviously have received the document and we've had an early look at that. Clearly, we haven't been in a position to make a full response on every single site offered up yet. I think I would note that we will come back in due course with a response. Whether you want a full response or not, I'm not sure. Probably would need to split those sites into categories according to whether they're already in our housing and economic land availability assessment. A number of them are already known to us. Quite a few of them are already allocated in the plan for alternative uses, and a number are very small sites which would come within a different category of land in the plan. But without having done the detailed analysis of each one, obviously I can't confirm how many would fall into those different categories. So I suppose we look to you to ask whether you'd want us to make a response on each of the sites individually or broadly.
I wasn't looking for that because I had assumed that your response would be that these could be windfall sites that could come forward. Obviously, I knew that some of them were small
yes.
and
So
below the size that you would allocate, so I assumed that some of them you wouldn't be looking to allocate.
Yes, a large quantity of them would be the size which would be small windfall sites.
And then other sites, I assumed that you would be saying effectively within the urban area they would be windfall. You've obviously got quite a relatively high windfall allowance in your housing work.
Yes, I mean, I think from our initial look at the list, there are quite a few of the sites which are already allocated within the plan. There are, I think the other point I would make is that at this stage in the process, these sites are not sites that have been promoted to us as being available by and large. So I think for this to be sort of considered fairly across the board, then we would need to for those sites to be considered as allocations. They would need to be promoted sites. That we've looked at all the sites that were promoted through the call for sites at Regulation 18 and Regulation 19 stage. These sites are not sites that fall into that category. Yeah, just to clarify, yes, some of them are proposed for different uses, other uses within the plan. I think we talked this morning about Parkwood Springs as an example, which is proposed as a recreational site.
Can I just come back on that?
Yes. Would you like to comment?
Obviously, I know you have mentioned that some of the sites have already been allocated, and I do appreciate that. I mean, you've just mentioned Parkwood Springs, but if you look at our plan for Parkwood Springs, the actual area that we've identified is probably 10 times more than what you've got in your plan. So you've actually only allocated roughly a tenth of the area. So yes, we do appreciate that on some of these, they are in the plan and you have identified them, but you haven't identified the whole area that's surrounding them, which we believe could be used. And obviously, just coming back to your point there, that you've relied on people coming forward for the call for land. Going back to that, I would argue the fact that if you've only relied on the call for land, you've not actually gone out and physically looked for the land yourselves, how can you prove that Sheffield's in exceptional circumstances to take Greenbelt? So I'd like to just ask that question, especially when we've proven here there's probably 200 hectares of land that's available on brownfield.
I think I've asked that question already, so I've heard the councillor's response, but thank you for your point. Mrs. Jackson?
Yeah, probably just on the same vein to a certain extent is the fact that the brownfield register that we've been able to work from, which is the one that is the current one on the council site, is out of date. It's supposed to be kept up yearly, and it is out of date. So if there are sites that we don't know about, that's because it hasn't been published and isn't in the public domain. We're also aware of the fact that sites have been promoted when actually they weren't available. So I'm wondering whether or not there's going to be any more when we start to dig further down, to be quite honest.
No, thank you for that, and thank you for the document that you produced.
Can I just mention as well, you've actually got 3 sites on Rightmove now that you're selling that don't seem to be on the brown bill. They're actually on Rightmove.
Thank you. Right, I don't have any further comments. Do you want to make a response?
Only really briefly, to be honest. Obviously, it's not the right forum to discuss each of the sites individually on the list, but I think just one thing to confirm in relation to the point around call for sites, it's not the only factor that goes into our housing and economic land availability assessment. That sets out all the numbers of ways that we identify capacity, and there are various ways of doing that, including some very in-depth urban capacity studies looking at land. And the, excuse me, just further to Mr Vincent's point around windfall sites is that, as we've already discussed at previous hearings, we do already have quite a large windfall site allowance in Sheffield that takes account of the fact that as an urban area where land is constantly being renewed, that is right to take into account opportunities for development that we may not yet have included within the plan as allocations. So thank you.
I'd just like to mention, obviously, if you're classing that as windfall, some of these sites have been available for 20, 30 years. I won't class that as windfall.
Okay, thank you. We're going around the table then, Mr Towton.
Just a very quick point, one clarification. The fact that there's an exception that some of the sites were omitted for me is quite significant, and I'm sure I'll have careful consideration. Just to clarify what you were saying, were you going to say, I didn't quite catch the point, there's going to be further work to look at the analysis of those sites, and if so, you omitted that, when's that coming? Bear in mind we're looking at the sites tomorrow. Did I misunderstand what was going to happen?
No, that's fine. Would the council like to clarify? I mean, I didn't ask the question about when that work's due, but perhaps you'd like to answer.
I understand we'd agreed that it would be available next week. It doesn't relate to the site discussions tomorrow, and it's not going to provide information that would come with a different outcome. It's setting out what the fundamental constraints were on those sites. To note, the sustainability appraisal for those sites is included within the integrated impact assessment.
Okay, I agree that it's possible to have the site discussions without that document, so we'll obviously have to live with it arriving next week, but thank you for your point. Okay, moving around the table, Mr. Laushaw.
Thank you. I'd just like to congratulate CG Community Action Group on that piece of work. It highlights detail. Detail is so important. It's difficult at the outset of such a large project to get into detail, but it highlights that many of the other areas that CG aren't looking at, there may be opportunities, and I'd like the Inspectorate and Sheffield to consider that moving forward before conclusion of this review. Thank you.
Thank you. Mrs. James next.
Thank you. So we represent Hallam, who are the emission site that was missed off the list that's been assessed, that the council have just said they're going to provide an update on, but in essence they wouldn't have included it in any event. Forgive me, a lot of my notes were setting out how we had promoted that site and then suddenly why it had gone. So I now cannot follow what I'd been prepping to say, but yeah, I suppose it's a little bit disappointing that we've not been able to see that information as part of the consultation that happened in May, and we're able to sort of provide fulsome responses on that. Appreciate it's in the Appendix J of the IIA, but again, that's just quite a high-level table. You know, we haven't seen any of the detail that would accompany that, like is provided on the other sites. So yeah, we feel that we've not really had opportunity to fully comment on that. I don't need to repeat it. We did set out in our representations that you've seen, I think page 24 and 25, why we consider the site to be suitable for residential development. So I won't go into that because you'll have seen that already. But yeah, it's just to sort of make the point, I guess, that just to say, oh, sorry, we missed you off, but we wouldn't have included you anyway. We'll provide a note on it. We sort of haven't had the opportunity to see and comment on the information like others have. So we do feel that perhaps we should be given an opportunity to provide something written potentially when that information comes in, depending on what it says. Again, as I say, just feel that it's slightly unfair on that allocation. So yeah, I think, let me just double check. As I say, my points were also just setting out how we had promoted it. I suppose one thing I would say, it probably just links to most of the sites, and this might not be the place, but even though we had in the representations identified a smaller parcel of that site. Again, it's just sort of highlighting that sometimes assumptions are made on 100% of those sites coming forward for development, and obviously that isn't always the case. You know, smaller parts will come forward while others are left for ecological mitigation and various other things. So yeah, I think I'd just welcome the opportunity once the information comes in for us to have a chance to respond, if that's possible, please. Thank you.
Yes, so in terms of documents like that are coming forward from the council, there will be an opportunity to comment on those in writing. But that's just to say that also the examination is not closed, it's ongoing. So if it is necessary to reopen and hold further hearing sessions, we are able to do so as inspectors. So just to clarify that. Okay, we'll take a few more comments and then we'll finish for an afternoon break. So Mr. Senko.
Thank you. Just a couple of things. May I double check with Mrs. Stevenson from the council in terms of the Hackstones rural site? Is it correct that the council will reappraise the site? Did I understand that correctly? Because in the past, also in the latest Greenbelt Assessment 2024, the wider area was assessed, the GB parcel, but not the land itself. And the wider area is approximately 4 times larger than the land or the site itself. And then the second point, which I wanted to make just briefly, is in terms of a second omission site. That's Crimicar Lane in Lodgemore. Again, a wider area was assessed by the council, including Hallam's Cricket Square, and basically on that was the reason for that, why the site was ruled out. However, we have put the site to the council again and saying that the site itself is only to the south of the Hallam's Cricket Square, and it's a small site with 30 dwellings, and that should be allocated because it's available now. It's not vital for the functioning of the Hallam's Cricket Club in any ways, and it scores very well in terms of the Greenbelt assessment. Thank you.
Yes, can I just ask the council then to respond to that site? So is that another one that's a slightly different site area then?
I think first in relation to the question about the Hagstones road site, yes, I'd already confirmed that we've reappraised the boundary there based on the smaller site. The one at Crimica Lane, I was aware that there was a smaller parcel of that, but I need to check when we received that, because I think that was received after we'd done the site selection work. I can't comment on what the outcome of that would be, obviously, without having the site boundary here.
Can you confirm when the submission was made?
Yes, the submission was made during the last public consultation. And before that, during the call for sites, the last one which the council undertook. Thank you.
So, Ms Stevens, if it was made in the call for sites process and prior to this current year, then I'm assuming that could be added then to the document that you're going to produce?
If that's the case, then we can do that, yes. Although I would note that the whole area is still open space, so it may not change the outcome, but notwithstanding that, if we will check the dates that we've received that information and pop it in there if it is relevant. Yeah.
Okay, thank you for that. Did you have another comment? Have your nameplate up? No? Okay. Mr Ash, if it's quick, because we desperately need a cup of tea.
That's all right. I do. Just a quick one, obviously, regarding boundaries. There's a couple of sites in S35 where the boundaries have either moved and been deleted due to land that's now not available. And also, there's another one. I know we're not doing site specific, but there's another query on CHO3 with the boundary, as I feel the boundary runs through the field and not adjacent to the M1 like it seems to. So I'd just like to point that out if that's possible, please.
Sorry, just to confirm, so these are sites that have been appraised by the council?
Yes.
But you're just saying you think the boundary is wrong?
Yes.
I mean, I'm assuming that the council has based the boundaries partly on the ownership of the sites that have been promoted. That could be the answer.
Yeah.
It could be as simple as that.
And
it might appear wrong to you, but...
Yeah, I appreciate that, but obviously it says here, is the boundary wrong? And so I'm just querying it.
Does the council have that information?
We can check and come back after the break, if you like. Is it specifically CH03?
It is, yeah. Obviously the welcome to Barnsley sign is this side of the entrance to the site. And so obviously whether the sign's in the wrong place or whatever, but obviously the boundary actually runs through the field. And so I'm guessing that potentially you could merge Sheffield and Barnsley if they decide to build on their section of the field. Just put it out there.
So, sorry, this is CH03, so this is one of the allocated sites, so it's not one of the rejected. So this might be more of a site-specific thing. I think perhaps if we can come back to that at the site session. Yeah, but thank you for raising it. Mr Pleasant, you obviously don't like tea.
Sorry, I've done it again. I love tea, absolutely love tea, and I'm sorry to delay it. I wasn't quite sure where to pick it up, hence the delay. It was just a site, SO3057, which we've promoted at Outerbridge, which has been, which doesn't appear to have been assessed further. So just to flag that, if that can be included on the council's list.
Sorry, can you mention the reference again? I missed it.
Sorry, SO3057 or 3057 shorthand, whichever way that sits best with the council. The other site which we've promoted was assessed and is one of the sites that wasn't taken forward. That's it. I shan't delay tea any further.
Okay, if I could ask the council perhaps to look at that one, unless you've got a response now. Right, thank you. So it's just about 2:45, so if we can meet back at 5 past. Thank you. Okay, welcome back everyone. We've reached item 10, which is stage 3A, site suitability, looking at sustainability appraisal indicators. So just before I begin, just a few words in terms of the agenda, what we've got left. So obviously we had hoped to finish by 5. I don't think that's going to happen now. So just to warn everyone, we've got the room till 6 o'clock. It would be nice to finish before then. One thing I would say is that this afternoon is very much sort of talking about the Council's broad methodology for site assessment and site selection. So if you are able to park comments on specific sites until the site session, so we will definitely be coming back to those issues. And it's not to say that they're not important. I suppose it's just that for the rest of the afternoon, if we can just sort of focus on the general methodology and the approach the Council's taken. So yes, picking up then on item 11, stage 3, sustainability appraisal. So the first bullet point there, I just had a question about the approach to best and most versatile agricultural land, those indicators there. If you can I've just had a look at the categories that you've got in CD 56, and it was lots of most likely and estimates, and I just wanted to just be really clear about how you selected between those different categories.
Thank you. Yes, so for the consideration of impact in relation to this element of the sustainability appraisal, we've used the information that's reasonably available, which is the maps produced by DEFRA to identify the quality of agricultural land. Obviously, those are very high level and they provide an indication of the likelihood of land being of that quality in that defined area. Quality can obviously vary across a site, and that can only really be determined by an on-site testing of soils, which would normally happen at the planning application stage. So we don't think it's proportionate to require the detailed soil investigation for every site at the allocation stage. So for the sustainability appraisal, therefore, the difference between neutral impact and minor negative, which I think was your original question, relates to the likelihood of land being within either grades 1, 2 or 3, or being in grade 3 where it could be known to be grade 3A, best and most versatile land. Obviously, land that is likely to be grade 3 would only be known to be grade 3A if there was further testing carried out, which sometimes it may have been as part of a previous exercise, for example. So just to clarify, neutral is likely to be grade 3 land, but it would require a site-specific survey to determine whether there's any 3A land there. The minor negative impact is for land that may be grade 1 or grade 2, or where there's known to be some grade 3A land. So we have weighed agricultural land value in the planning balance. It's fair to say that the difference between a site being neutral or having a minor negative impact probably wasn't a decisive factor in deciding whether a site should be proposed as an allocation, because it would be taken along with a basket of other sustainability indicators. And also national policy doesn't recognise protection of agricultural land as a decisive factor. I could quote you paragraph 15A of the 2023 framework, but I'm just going to move on to footnote 58 there, which says that where significant development of agricultural land is demonstrated to be necessary, areas of poorer quality land should be preferred to those of higher quality, which is in line with the way that we've assessed the different levels in the sustainability indicator. What it does, though, is it brings one further issue up. So where we'd got sites with a neutral score that were subject to obviously a visual check during the site selection work, where agricultural land was found, we'd added a condition to development to those site allocations, asking for an agricultural land survey to be required at the planning application stage to determine whether the land is grade 3A or not, and therefore whether it should be protected. Our policy GS4, which I'm sure we'll come to in the stage 3 hearings, that's the best and most versatile agricultural land policy, allows for development of best and most versatile agricultural land in certain circumstances, including where there's demonstrable need. So following some consideration about the practical aspects of applying a condition on development to sites that we're already proposing for allocation, we do suggest that perhaps we could consider it being instead dealt with through an amendment to policy GS4, whether that might be clearer.
And that would just require the insertion of a few words in the introduction to that policy around development on the best and most versatile agricultural land will only be permitted where, and then insertion of the words, the site is allocated for development, or, and then it continues as the previous policy was written. Apologise if I've lost you there.
No, that's absolutely fine. No, I'm just thinking that actually if we come back to that issue then at that particular session. Thank you. Moving on then to the next bullet point, I just had a quick question about the air pollution indicator. I'm going to ask the questions first to the council and then allow people to comment around the table. So just a quick question about the air pollution indicator. You have the definition of air quality exceedance area within the appraisal process, and I just wanted to understand why you had used a different sort of approach, effectively, that it's not actually those exceedance areas in terms of the EU limit values, it's a different category, and how you came up with that and the reasons for using that.
Thank you, Ma'am. Yes, I think just having considered the wording there, that maybe that could have been phrased slightly differently. I think it comes back to the point we were talking about yesterday about whether there were potential pockets of poor air quality within sites and whether a condition would need to be attached to assess those parts of the sites. So this takes a different approach, and what was recommended by air quality colleagues was to look at roads where their annual daily traffic flow was above 19,000 trips per day. And that could be used as an indicator where there could be poor quality issues. We then applied a 200-metre buffer to that to identify if any sites fell within 200 metres of those routes. So really it's a potential exceedance buffer rather than an actual exceedance area. As I say, it's just a buffer. It's not a definitive boundary, and it's a proxy and probably a conservative one, but just to ensure that conditions are attached for that check to happen.
Okay, thank you for confirming that. Bullet 3, I don't actually have any questions, so we'll leave that. So, yes, if others around the table now wish to comment on sustainability appraisal indicators that the council has used, so very specifically, so not the results, but if you want to comment on the indicators that have been applied. Mr. Clapp, you were first.
We would like to say something about the second sentence of the first bullet point, should investigation of grade 3A status be devolved.
So sorry, I didn't hear you because you're facing away from the microphone.
Sorry, I'm looking at the notes, my fault. Second sentence of the first bullet point, should we devolve assessment of whether land is grade 3A or not? That's the question that we want to provide some submissions on.
So sorry, which document are you referring to?
Item 11 on the agenda.
Sorry, can you repeat your point?
It's the second sentence of the first bullet point. Should investigation of grade 3A status. That's the issue we want to address you on. We say it's inappropriate to delay consideration of whether land's BMV land or not to the application stage. The 4 points to make. Decisions are required by paragraph 174A to contribute to and enhance the natural and local environment by protecting and enhancing sites of geological value and soils in a manner commensurate with their identified quality. And what S13 says, it's difficult to see how a decision to allocate or not a parcel of land could comply with this requirement at a time when the classification of land, i.e. whether and to what extent it comprised BMV, was unknown. And similarly, a plan is required to allocate land with the least environmental value. That's paragraph 175. Difficult to say that this has been achieved without knowing what the value of the site is in environmental terms. That's the first point. The council referred to the test, areas of poorer quality land should be preferred to land of higher quality. On the present approach, you can have two sites, both of which are assessed as grade 3, one of which was completely comprised of BMV, the other of which had no BMV land in it at all. And the present assessment is completely blind as to which of those parcels of land would be assessed as being poorer or higher quality. It doesn't have the
the approach doesn't have the tools to make the distinction to which the council referred. That's the second point. Third point is that the deliverability and to an extent viability, achievability of individual parcels will be informed by land classification. So in order to assess whether sites will actually come forward and on what trajectory, it's very important to know whether and to what extent they will comprise BMV land. So it's a potential constraint which should really be informing the decision to allocate or whether to allocate at all. And again, we say the council looking at matters the wrong way around in that respect. And the fourth point, shorter point, is that the purpose for which land might be allocated may be influenced by the classification of whether it's BMV land or not. So again, it's very important to understand BMV land at the earliest possible stage in the process and certainly not devolve to the application stage. So those are our 4 points on that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll take a few more comments around the table before I give the council a chance to comment if it wishes. Mr. Mills.
Thank you. Yeah, we would support the points that have just been made about agricultural land and the need for that to be clarified before planning application stage. The second point is really about the distance to core public transport network indicator. We believe that for locations to be sustainable with key access to key services and facilities, they should be within walking distance of day-to-day needs and within walking distance of a bus route, preferably a high-frequency one every 10 to 15 minutes. I know that's a challenge in Sheffield. The current site assessment process does not appear to measure or give weight to that or how it could be realistically delivered, unless we've missed something. Thank you.
Thank you. And Mr. Levery.
Thank you, ma'am. This is also about grade 3A. I'm looking at it from a practical point of view. If you've got an active arable farm, which is farming land of 3A quality, then you cannot wait for a planning application for a determination as whether their land is going to be used or not. It's far too late. The planting cycle alone for running a farm doesn't match planning applications. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And Mrs. Davison.
Yeah, if you can bear with me, I've been abandoned and I've been handed a load of different paper comments to say. So, okay, I'll try and work through them. So, on air pollution, I do want to pick up on, I appreciate we touched on this yesterday, but it was right at the very end and I didn't get the opportunity to come back. And I know that the idea that the clean air zone will impact positively on the whole of the city, but that's not consistent with what DEFRA have put forward. They've put forward that the London ULEZ had a brilliant result to reduce nitrogen oxides in the central areas, but very limited effects on the boroughs. Birmingham, equally, 13% in the zone, but only minor changes at the peripheries. Same in Bath, and Portsmouth only had very localised benefits with minimal changes for the rest of the city. So I don't think it really, the evidence isn't supported that the clean air zone, if we don't do site-specific testing, I don't think that it can really be considered that the city centre's clean air zone will have a positive effect on Ecclesfield or Handsworth, where the majority of the building is going to be done. In respect to the mitigation, it appears to be an aspiration, not a mitigation. You know, a hope that people will move to cleaner vehicles. I think it was raised yesterday that it's a choice whether people move or start to do active travel. So there is no concrete mitigation in for air pollution at all. On top of that, we didn't really cover particulate matter yesterday. It was just because right now it's not showing to be very high. But when you start to bring the amounts of traffic into a local area, there will be very local significant impacts on health and ecology at that local level. Particulate matter is known to contribute to up to 6% of deaths, and it massively negatively impacts biodiversity. So the Environment Act of 2021 sets to reduce
Sorry,
those targets.
can I just ask you to pause, because we did have quite a long conversation at the session yesterday on this, so there was a chance to comment then. We've got quite a packed agenda this afternoon, so I'm really sorry to stop you, but there was an opportunity to be involved in that debate then.
Yeah, we only had like 2 minutes right at the very end on air quality. That's fine, I'll move on.
I mean, I have read your representation, so if you've mentioned about particulate matter, then obviously I'll be noting that.
Okay, it was more specifically about what had been said yesterday about what the levels were and what the mitigation was. But
you've got comments on the sustainability appraisal indicators.
Yes, so I agree with what CPRE have said about the bus stops. We have examples where there are bus stops that have been included in this plan that have a very limited bus service with none at all on a Sunday. So again, the bus services need to be considered. Yeah, that's on this section. Yeah, sorry.
Thank you. Mrs. Jackson?
I keep forgetting. I've normally got a voice that projects quite well anyway. So, a couple of things. The Grade A sites, Grade 3A sites, we have two in our area, which is NES 37 and CH05. They are currently being farmed in one way or another. However, the CH05 has in the past had fruit on it, and I've checked with the farmers that are in relation to those sites, and both of their sites, 37 and 05, are capable of producing fruits and vegetables, etc. So the class of that is a 3A, and I don't think, and I agree totally with what you're saying, it has to be assessed before it's taken out of the green belt. Secondly, in relation to the air pollution that we're talking about now, the site that is near to us, the monitor rarely works, apparently. And the readings that we get from going on to Plume are quite high. We've had it as high as 122, and it is very often higher than the 40% today. The reading at the moment is 49 and expected to rise to 56 today on that app. Going back to the clean air zone, I totally agree. What's happening is that all of these HGVs now are being pushed from the city centre into our area, and if we're going to have all of these sites put on there, in 2020, just a bit of a stat for you, in relation to the HGVs and the diesel that is still on there, in 2023 there were 625,873 HGVs on the road.
I'm really sorry, I'm going to have to stop you again because we're straying into issues that we have already discussed, but also this item is just about the sustainability appraisal indicators.
But I think that's
so if you've got a comment on the indicators, not the results, but the methodology?
Yeah, what I'm saying is that all those vehicles that aren't electric are being pushed into our area, but what we're not having is a separate indicator there. We don't have any form of monitoring in that area. It's across the other side, and it's not going to take into consideration, as we say, all the particulates and the NO2 that comes into the area because of that.
Thank you. Okay, moving around the table then. So I didn't see who had their nameplate up first, so I'll start with Mr. Pleasant and then move in that direction. Thank you.
Thank you. It's just hopefully a brief point that doesn't interrupt a break this time. The CPTN and how that's used in terms of the methodology. We just have some concerns that relying on the bus network when it's accepted in the in exam 130 that the bus network is shrinking. is somewhat then self-limiting on the sites that are assessed, particularly with, I don't want to go into too much into site-specific points, but site 3057 and 3059, which is the two sites we're predominantly interested in, are sites which could be more accessible in terms of the bus network, but the accepted constraints, and I refer to paragraph 3.16 in exam 130, notes that due to bus cuts, it's difficult to properly assess that, and that may impact on the sustainability of sites. So I appreciate it's a difficult one for the council, sort of policy off, policy on position. They have to do that in a consistent way, but ultimately, I think it ends up with sites which are logical and sustainable being underscored. The two sites in question here being those. I have other points, but there are other topics on Greenbelt later, so I'll deal with those then.
Okay, thank you. I've noted your point. Mr. Ather?
Thank you, Ma'am. I was going to repeat pretty much exactly what was just said there about proximity to the CPTN in particular, and we've made this comment in our rep, so I won't go into it in too much detail, but there's obviously the possibility when you're delivering sites of a strategic scale to bring forward improvements to public transport through whether it's financial contributions or routing bus networks through larger development sites. So this indicator as it stands at the moment, which is I think based on data from February 2020, so it's already sort of 5 years out of date, perhaps just needs to be considered in terms of whether there's opportunities there to improve public transport, which clearly could be a benefit of development and allocated sites coming forward. So yeah, it was just that point I wanted to make on.
Thank you very much. Mr. Senko?
Thank you. I've got a brief comment about the public transport network indicator as well. We believe that the Council's methodology is not justified as it is designed for C3 housing only. In terms of the Moor Garden Centre, we believe that the application of this indicator is not fully justified and essentially flawed because the count or the demographic of the proposed scheme, which is basically an extra scare scheme for older people, and such schemes are often less reliant on frequent travel for many services provided, because many services are provided on site for the community. So we believe that this indicator is just one of the examples where there is not a distinction between generic or general housing, C3 housing, and more specific housing like use class C2. Thank you.
Thank you. I've noted your point. Mr. Wood?
Thank you. Two comments. Firstly, the first bullet point, best and most versatile agricultural land. Support the Council's approach. It's proportionate. It reflects that we are plan making, and it reflects the provisions of the NPPF. And then my second comment is a broader one on other indicators. Really just an overall comment. There are a comprehensive set of indicators put forward. We're just discussing sort of 2 or 3 here. They reflect the economic, social and environmental objectives of planning and what we're trying to achieve. So it's important that we look at them as a whole. As I say, the simple point, they are a comprehensive set. Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry, Mr. Ather. Ash, would you like to come in?
Just to keep one, obviously from the indicators, obviously the sites, especially in S35, especially employment, are on the outer skirts of Sheffield. Again, so I'm questioning how it's been indicated with public transport and the lack of public facilities that actually serve these sites. So again, it's just a question of how the indicators have actually come and been able to select these sites on the outskirts of Sheffield.
Thank you. Right, I don't have any more questions on this matter, so we'll move on. Thank you for your comments, everyone. We've got to item 12, stage 3A, site suitability looking at the planning appraisal approach. This is obviously outlined in exam 130. So I've got a few technical questions under the bullet points, and then obviously bring people in as we go through those. Just to say, under the first bullet point, the densities, I don't have any questions. I found the answer, so that's fine. Late last night. So moving on to the second bullet point, how did the council take account of the value of each site to the local community? So this is in terms of general walking and recreational opportunities and benefits in terms of health and well-being. So obviously they're not generally open space, designated open space, but they provide those informal opportunities. So how did the council look at that as part of the site selection process, please?
Hi, thank you. Yes, as you've noted, one of the indicators in the sustainability appraisal is about the impact on recreational open space. And whilst none of these sites are recreational open space, as defined in the framework, we don't underestimate the role that they can play in communities' sense of place and the extent to which spaces are accessed by communities, particularly on foot, for the benefit of their health and well-being. Although the proposed site allocations are predominantly in agricultural use, some not all are crossed by public footpaths and rights of way, that do allow people to experience the areas, and that aspect can be safeguarded and potentially improved as part of the site layout. The allocations also provide they would provide new accessible open space. I think it's just worth pointing to a couple of other aspects of site selection which pick up the question around value in terms of recreational opportunities and enjoyment of space. Through the landscape character and greenbelt capacity study, that's GB08, that includes an assessment on the impact on visual amenity, and that's considered as part of the planning appraisal. Higher sensitivity is noted from public footpaths than would be expected, for example, by walking along an adjoining road. So within the primary criteria for assessment that's set out in the methodology for that document, that includes landform, enclosure, openness to public view. So clearly openness to public view as part of your experience is part of that assessment of landscape character. Appendix 2 of that document then sets out measurement criteria, and public views include views from roads, rights of way, public open space and open access land. And the evaluation also makes allowance for summer and winter variations, and takes account of the extent of visibility from site perimeters and rights of way through the site, as well as the number of likely viewers. So obviously a public right of way is going to be experienced by a lot more people, and therefore the the visual impact of that space, whether it's recreational or not, is taken account there. So with this noted, alongside of the matters we've considered over the last couple of days, we do appreciate that the proposed allocations would have some negative impacts, but that's been balanced against the various benefits that we've already discussed around the importance of delivering new homes through master plan development, which would incorporate open space, public rights of way, and also consider landscaping to take account of those site-specific contexts.
Thank you. I think that probably partly answers bullet point 3 as well, but if you'd like to just touch on how you took account of perhaps the separate identity of some of these settlements as well, because I think you've touched on the character already.
Yes, although it's probably all wrapped up in the answer, I think. Just to be clear, we know that we will return in agenda point 13 to consideration of separation in terms of greenbelt terms. So I'm not going to touch on that too much. But just to note that areas such as Greenside or Ecclesfield are considered to be part of the main urban area in the plan, but we do recognise that places are obviously perceived differently by the people who live there. We all perceive places differently, and clearly there are strong identities to some areas. So in terms of aspects of the evidence base that play a role in considering identity and character of the different areas, I think the heritage impact assessment for the proposed additional sites is actually quite a good place to start. That's exam document 127. So in particular, that recognises the historic character of village cores, for example, Grenoside's conservation area, and considers whether site allocations would impact on those. Although obviously it's worth noting that in many areas of the city, older areas of the city, the 19th and 20th century expansion has subsequently taken place outwards from those historic cores, including in Greenside and Ecclesfield. I think I've already just touched on the landscape character assessment, which also considered the potential effect on merging or coalescence of settlements or parts of existing settlements if greenbelt parcels were to be developed. So that's obviously part of the evidence base that's weighed in the overall decision-making process.
Okay, thank you very much for that. Right, do people wish to come in then in terms of those 2 bullet points that we've covered? So that's talking about the value of the site to the community in terms of recreational value and the issue of impacts of separate identity. I've also under item 4 raised the issue of flood risk sequential test. Now, the council produced this last week, so I just want to check that everyone around the table has seen that. You wish to? Yes, thank you. So just to say on that, I don't have any questions on it, but if anyone around the table wishes to comment on any of the bullet points under item 12, then please do so now and put your nameplates on their end. I didn't see the order at all, so I'm simply going to go left to right. So Mrs. Jackson, you're first. And this is obviously looking at the planning appraisal approach and not the results for each site.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Obviously, in our area, there are going to be potentially 4 large industrial estates. And I would like to know how we're going to access open space in those areas. I can understand that in a housing area, you might be able to put a green space. But with industrial estates, then you can't. So I'd like to know really where the council envisages this particular green space for us to go to will be placed. That will allow basically us to exercise as we have been doing, because we enjoy the areas that are there at the moment. It's used by many people, bird watchers, walkers, cyclists, etc. And it's just going to take it all away. But I'd like to know where they think they're going to put it so that we can still enjoy it.
This is sort of straying into like site specifics again, but if the council want to just quickly answer the question in terms of are there other options in that particular area, or if you don't wish to, then we can park this question.
Get up at site specific if that's okay.
Sorry, it is rather site specific.
I think it's more than one site specific because we're looking at the whole of Chapeltown, all across one area. And basically that's going to make that one side one big industrial unit, and that's not what Chapeltown is.
No, I appreciate your comments. Thank you. Okay, Mrs. Davison.
Yes, I've got quite a few separate points. The first one is talking about the value of the sites. I know it's in our, so I know you're aware of it, the nature equity. We don't really think that has been taken into account, so our nature equity mapping that has been done. Unfortunately, I've lost my expert on talking about that, because obviously he would be much better at the details, but essentially that is a piece of work that's been done that will highlight where the areas of deprivation on nature equity, so that is access to nature, not necessarily access to recreation.
Just to say that I have read those reps, so yes, you're not disadvantaged by your colleague not being here.
And then we've got I want to highlight some errors that have been done in the planning appraisal. So NES 36 and CH 4s and 5s, they've all been assessed as having as being near to the same GP surgery. So when they've been assessed as to what GPs can cater for that increase in housing, they have referred to the same GP. All 3 have referred to the same GP surgery. And then there is also one of the sites that has been included, one of the medical sites that's been included is actually a cataract surgery, not a GP, and that was also included in the appraisal as a potential for GP surgery. Want to come back onto what you've just said about taking into account the impacts on the settlements. These in the parish, these sites that have been put forward will essentially merge Chapeltown to Ecclesfield to Grenoside and to Parson Cross, and it will be one big area of development. There won't be any more space left. And finally, the appraisal stage in general. What we've heard over the last couple of days is that all of the detail will be at the planning stage. The land detail that was raised earlier, the traffic that we've discussed this morning, the pollution, ecology, the buffers. Everything has been pushed on to the planning stage, yet all of these put together are really important in deciding whether these greenbelt allocations should go ahead. And my question is, I'd like to ask, considering that there's been formulas put forward for when you are calculating how much green space there needs depending on the site and how much affordable housing, why couldn't formulas be put in place when dealing with things like buffers, so that you could say a site this big or a site that is going to be this big and adjacent to ancient woodland will need 100 metres? Why always go for the minimum, whereas when you're calculating educational needs, you've gone for a more general approach and you're making big allowances? Why is education treated differently to ecology? Why is ecology, it will be done later and it'll be fine, whereas you're taking the precautionary approach for the other factors?
Thank you. I've noted all your points. Did you have anything else? You've got your nameplate up? No. Okay. Thank you, and I've read your reps. Thank you. Mr. Levery?
Thank you, ma'am. I'd like to talk about the flood risk sequential test and referring to exam 151 in the report. Now, clearly, an NPPF policy states all plans should apply a sequential risk-based approach to the location of development, taking into account all sources of flood risk and the current and future impacts of climate change, so as to avoid, where possible, flood risks to people and property. Now, when we go down to, I think it's paragraph 4, applying the sequential approach to allocating sites, it says in 4.1, the outcome of the sequential test was carefully considered by the Council in determining which sites to allocate, alongside the question of whether there were other sequentially preferable in flood risk terms sites available, as established through the sequential test above. Wider sustainable benefits were also considered. This is in the context of the fact that most of the sites put forward score high in terms of the sequential test. And further on 4.2, it says it was not considered appropriate to allocate further greenbelt sites in preference to non-greenbelt sites or over and above those necessary to meet the shortfall identified by the inspectors, including an additional allowance for flexibility, even where it would be sequentially preferable in flood risk terms to do so. Whilst the site's performance in terms of the sequential test flood risk remains an important material consideration, wider sustainability objectives and national policy objectives outweigh them in this instance. Now, I want to understand how flood risk is outweighed by other policies in terms of site allocation, please, in terms of what's referred to in this document. Thank you.
Can you just take me to that? So I've got the document in front of me. Can you take me to the specific paragraph, please? Did the council want to provide just a very brief explanation to Mr. Levery?
Sorry, I mean, just to be clear, paragraph 4.2 is dealing with looking at, again, essentially at the non-greenbelt sites, because where a sequential assessment is undertaken in flood risk terms, it's essentially of the entire plan area. So what this document is saying is that there was work carried out in that respect through which we looked at in the first stages of the plan examination, and that this is essentially an addendum to that. And when you look at this together, there will be a number of reasonably available greenbelt sites that are sequentially preferable in flood risk terms to the non-greenbelt sites, but there are the sustainability benefits primarily that are being discussed in 4.2 include the strategy making as much use as possible of suitable brownfield sites and underutilised land in the urban areas. So it's essentially saying that those sites have been prioritised in the overall planning balance, notwithstanding the outcome of the sequential test in flood risk terms, which has been carefully considered. So that's the context of 4.2.
Mr. Levery?
Thank you, ma'am. The issue with the flood risk assessments that have taken place on the sites that are promoted primarily concentrates on the sites themselves and not actually the downstream impact of flooding. Now, one of the difficulties we have in the north of the city is we have a very high hill called Grenna Knoll, which is 1,000 feet, and all the watercourses run down and converge in Ecclesfield Common. And a lot of the land is farmed around there and is arable and takes and absorbs a lot of rainfall. However, when built on, if you're looking at sites as big as 32 hectares and trying to put mitigation schemes in, there is downstream flooding impacts. And Ecclesfield Park itself, which is at the bottom of the whole set of watercourses run down, is a flood 3A risk zone and has got a history of flooding. Now, what will happen, and our concerns are, that we will get repetitive flooding, not just in Ecclesfield Park, but within the village, both at St Mary's Lane and also at the bottom of Yew Lane, which has flooded in the past. It used to flood due to runoff, but when it went to arable, it stopped because it had to be exceptional weather circumstances. So, in other words, the arable farm prevents the flooding, and our great concern is that building there will exacerbate the problem. Thank you. But I recognise we'll discuss this in detail in the sites.
Thank you. Mr. Mills?
Thank you. My point relates to the separate identity and character of the settlement areas, and also refers to some extent to what you'll be covering under item 13. So we believe in preserving the integrity of the greenbelt. We think the site selection and assessment process should give more weight to the proposed resulting sprawl of the large built-up area of Sheffield and the general suburbanisation that these developments are going to bring. We believe the merging of Chapeltown with Sheffield would prejudice a highly relevant greenbelt purpose on a strategic scale, as Chapeltown is a town, and this is self-evident when applying planning judgment. I note that we've been told that they're in reality seen as one urban area, but I think that is the point of those areas of greenbelt, is to try to minimise the impact of that, and that will be prejudiced by this.
Thank you. I've noted your points. Mr. Clapp?
In respect of bullet point 2, we're going to address you on specific issues arising re SES 30 in the detailed sessions. I'm not going to raise those concerns now. Just dealing very briefly with the sequential test. You need to understand sources of flood risk before this test can be properly applied. Least of all, that's important to understand which sites are at the lowest risk of flooding. And the question that we have is, how can we approach that exercise in a meaningful way without a modelled understanding of the flooding, which will take place, at least at the site SES 30, with climate change taken into account. We don't agree with the conclusion of the assessment or I don't think we're entirely clear anymore what the assessment is regarding SES 30. The IIA says minor positive, but now we've got the sequential test says high risk. So we're not clear what the assessment is on SES 30, but we can pick that up on the 13th of October.
Thank you. Mr. Pleasant.
Generally, a brief point on on the indicators, and we feel that as per our written submissions on the matter, that the indicators have been downplayed in respect to the sites that we've put forward. Naturally, we would say that, I suppose, but we feel given the indicators that have been I referenced earlier and those now reps, that there needs to be further consideration of additional sites. And I don't want to get into that point too greatly, but generally there's an underplaying of the matters, and the discounting of sites lacks a proportionate amount of detail, and I think we can probably leave it there in terms of our comments.
Thank you very much. Mr. Gregg.
Thank you. Yeah, I think I want to support the Council's approach in relation to the second bullet point, the way that Ms Stevens described it. The sustainability indicator on walking and recreational opportunities, benefiting health and well-being, enjoyment of space, visual amenity, public views, landscape character, seasonal variations, all part of the assessment that's gone into this. I think it sets down a positive marker for how these sites should come forward, should they be allocated. So, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Senko.
Thank you. I just want to briefly touch on the wider benefits of health and well-being. This stage, we believe, is another example where the methodology should be refined. I was earlier referring to the Dormore Garden Centre. For that, no allowance was made that this is specialist accommodation for older housing, for older people. We would say, however, that this is a specific housing need, and this would have impacts on well-being, allowing older people to live independently whilst having access to on-site care provision. But also it would mean that it assists in freeing up standard housing, family housing elsewhere in the city. And again, this use is not competing with general housing use class C3. So we believe that these factors have not properly taken into consideration on the assessment for these specific sites. Thank you.
Sorry. Thank you, Mr. Wood.
Just on, firstly on health and well-being, just points already been made, just reinforce the benefits that arrive to health and well-being from new public open space, having a home and being able to walk to services and facilities. So it's important to look at the health and well-being from the perspective of, yes, I could see the questions about, I guess, the existing value of the site, but there's also the value of what the development brings to health and well-being. And then just the point has already been made in terms of looking at the separate identity. There's already been a reference made to GB08, the landscape character and greenbelt capacity study, and that specifically considers the relationship with the existing urban built form and edge. It's one of the specific criteria in that piece of work. Thank you.
Right, thank you. Okay, so I think that completes item 12. We'll move on to item 13 now, which is site suitability and relating to greenbelt assessment. So I've got a few questions for the council first, and then bring in others around the table. So bullet point 1, what were the separate towns and settlements for the application of greenbelt purpose 2? So it obviously appears you've used a mix of towns and villages, so if you could just sort of justify your approach and explain why.
Yes, thank you. Just to clarify, within Sheffield, the towns are the main urban area of Sheffield, and the principal towns of Stocksbridge, Deepcar and Chapeltown, High Green, and that's set out in Policy SP2. As noted already, given that the Green Belt Review methodology was published in 2020, significantly prior to the government's recent guidance on how Purpose 2 should be assessed, it also established the other settlements, both in Sheffield and in adjoining authorities, which were considered for the purposes of merging of towns. These can be found in document GB02, the Green Belt Review methodology, from paragraph 514. So, given that the clarification has been given very recently in the Green Belt Planning Practice Guidance that villages don't count now for the purposes of the assessment, we note this would impact the scoring for the proposed additional site allocation NWS 30 with respect to this purpose. That site forms part of the gap between the larger villages of Outerbridge and Warncliffe side. However, recent development at Outerbridge Mill has also altered the perception of that gap, and it should be noted that existing housing areas to the west of Langsett Road are also closer to Warncliffe side. Notwithstanding that, those two are larger villages and they don't fit within the category of towns under the new government guidance for scoring of Purpose 2 in relation to the Green Belt. The highest scoring site, proposed site allocation in terms of this purpose is site CH05, and that does form part of the gap between the main urban area of Sheffield and the principal town of Chapeltown, and so that score remains relevant in relation to the updated government guidance.
Okay, so your position is that obviously guidance has changed relatively recently, and therefore you're sticking with the approach that you've taken in your Green Belt Review, which obviously your main Green Belt Review was carried out a couple of years ago. So, okay, thank you for that. Moving on then to the second bullet point, what regard was had to whether sites could potentially satisfy the definition of grey belt? So, obviously appreciating that the plan is subject to transitional arrangements, but I'm just interested in just trying to find out why the council decided not to look at that aspect. I'm not saying you needed to, but just if you could explain your approach.
Thank you. You're right, we didn't specifically identify sites as potentially satisfying the definition of grey belt, but it is reflected in the scoring against purposes A and B, as we've just discussed. It's worth noting that purpose D, which also contributes to an assessment of whether land performs a grey belt role, isn't relevant to Sheffield because the city wouldn't be regarded as a historic town in the way that, for example, York or Chester would be.
Sorry, I'm just so busy writing down your responses.
Do you want me to go slower?
Yes, you do talk fast. Yes, that's very true.
Sorry.
Okay, so I've just captured your first few points. So you say that grey belt is reflected in your scoring for A and B, but your scorings for A and B were done a while ago. So
yeah, sorry. Obviously, if you were trying to assess land for whether it performed a role as grey belt, you would use the scoring for purposes A and B. I'll come to the differences in a moment. And I was just noting that purpose D is also relevant for a grey belt test, but we don't assess land against purpose D in Sheffield, and that's clarified in our Green Belt Review methodology, and that wouldn't change under the government guidance either. So we have carried out an exercise to assess the extent to which our existing Green Belt methodology assessment in relation to purposes A and B aligns with the updated government planning practice guidance in this respect. So in relation to purpose A, checking sprawl of large built-up areas, both methodologies focus on whether development would result in incongruous development, so fingers, or whether it's a rounding off development. But we feel the practice guidance values land adjacent to the urban area and existing development and other urbanising influences, which doesn't really have a definition. So in conclusion, we feel that methodological approach is broadly consistent, with the main focus being on the incongruous nature of development that would occur. So if we were assessing land to see if it performed a grey belt role, our existing scores against purpose A would be broadly consistent with the government's new guidance on how that should be considered. So in relation to purpose B, we've just gone into that a little bit in terms of preventing merging. There's a clear difference in the approach to merging with the guidance now from the government that villages don't form part of that purpose. So inevitably, some parcels that have scored higher, I suppose, in relation to this purpose in our methodology would now score lower, and that would notably be land in the northwest around Uterbridge, Warncliffe side and Worrell. There would be potential change to some sites that are within gaps to villages in other local authority areas, which we did list in the methodology, on the southeast side of the city as well, and the northeast side of the city. So there are considerable differences in our approach to merging there, but that could be easily rectified if we needed to confirm that for a specific site, because you would be able to tell whether the gap was related to a village or a town. So just a final point on that, going forward, the intention is to undertake a new Greenbelt review with the specific aim of identifying potential grey belt land, and that could be used to then inform future decisions on planning applications as and when they are received. And that may well be a South Yorkshire-wide review. That's a piece of work that's being considered at the South Yorkshire Mayoral Combined Authority level at the moment, the scale at which that should be relevantly undertaken.
Thank you for the explanation. Just a quick question then. Obviously, you haven't looked at the grey belt at the moment, but you're intending to do a review of the green belt, which will obviously capture that issue at some stage. Do you think there's likely to be a potential significant supply of suitable grey belt sites that come forward on the edge of Sheffield in the interim through application process, or do you think that would be a relatively limited amount? I don't want to hold you to this, but I'm just sort of looking for an indication.
Thank you. That's a good question. So obviously there's elements of the test as to whether something performs a role of grey belt, which also relates to whether there's a need for that type of development. So that's partially dependent on the status of the local plan and our existing supply in that. So I am aware of a number of preliminary investigations around whether sites may be grey belt, but I don't work in the development management team, so I haven't personally had to be involved in any applications for grey belt uses yet.
Okay, thank you for that. Right, I'm just checking that I've asked my questions, and then I'll invite contributions around the table. Yep, I've asked my questions. Okay, does anyone else wish to comment on the council's green belt methodology? Okay. Mrs. Senko, I'll take you first.
Thank you, Deborah Still. From our perspective, I mean, I've just heard what the council said, but from our perspective, we think that all the additional sites proposed for allocation are overwhelmingly greenfield in nature, and I think we believe that opportunities have missed to look into grey belt sites, because you stated that in your letter that the council might wish to future-proof its green belt evidence, and I think we believe that's a missed opportunity here, because there are clearly sites, or mission sites as well, which are brownfield in nature, and they should be considered, one of which is Dormoor Garden Centre, but also others. In terms of Hackstones, for example, we believe that this is a grey belt site, and we just think that is a missed opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Pleasant.
Thank you, Ma'am. I was very interested to Council's response on that question. I think somewhat changes how I would have probably commented. I think, as was just pointed out there, missed opportunity is a good word for it. The sites in Uterbridge, for example, the 3057 that I mentioned earlier, whereby under Purpose 1 to check the unrestricted sprawl of large built-up areas, the site was scored as 4, but but clearly that should be a far lower score because it, well, or 1, because it doesn't contribute to that purpose. Now, I appreciate there are other sites on the edge of large built-up area which may contribute, and then there may well be a sliding scale on that. But it fundamentally changes how you're looking at sites, and it means that sites which are being discounted for potentially being unsuitable in greenbelt terms or scoring higher in greenbelt terms are now far more preferable, and that's material to the sites which are proposed for allocation. It's material to those sites which are now being, which are emission sites, and I would say it requires a further detailed appraisal and for those documents to be commented on accordingly, and then potentially for additional sites to be considered for allocation. And I think that's particularly relevant when you consider the 5-year supply challenges which the council currently faces and may well face on plan adoption. And it could be an interesting scenario that if sites weren't allocated or additional sites weren't allocated, you would have a plan which admittedly quite openly doesn't have a 5-year supply on adoption. Therefore, there's a need for additional sites. Therefore, grey belt is immediately sort of enacted, as it were, subject, of course, to planning application stage appraisal. So why not get ahead of that, do the work now, allocate more sites, and have a 5-year supply when the plan's adopted? It seems to me like quite a logical approach to take. I appreciate that that's not an ideal approach. During a local plan process, it adds to the delay of it all, and there is a clear need to have a plan adopted. But clearly things have changed and the plan should respond to that, accepting, of course, it is a transitional plan, so grey belt isn't necessarily applicable, but I would argue that the PPG has relevance and should be considered.
Thank you very much. Mr. Clapp, you're next. No, Legacy. Moving around the table then, Mr. Levery.
Thank you, ma'am. A couple of points I want to make. In terms of grey belt, when we voted as members in February 2022 for spatial option 3, that was to explore sites with brownfield in the green belt. Now, the reality is not a lot has been delivered. In fact, only one site, and part of that site has been built on. That's at Norton Aerodrome, with 260 odd sites, which I think this was initially intended to be around 1,000. And most of the other sites were deemed unsustainable because they were in locations like Loxley Valley or Dore. So I feel like we've done that exercise to some extent already and not come up with anything. So and what we're left with is just greenfield. So I'd be interested to know comments on how we go about this grey belt. My second point is, in your letter of February, in paragraph 35, you said it is our view that any greenbelt work should give greater recognition to purposes A and B and revisit the overall scores to ensure they are fair. What does that actually mean, and has it actually been done? Thank you.
It means what it says. I'm not going to expand on that any further, but thank you for your point. Do you have any other comments? Mrs. Jackson.
Press that one. I'd just like to question the use of only 4 of the greenbelt purposes out of the 5. Sheffield, I would argue, is a historic town. Chapeltown is a town. And Ecclesfield is actually mentioned in the Domesday Book. I don't think you get much more historic than that one. I feel that it's just been done for convenience, so that we're just obliterating that one score. I think if it was included, then our sites would score even higher. And I would suggest that it's been unfairly assessed because those purposes have been left out.
Thank you for your point. Mr. Wood.
Thank you. Very quick point. The plan is being prepared under the transitional arrangements. I know that's been said a number of times now, and this greenbelt assessment is compliant with the relevant NPPF. Thank you.
Thank you. Mrs. James.
Thank you. It was just a quick point really just to say that we agree with what Mr Pleasant said in terms of why wait to be inundated with potential grey belt applications. There are sites now that could be reconsidered and looked at again to assist with meeting that shortfall in housing land supply. As I said before, particularly the Oaks Park Norton site, but we'll wait to see what the council provide on that during the course of next week. Many thanks.
Thank you. Mr Lever, you used to have did you mean to put your nameplate down? Thank you, that's okay. It's difficult to see behind laptops, isn't it? Okay, let's move on to item 14. So stage 3B, shortlisting and identification of proposed site allocations. So at the inspector's request, the council has prepared a new document, exam 130A, which sets out the reasons why 8 of the rejected sites were not taken forward, because this information was actually missing from the topic paper. Can I just check that everyone has seen it? I think it was sent through last week. It was one of the many documents that you may have received. Yeah, everyone's seen it? Okay. It's, I've got 130A. Is that wrong? Yeah, okay. So, does anyone have any comments on that document that was received? Mr Pleasant.
It's a fairly simple point as to whether that document should have considered the option to allocate smaller sites or parts of sites. I appreciate, as I said before, Greenbelt Review is a large piece of work for any council to undertake, particularly for this council. Nevertheless, when I look at that question in the context of site SO 3059, it strikes me that a smaller allocation, sorry, I appreciate getting into site specific, but it's a wider point about the methodology, whether an assessment of a smaller site would actually score higher in Greenbelt terms. And the question is whether that was considered, whether that's likely to be taken forward, and whether that can be included in the Greenbelt work that was referred to a few minutes ago by the council.
Thank you. I think we did touch on this yesterday, and I think the council confirmed that they were looking at the sites that had been promoted to them. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
That is a site that was promoted to them. It's one of the sites on the emissions list, just to clarify that. Yeah. Okay.
Mr Ather.
Thank you, Mom. It was just a quick point in terms of how the council have gone about reducing their shortlist from 3A to 3B, if I may. Now, my client is obviously disappointed. They've promoted 3 sites extensively through the local plan process, and neither of those 3 sites or none of those sites have made it through the 3A to 3B. So there is some understandable disappointment there, which they have expressed to me to pass on to you, as they're 3 very deliverable sites backed by a house builder that could contribute significantly towards the city's housing land supply. The sort of disappointment stems in terms of how the council's moved from 3A to 3B, and in terms of the judgment that's been applied to the site assessments that are in the topic paper, for example. So, as we sort of touched on before, in terms of the core public transport network, that proximity, my client's site at land at Plumley Lane in Mosborough is scored, double N and red because it's more than 1,200 metres from the core public transport network. Now, it's a site that's been promoted for well in excess of 1,000 units. It's been promoted by a site. It's partly owned by the council. There is clear opportunity when you're promoting and delivering sites of that strategic scale, as you'd appreciate, to provide public transport improvements and provide bus routes into the site, etc., that would clearly improve that scoring. So, we understand there has to be a methodology, and there is sympathy there to the council in terms of how they have to compare the sites. But when you're looking at sites of that scale, there is also betterment that can be put in place that could improve that scoring, that would actually mean you've got a more promising site that would score equally as highly as some of the other sites that have been taken forward as proposed allocations. So yeah, my client, they would like to express their disappointment with how we've moved on to 3B from 3A, and as been said already on by the colleagues, this is a plan that, as it stands at the moment, isn't going to get a 5-year supply on adoption. There are other suitable sites in there in that 3A pool that could be brought forward and considered to move to 3B that would make a deliverable and meaningful contribution to the supply. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Ash.
Thank you. Just a couple of quick points. Obviously, you asked about the shortlisting. They just seemed, again, I just want to reiterate, they seemed a little bit of transparency moving to stage 3B and the evidence, and the sites chosen tended to be in working class areas with social deprivation. And so obviously I just wanted to make a point that obviously the areas that you've chosen are near or adjacent large social housing estates already in Sheffield. And so it was just to mention that, just put it on record. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I just had one quick question actually on the paper 130A. If you look at the number of the reasons, the summary of reasons in the table, several of them mention that one of the reasons for rejection is, I'm just looking at the very first line, so this is land to the north of Woodhouse Lane, for example. It says there the second reason is that there are more opportunities for sustainable growth on other alternative sites. So that phrase, more opportunities for sustainable strategic growth elsewhere, can you just sort of clarify what that means for me?
Yes, thank you. That's, I suppose, a summary of the conclusion drawn around the fact that when we were considering a number of parcels within an area, some obviously provide a better opportunity for sustainable strategic growth. So that example that you've raised there of GBOM01, that's actually a site effectively that would be made of 2 parcels, but in that area there is already the land at Handsworth Hall Farm, SES 29, and at Beaver Hill Road, SES 30, which fall within one of the strategic locations that we spoke about earlier in the day in the integrated impact assessment, which obviously together provide the opportunity for sustainable strategic growth, and they are in quite close proximity to that site. So part of the sort of consideration there is around, well, what options are there in that area for strategic growth? And in that area there was already a strategic location.
No, thank you for clarifying. And then in terms of the second bullet point under item 14, role of safeguarded land, I don't have any questions or comments to make on that. Does anyone around the table have any comments? Yep, Mr. Ash.
There's a couple of sites regarding the availability, and obviously I feel that there was some critical issues that weren't checked, i.e. we know that there's one parcel of land that was put forward and isn't available. There's another parcel of land.
Sorry, are you talking about safeguarded land? We were on item 14.
Oh, sorry, I thought I moved to 15.
Yeah, no, not yet.
Sorry.
That's okay. Okay. I think there's a couple of other people who want to talk on this bullet point, so I don't want to. Okay. Let's go to Mr. Levery then.
Yeah, it's just on the previous item, just to note that when this plan came to members, that it was not unanimously accepted, and that one party voted against the plan. Thank you, ma'am.
Mr. Ather.
Thank you, Ma'am. Just a quick question on safeguarded land, really, more for the council. It was something that I think was considered back in 2020, if I recall, in terms of the issues and options stage around having the potential for safeguarded land within the plan, or white land, land taken out of the green belt but held in abeyance in case it's needed through the plan period for housing supply. That's obviously not made it through, and that doesn't appear to have been considered at this stage when considering further site allocations back in May. I just wondered if that's something that the council may have considered, or maybe willing to consider as an alternative to deal with any shortfall that might arise through the plan period at all.
Yeah, obviously they haven't. So, did you wish to say anything? I'm not asking any questions. Right, okay, let's move on then to the next item, which is item 15, stage 4 availability. So my first bullet point was just a quick question to the council, where you've referred to a further availability checks being undertaken. Can I just ask you which sites were checked and why did you decide if a check was needed, and if you can just explain your approach, please.
Thank you. Yes, availability checks largely included contacting those site promoters or landowners as appropriate to confirm the availability details, and that's part of the work that we were doing towards shortlisting. It did actually result in a number of sites being removed from consideration at that point, because obviously being unavailable for development is a fundamental constraint, and those sites are indicated in Appendix 3 of the site selection topic paper, exam 130.
Thank you. And then the second bullet point is the council satisfied that all of the proposed additional sites are available for development. I think there might be some issue on NES 36. Is that the only one?
Yes, that's right. I was just going to say yes, with the exception of NES 36, where we will, when we come to that, be talking about the land ownership and the implications that has for a boundary. That'll be considered in further detail on Thursday.
Thank you very much. Does anyone else have any comments on site availability? Mr. Ash, did you wish to come in?
Thank you. You answered one of my questions. There is obviously an issue with the land on Wheel Lane. So I believe there's still an issue with that. So I'd just like to make that there are still problems regarding that. Town informed. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Did the council wish to comment then? Are you aware of availability issues on Wheel Lane? Is this NES 37?
No, we're not aware of any availability issues for that site.
Do you have definitive evidence then from the landowner, or?
Yeah, the farmers will be in tomorrow, so obviously we'll address it then. But yeah, they are and taking legal advice that they are not going to be ejected from the land.
This is the tenancy issue that we'll be coming back to that tomorrow. Okay, we'll leave it for now, but thank you. Mr. Levery? Sorry, I thought you were going to speak, but you just put your nameplate down. Right, we'll move around the table. Mr. Senko.
Thank you. We just heard from the council that they double-checked with landowners in terms of availability. Some of the shortlisted sites were not available and needed to be dropped. However, and what was discussed yesterday, there are some omission sites readily available, and they should be considered and should come forward, because they could be an alternative to those sites which have been dropped. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Wood.
Just a quick confirmation as a site promoter that those availability checks have been done in the past and have been done recently. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Right, that takes us on to item 16 then. Has the council undertaken appraisal and site assessment of any new potential site options that have been put forward as part of the consultation process in May? So this is obviously post-dating the consultation paper.
Thank you. Yeah, so there's a couple of answers to this. As agreed with the inspectors, sustainability appraisals have been undertaken for sites that were promoted to the council through the call for sites in 2019, issues and options Reg 18 stage in 2020, or the draft plan consultation Reg 19 in 2023. And that formed the basis for the pool of sites that went into site selection for this exercise. Now, some of the sites that were put forward at those three stages have been promoted again during the 2025 consultation. So clearly the appraisals have been undertaken already for those sites, with the one exception at Oaks Park, which we discussed earlier under question 10, which was missed in error, but there is actually sustainability appraisal for that site in the IIA. So with respect to new sites that came during the 2025 consultation, or rather sites that came then but hadn't been put forward in 2019 or forwards, there were 11 sites. Some of those are in the urban area, 6 of them. So obviously if planning permission is granted for development on those sites, they'll contribute to the windfall supply, either large or small, dependent on their size. Note that the 5 greenbelt sites had all been promoted at some point prior to 2019, but not at that time or subsequent stages. And therefore they hadn't been included within the site selection process for the current exercise to identify potential additional site allocations. And we haven't specifically carried out appraisal of those since the conclusion of the consultation in July.
Sorry, just to clarify then, you're saying there were 11 new sites that came forward in 2025 that hadn't been in the come forward through the plan process before?
That's right, yes. 11 that hadn't been promoted in 2019 or since, but they had been promoted before that, and of those, 6 were urban and 5 were in the Greenbelt.
Okay, and have you done the appraisal of that?
No, that's, as I just explained, we haven't done the sustainability appraisal of those sites since they were promoted in July this year. Since the close of the consultation, we haven't carried out site selection on those sites. Obviously, we carried that out prior to the consultation.
Okay, so can I ask that that work is undertaken, that you look at those sites, the new sites, the Greenbelt release sites?
Can I just confirm, is that full site appraisal or sustainability appraisal?
It would effectively be both, yes. Okay, thank you. Right, does anyone have any comments? I wasn't going to ask, but Mr. Levery, just because we're very up against the clock, Mr. Levery.
Sorry, Mum, can we just ask a question of clarification in terms of the extra work before we move on?
Sorry, is it the site selection of the 5 Greenbelt sites alone, not the 6 urban sites? Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Levery?
Thank you, ma'am. Just a quick question. So if 6 large urban sites come forward, what's the definition of windfall? Clearly, if they are large enough to come forward into the plan, do they not score in the plan and not in the windfall? Thank you.
Okay, that takes us on to item 17 then. So this concerns the Peak District National Park and appraisal evidence to show that those additional site allocations which are close to the National Park will not damage the park's natural beauty or limit people's ability to enjoy it. So if I could ask the Council, please, what evidence would you point to that this harm would not take place?
Yes, thanks, Mum. Yeah, we have discussed this with the Peak District National Park Authority, and they have confirmed to us now their position in writing. They have emailed us with confirming their position. So it's our view and that of the Peak District National Park that the proposed additional site allocations close to the Peak Park will not damage the park's natural beauty or limit people's ability to enjoy it. This is subject to inclusion of an additional policy condition or requirement to the 2 sites that are closest to the National Park boundary. So both the Council and the National Park Authority agree that there are only 2 of the proposed additional sites that impact in any way on the special qualities of the National Park. So those are SWS 18 and SWS 19. So with SWS 18, this is land between Lodgemore Road and the Red Myers Conduit. This is just over 800 metres to the boundary of the National Park at Roper Hill. But it's agreed between ourselves and the Peak Park that the views are distant and any development will be set against the backdrop of existing houses at Lodgemore. With regard to SWS 19, land to the north of Parker's Lane, this is approximately 910 metres from the Peak Park, but the site adjoins the existing built development indoor and would not be visible from the closest point at Whitelow Lane. It's agreed that views of the site from the National Park are distant and are only possible from Hounkirk Moor and areas around Lady Canning's plantation, approximately 1.5 kilometres away. And again, this is set against built development at Dore. So in terms of an appropriate condition, I think this has been set out in the statement of common ground for those sites, which will be submitted to you. Just to give you the wording now, so we've said that the development will be expected to protect and enhance the setting of the Peak District National Park, including views into and out of the National Park. Any landscape buffers that may be required to mitigate visual impact will need to be agreed with the local planning authority. Buffer requirements and widths will be site-specific based on a site's context and the level of visibility from the National Park. So we feel that would provide a sufficient comfort to the National Park that there would be no impact from those sites given their distance. Thank you.
So you mentioned that the Peak District National Park Authority are comfortable with the allocations, and I think you mentioned that you were doing a note with them. There's something in writing. Could you just point me to that evidence?
Yes, we haven't submitted that to you. It's only come through in the last sort of couple of days, but we wrote to them just following our discussions with them, and they've confirmed in an email that would be the position. We are intending to, I think in light of other questions around the duty to enhance the special qualities of the National Park, work on another statement of common ground with the Peak Park, and we hope to complete that within the next few days.
Okay, yes, that would be extremely useful, and I think actually it would be useful before the site sessions of those 2 specific sites that you've referred to, and then that can be discussed at those that separate site sessions. So yes, thank you. So that will be next week, will it?
Yes, yeah.
Okay, I'll take comments around the table. Mr. Wood.
But that does sort of reaffirm the position that's been set out. I just want to really reinforce just really on the question around on the council's site appraisal evidence, just to reinforce in terms of this would apply to all sites in effect if it's relevant. The landscape character and greenbelt capacity study GB08, the measurement criteria that are set out in Appendix 2 specifically considers I'll just surmise it really. It considers the views to the National Park and the views from any development site to the park, so it's specifically considered as part of the methodology and the approach that's been taken to site selection. Thank you.
Thank you. And Mr. Mills?
Thank you. Yeah, we would beg to differ and contend that the evidence is that this will damage the setting of the Peak District National Park. We won't be represented at the site meeting for SWS 19, so I just note that that is seen as the gateway to the Peak District by many people, and I think this development would intrude. I understand what the National Park has said, but I just noticed there's an inconsistency here in that the council rejected the Dormore garden centre application last year, which has been mentioned by the developers vigorously on the grounds it was going to damage the setting, and that is only on the other side of the road from this. So I think there is certainly grounds to contend about this one. So it's at the very least a very sensitive site, I would suggest, and not as straightforward as is being represented.
Thank you very much. Right, that takes us on to item 18. Does anyone have any other comments on the council's site appraisal and selection methodology? No? Okay. That's great. So in terms of the rest of the agenda, so we've covered general site wording issues. So we've just got the issues on gypsies and travelling show people to deal with, which I assume that most people around the table are not here for. So what I'm going to suggest to the council is we just take a short comfort break of about 5 or 6 minutes, and then we'll resume with that item. But I'm assuming that most people around the table will leave. So just to say that thank you very, very much for your contributions today. It's been a really useful, if long, discussion. I've noted all your points and we'll be having regard to all of those. So thank you very much. Okay, if we meet back in about 5 minutes. Thank you. Okay, should we begin? Sorry, I was a bit late as well because I was just trying to remind myself it's changing subject matters, which is always difficult in these situations. So we're on to obviously gypsies and travellers and travelling show people, hopefully fairly short items here. So my first question under item 22 is just the reason for rejecting the Hesley Wood site for travelling show people accommodation. So as listed in the integrated impact assessment. So if you could just clarify for me whether that reason still applies, because it sort of from initial reading didn't seem to, given you've moved away from that spatial strategy approach that we discussed yesterday. And specifically what I'm looking for, I suppose, is just information on why you then selected Eckington Way site, because I couldn't see a full planning appraisal in the evidence. I can see there's an essay, a fairly short essay of both of those sites, but I can't see a planning appraisal that would sort of explain further perhaps the differences between those two sites.
That's the first.
I'll start off and then we'll pass over to Miss Reid. So I guess the starting point is that initially we didn't run the Hesley Wood site through the IAA because it was and still is in the Greenbelt. So it wasn't considered a reasonable alternative. So the IIA does refer to Hesley Wood in paragraph 9.3.1 onwards. And that was because it was promoted as a private site. So therefore it was then included within the IIA. However, it wasn't run initially through the IIA because it's in the Greenbelt and wasn't considered a reasonable alternative because there is a site, Eckington Way, not in the Greenbelt. And now I'll pass to Miss Reid.
Yes, I think just one point of, there's a couple of, sorry, is that on? Yeah. Sorry, there's probably a few points of clarification that this section would benefit from. Just taking a step back, 9.3.1, and just to be clear...
Sorry, there's two microphones on there, so...
Oh, sorry.
We'll just turn one off, I guess, in
turn
case it
Yeah,
starts feedback.
They're both pointing at me. Mum, just 9.3.1 is possibly slightly confusing because it talks about the council revisiting potential sites for delivery of gypsy, traveller and travelling show people provision. And it says the main reason for this was to consider smaller sites within the urban area and sites within the Greenbelt which are being excluded from the site selection methodology. Now, of course, that related to gypsy and traveller sites where no non-Greenbelt site had been identified. It didn't relate to travelling show people sites where a site had been identified. So I think the first point is that there will need to be a correction to the IIA to reflect that, because I think that's a typographical error that has possibly led to some of the confusion in the representations that have come in that respect.
I mean, unfortunately, I can't get access, so
okay.
I don't think, I'll just check, but I don't think I've got that printed out. So, hang on a moment. Paragraph. No, sorry, I don't have that before me, so I'm not exactly sure what you're talking about.
Okay, can I do, it's quite a short paragraph, I'll just read it out so that you have that. So it's on, and just for your note, it's on page 86 and it's paragraph 9.3.1.
Can you just confirm the document as well? So I've just got
the
everything.
IIA. The new one, yeah, the updated one. So, following discussions at the Sheffield Plan examination hearings, the Council has revisited potential sites for delivery of gypsy, traveller and travelling show people provision. The main reason was to consider smaller sites within the urban area and sites within the Greenbelt, which had been excluded from the site selection methodology. That's what the paragraph says.
So the error is to take action?
Yes, because that action related to gypsy and traveller sites and not to sites for travelling show people. And the reason for that was that a non-Greenbelt site at Eckington Way had already been identified through, and we've had the discussions about that in the previous examination hearings, so that wasn't necessary, and it was an action that didn't apply. So that needs clarifying. I think the second point is that, having regard to the point that's just been made about the strategy, actually the key point really is the framework, the provisions in the framework that relate to essentially non-green belt sites first. And so you'll recall that that is reflected through the council's work in terms of identifying a site. So it identified a non-green belt site at Eckington Way, and it didn't therefore consider that there were that green belt sites would be a reasonable alternative to that, applying national policy. Then, in terms of the update to the IIA, there is an appraisal of the Hesley Wood site. That is because in representations, I think, that has been effectively suggested and also, I think, at one stage promoted as an alternative site. So it was essentially not that there was some wider search in the Greenbelt, but simply that it had been identified by certain interested parties as a site that might be a reasonable alternative. And the conclusion, though, is that it isn't, because it essentially, the sustainability appraisal is here, but one of the key reasons, obviously, is that it is a Greenbelt site and that there is a non-Greenbelt site that is available. So that's a summary, I think, of where we're up to with it. I think that this section, with the council's view, I think, is that this section would benefit from some clarity in terms of that position. It's not saying anything other than was set forward, I think, at the previous examination hearings. We've had discussions at length in terms of that process already, but this section would benefit from some clarity just around that process and how that all fits together. So hopefully in a roundabout way that's also answered your question, but just given the context in terms of it.
That's fine. So you're proposing to do just a slight change to the document?
Yes.
I would agree that that clarification could aid the process. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, I just have one further, sorry, it's a slightly different question which I haven't included on the agenda, so I do apologise, but it's something that I just noticed relatively recently. And I just wanted to check that all the reasonable alternative site options in exam 113 for gypsies and travellers have been appraised against sustainability appraisal, because it's obviously important that work has been done. So if I could just, so there's a bit of feedback. In paragraph 9.3.4, it states that, this is the IIA, states that none of the Greenbelt site options were considered to constitute reasonable alternatives and therefore have not been appraised against SA. So therefore no SAs have been done for Greenbelt sites. But then if you look at exam 113, paragraph 8 Greenbelt sites remain. And it says there that they were subject to planning appraisal and SA. But I can't find the SA of those 8 sites. So it's just dotting the I's and crossing the T's, really.
Yes, thank you, ma'am. I think that's a good spot. And the exam 113, or the note on the Gypsy Traveller site search, is the most up-to-date where the information should be gathered from. So I think Miss Reid's point, it just needs linking more coherently with the IIA update.
I think fundamentally that is another part of that section of the IA that we just need to revisit the wording on. And perhaps what we might do is just produce a very short note just on that section of the IIA and the elements of it that we think require redrafting to.
So in terms of those 8 potential missing essays then of those sites, that would be added into that redraft, if they're missing. But I couldn't spot them as the issue.
Yeah, they're not missing, so they have been undertaken. So yeah, we can make sure that's included and clear in the IIA update.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, can I just check, Mr. Levery, is your nameplate up? Did you wish to say anything? Okay. Right, well, I have no more questions under that item 22. So I can see the two people have nameplates up. So Mr. Levery first. You don't have any comments? Okay, sorry. It's late in the day. Okay, sorry. Mrs. Jackson.
Yeah, I just wanted to point out that Chapeltown already has a travelling and show people site. I don't see it mentioned in any of the documents. It's been there for around 30 years and it's just off Station Road. So I think if we were going to be going back and looking at putting another site in, I think it would be considered completely unsustainable. And if that was going to happen, then obviously it would have to go back to consultation because that's a whole new ball game for our area.
Thank you. But yes, we weren't talking about putting additional sites. It's just the appraisal work, the evidence. There were certain sites just missing from the appraisal work. The council's confirmed this is alternative options that were rejected.
I was aware that Mr. Betts asked why it wasn't still coming to our site. That's all. So I just wanted to make sure that people knew we'd already got one.
Okay, so moving on then to the next agenda item. So my concluding remarks on gypsy and travelling show people. So obviously we had a full discussion on this issue at a previous hearing session, which I've got down here as the 26th of June, which seems a lifetime ago, last year. So obviously at that session, I noted that the site selection process had some drawbacks, and then effectively I asked the council to rectify this, and you have done so through examination 113 document, looking at those smaller sites and the sites in the Greenbelt on council-owned land. So on that basis, I would say that it appears to me at this stage you've done an appropriate full site search, and you've not been able to identify sufficient, suitable and available sites to meet identified needs. And as we discussed at that previous session, that's really the key test, that you've undertaken that full site search and not been able to find anything if you've got a shortfall. So there's that issue, which I'm comfortable with. But in terms of the gypsy and traveller assessment, which is dated 2019, my position is I think that it does have some really serious shortcomings, which I did talk about at that previous session. You've got very old data from 2018 in there. 5-year needs are out of date now. You've got a full analysis only for the period 2019 to 2024. You've got indicative figures for 2024 to 2034. No figures at all for 2034 to 39. And obviously you've provided some of that through estimates within your hearing statement. I am concerned that it represents an underestimate of need. Therefore, I think my position on this at the moment is that I think modifications are needed to Policy NC15 and the supporting text to state that the assessment, the gypsy assessment, is dated and is likely to represent an underestimate of need, and it should be updated immediately. And linked to that, an early review of that part of the plan is a priority. So yes, if I could ask that to be added to the running schedule of potential main modifications. Did you have any comments on that?
No comments. Thank you.
Right, thank you very much. I don't have any further comments or questions. So thank you to everyone around the table for your comments and suggestions and views during the day. It's been a very long day, but I'm always really impressed that local people get involved because it's a very technical, dry subject. Yes, we all need to go and lie in a darkened room now, but thank you. Just a final question to the council. Do you have any housekeeping matters?
No, not today, although there will be a fire alarm test tomorrow, which might take us out for a minute or so.
Okay, right, see you tomorrow then. Thank you very much.